Introduction. A prestigious clan, an evil sect, a royal palace, the outer realm, and various factions interweave, celestial realms, the underworld, immortal gates, and demonic cities converge with myriad characters. Wandering through the 3 realms and 6 paths, traversing the ancient and the ephemeral. Chapter 1. Summer Night, Yiqiu. Beneath Kunlun Peak, in the town of Qingping. At the hour of you, the sun descends beyond the western mountains. Several swift steeds thunder through the bustling market, their riders cloaked in black. The townsfolk flee in panic, cries of distress resounding. The last horseman flicks his left hand, scattering dozens of silver coins that fall into the hands of the injured. As the dust settles, the streets return to normalcy. "It is the people of the 7-star Dead Gate," remarked a youth in red, observing the retreating shadows from the top of Pinxiang Tower. This young man, clad in crimson, appeared barely past his youth, his visage brimming with vigor and vitality. They inflict harm, yet they also offer solace. Are the members of the 7-star Dead Gate always so peculiar? The person seated opposite him smiled lightly, a hint of amusement gracing his lips. Dressed in black, he appeared to be around 20, yet his demeanor was unusually mature, his gaze sharp and discerning. Ever since the granddaughter of the former leader took charge 3 years ago, they have behaved this way. "Perhaps it is her influence," the innkeeper said casually while pouring water. "Please enjoy your meal. Shall we still go?" The young man in red inquired, returning to the table. "Of course. There is a splendid show to witness tonight," replied the youth in black. "The rivers and lakes stretch far, and this journey is uncertain." "A toast to Brother Yiqiu," the young man in red said cheerfully, raising his cup in salute before drinking. "Life is fleeting, the ghostly realm is vast." "A toast to Brother Xiaoyi," the youth in black responded with a gentle nod, lightly spilling some wine upon the ground. At the 7-star Dead Gate, atop Kunlun Peak. Report to the leader. Hall Master Yin has successfully completed his task. Tingyu Pavilion has joined our ranks and is now part of the 7-star Dead Gate's Broken Army Hall. Hall Master Yin will return to the mountain at midnight, reported the foremost figure in black robes, kneeling humbly. "And what else?" A young girl leaned against the 7-star throne, playing with a sword, her gaze ethereal and her thoughts distant. She was the current leader of the 7-star Dead Gate, Shu Yan. Hall Master Yin has found the former leader. They are returning together, the black-robed figure continued. "Grandfather? Found him? Where is he located? Is he well?" Shu Yan's thoughts snapped back, rushing to the black-robed figure. The black-robed man bowed even deeper in the silent words gorge. "We received Hall Master Yan's order and hurried back. We have yet to pay our respects to the former leader. Thus, I did not know his condition. According to the new regulations of the Dead Gate, harming and disturbing civilians warrants 50 strokes of a rod. You are to accept your punishment." Shu Yan's voice, as clear as water, echoed from outside the hall, growing fainter. The black-robed figure sighed in resignation. It seemed they could not keep this from her. 10 days prior, at Tingyu Pavilion, a man stood within the hall, clad in a deep blue robe, his countenance exuding a striking charisma, far from ordinary. He was Lan Fu, the proprietor of Tingyu Pavilion. "Mr. Xiaoyi departed Tingyu Pavilion 10 days ago. If you seek him, you must go elsewhere." Lan Fu gestured to the door, indicating the way out. "There are few in the martial world brave enough to defy the 7-star Dead Gate. Since you, Boss Lan, have taken such a stand, you must be prepared to bear the consequences. Xiaoyi will undoubtedly be pursued by the 7-star Dead Gate. It seems this establishment shall close its doors henceforth," spoke the figure seated at the head, Yin Cheng, the hall master of the Greedy Wolf Hall of the 7-star Dead Gate. Yin Cheng lounged in his seat, his right foot propped up, a dagger twirling in his left hand, glinting ominously. He rose and stepped toward the exit. "It is getting late. Please gather your servants in the courtyard. It will be easier to clean up after the slaughter." Lan Fu immediately knelt. "Tingyu Pavilion will henceforth obey the 7-star Dead Gate. I will comply without question." Yin Cheng did not pause, laughing as he exited. "I appreciate those who understand. From now on, this place will be the Broken Army Hall. If Xiaoyi is not delivered within a month, I shall find a new hall master for the Broken Army." A youth in black emerged from behind the hall. "Boss Lan truly has courage." Lan Fu, astounded, exclaimed, "Xiaoyi, why have you returned?" He then shook his head. "Do not jest with me. I am immensely grateful for your previous assistance, but given the current situation, you must depart swiftly." He bowed in farewell. Xiaoyi stepped forward to stop him. How could I leave after causing you trouble? Trust me, 10 days hence, Tingyu Pavilion shall still be Tingyu Pavilion." Outside the courtyard, a youth in red scaled the wall, following Yin Cheng to the outskirts of the town. As night fell, the youth in red infiltrated the inn, stealthily approaching Yin Cheng's quarters. A dagger shattered the window, and dozens of henchmen surged forth from various rooms, gathering in the courtyard. Yin Cheng stepped out leisurely, surveying the surroundings, truly impressive skills. You may return now. Those two should not strike again. The crowd dispersed, returning to their respective quarters. Outside the inn, amidst the dense woods, Xiaoyi released the red-clad youth from his paralysis. The youth turned to inquire. Who are you? Xiaoyi replied. You tell me first, what are you doing here? The youth declared to kill Yin Cheng. With your abilities? Xiaoyi scoffed. Even if I cannot succeed, I must try. The youth's eyes blazed with anger. Why? Xiaoyi asked, intrigued. Boss Lan has shown me a kindness, and seeing the 7-star dead gate trouble Tingyu Pavilion, I cannot stand idly by, the youth answered. Given your martial skills, Xiaoyi began. The youth gazed at Xiaoyi. To wield a sword in this world requires a sense of responsibility. Although I may lack the physical prowess to pursue martial arts, the path of chivalry is determined by the heart, not merely by skill. This moment is my opportunity to affirm my path. Xiaoyi laughed. Ha, how amusing. But I wonder, how do you intend to affirm your path? The youth replied, the 7-star dead gate seeks only Xiaoyi. Then I shall become Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi paused, tapping the youth's right shoulder, then placing his left palm on the youth's shoulder, channeling his inner energy. However, the youth's meridians were chaotic, entirely obstructed, and Xiaoyi's energy could find no path to circulate, dissipating into nothingness. Xiaoyi sighed inwardly. With such disrupted meridians, it was utterly impossible to cultivate inner strength, and even basic martial skills would be beyond reach. Not even the finest treasures could remedy this, unless celestial beings descended to reshape his bones and sinews. This youth was indeed correct. He would be fated to live without martial arts. Once more, the youth was struck at a pressure point, his body numb and immobile. Yet his gaze remained unwavering, void of fear. Xiaoyi withdrew his hand and released the pressure point. Very well, though I know not of this Xiaoyi, nor do I care for the 7-star dead gate or Tingyu Pavilion. Your resolve intrigues me. I shall assist you in affirming your path. However, the time is not yet ripe. Let us discuss my plans. The youth, puzzled, asked, Who are you? Why do you help me? After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoyi responded, I am Yi Qiu, a busybody with a penchant for meddling. Returning to the present. Beneath Kunlun Peak. At the hour of high, the faint stars revealed themselves. Dozens of figures sprinted through the dense woods, circumventing the town, soon reaching the main road. Leader, at this pace, we shall meet Hall Master Yin in half an hour, reported a black-robed man beside the foremost figure. Faster, Shu Yin commanded, her gaze unwavering as she sprinted ahead. A pair of figures, one red and one black, followed at a distance. Who knew this young leader would be so eager to descend a mountain? This works to our advantage, remarked Xiaoyi. In the Qingshu forest, at the initial hour of Su. It is Hall Master Yan's banner, exclaimed a black-robed man. In the distance, outside the Qingshu tavern, a crimson banner stood prominently at the entrance. The flag bore the image of a ferocious beast, fluttering in the wind, as if hunting the stars above. The crowd halted before the entrance. A figure beside, Shu Yin, raised a hand and cast a black flag that enveloped the greedy wolf flag. The black flag bore 7 interconnected stars, resembling a dragon soaring through the heavens. The master of the 7 stars Death Gate has arrived. We, the disciples, extend our warmest welcome. Before the echoes of the proclamation faded, Yin Cheng led a throng of followers into the courtyard. Kneeling in unison, I, Yin Cheng, the leader of the Greedy Wolf Hall, humbly welcome the master. Your subordinate pays homage to the master. Shu Yin stepped forward and inquired, Where is grandfather? Yin Cheng rose and gestured. The old master is resting in the main hall. We were preparing to depart when the master unexpectedly came to greet us. Ignoring Yin Cheng, Shu Yin dashed toward the main hall. Grandfather! The door swung open. Inside sat an elderly man, appearing as if he might crumble to dust at any moment. Shu Yin knelt at the old man's feet, tears streaming down her face. Grandfather, how did you become like this? The old man's eyes were vacant as he slowly reached out with his frail hands to grasp Shu Yan's left hand. Outside, noticing the silence within, a follower beside, Yin Cheng whispered, Leader, could there be a change in circumstances? Should we take action? Yin Cheng pondered, something feels amiss. Why has this child descended the mountain so easily today? Is she flustered or employing a feigned retreat? I shall see what tricks you have up your sleeve. He then quietly commanded, "Remain on standby." The followers complied, their hands resting on their sword hilts. Moments later, Shu Yin assisted the old man out of the house. Yin Cheng observed intently. "This child is unusually reckless today. Has she mastered our sect's secret techniques?" "Which ones? The seven stars' mysterious passage? The life and death decision? The moonlit 100 mechanisms?" The old man slowly raised his hand, pointing at Yin Cheng. "He master." Yin Cheng immediately knelt. "What merit do I possess, Yin Cheng, to be so honored?" The old man then lifted his hand to indicate Shu Yin. "She shall kill." A ripple of shock coursed through the crowd. Shu Yin released the old man and knelt aside. Yin Cheng thought, "Given the circumstances, I must continue this charade." Rising, he proclaimed, "By the master's decree, I am the newly appointed master of the Seven Stars Death Gate. According to the old master's orders, execute the traitor, Shu Yin. Flag bearer, carry out the sentence." The individual who had just raised the Seven Stars flag stepped forward, bowing and clasping his fists. Understood. Beneath the vast expanse of stars, the sword gleamed like the moon, its cold light bright and piercing, as the evening breeze brushed against their faces, mingling blood and tears. The old man's face split in two, revealing the gaunt visage of another man within. A blood streak ran vertically across the startled face, indicating death had already claimed him. The crowd gasped, the flag-bearer's swords still sheathed. Shu Yin rose, sword pointed at Yin Cheng. "The traitor, Yin Cheng, shall be executed at once." Yin Cheng was the first to react. Truly, you are my clever niece. You have not been deceived. To fool you, I even wore the skin of the old master." Although Shu Yan's expression remained unchanged, the veins in her hand pulsed with rage. Yin Cheng sneered, "But does my dear niece know the poison in his hand?" Shu Yin raised her left arm to reveal that her hand had been entirely severed, crudely wrapped in a blue cloth, blood seeping through, dark as ink under the moonlight. Yin Cheng laughed. "How ruthless! It seems my caution was not in vain." With a resigned shake of his head, Yin Cheng lamented, "I had hoped for less bloodshed, to kill only you. Now, because of you, all present must die. I will also have to devise an explanation for those old fools on the mountain. My dear niece, you certainly know how to trouble your uncle." With that, he lunged forward, two daggers springing forth from his sleeve, aimed directly at Shu Yin. Greedy wolf devours the moon. Moonlit 100 mechanisms. The tavern erupted with a violent force, sending the followers flying, many meeting their demise on the spot. The few fortunate enough to survive fled in panic. Black and white energies clashed like the yin and yang, unleashing countless sword strikes. In an instant, the tavern was left in ruins, straw flying and walls trembling precariously. Chapter 2. The Divine Weapons of Lulon. Outside the courtyard, Xia Yi remarked, "Indeed, as the foremost wicked sect, the Seven Stars Death Gate is truly extraordinary." Yi Qiu replied, "When the snipe and clam quarrel, the fisherman benefits. Once they finish their battle, we can make our move." Xia Yi continued, "If we could assist that master in winning, perhaps the Listening Rain Pavilion might remain unscathed." Yi Qiu glanced at Xia Yi, his gaze dim. He realized there was no longer any reason to restrain the youth. It's too late. Yin Cheng is more treacherous than I imagined. That girl is beyond saving. Moments later, the tavern lay in ruins, scattered debris and remnants of walls strewn across the ground. Shu Yin knelt, dark blood continuously flowing from her mouth. Yin Cheng wiped the blood from the corner of his lips, looking down at Shu Yin. "I never expected that in just 3 years, you would master both the life and death decision and the moonlit 100 mechanisms. Had it not been for your limited internal power, I might have truly fallen at your hands. Thankfully, my poison is more vicious." Shu Yin collapsed, her eyes still fixed on Yin Cheng, filled with fury. As Yin Cheng prepared to sheath his dagger, he suddenly sensed another presence and whirled around. Who? He kicked a broken sword away from his feet. Xia Yi deflected with his sword. "I am the Xia Yi you seek." Yin Cheng spat out blood, thinking, this is truly the worst timing. Then with a shift in thought, he said, "Humph, this is splendid. Today, I shall settle both matters." Yin Cheng pivoted the short dagger, stepping forward, but stumbled and half-kneeled on the ground, vomiting a large pool of blood. "You can oppose us for the sake of the Listening Rain Pavilion. You must be a man of resolve. Taking advantage of another's misfortune is not the way of gentlemen." Yin Cheng chuckled bitterly. Xia Yi hesitated before replying, "It is difficult to have it both ways. I cannot harm others for the sake of my own principles." Yin Cheng smiled helplessly. "I never imagined I would fall to an unknown rookie today." Xia Yi danced with his sword, attacking Yin Cheng. In the brief moment of their clash, Yin Cheng revealed his ferocious intent, both palms thrusting forward toward Xia Yi. At that moment, Xia Yi realized that Yin Cheng was feigning weakness, but it was too late to retreat. He was about to perish at Yin Cheng's hands. A tuft of grass flew forth, striking Yin Cheng's armpit, momentarily halting his attack and slowing his momentum. After a single exchange, the scene returned to stillness. Xia Yi cautiously approached to inspect the two. Both had perished together. I truly wonder what you hope to achieve with such a convoluted plan? A masked girl appeared at a distance, observing Xia Yi. Xia Yi lifted Xia Ye's body, preparing to leave the battlefield. According to your plan, killing Yin Cheng at this moment would be a simple task. Why sacrifice this young man's life? I thought you admired him? The girl followed Xia Yi as he walked away. Xia Yi remained silent. The girl continued. Eliminating the leader of the Seven Stars Death Gate would leave the sect leaderless, and the remaining old fools would turn on each other, leading to their downfall. You have performed well on this mission. Causing trouble at the Listening Rain Pavilion won't earn you blame from a boss, but rather a reward. The two continued onward, Xia Yi silently contemplative, while the girl chattered away. When you accepted this high-stakes bounty, even the boss doubted you could succeed. Who would have thought you would merely guide Yin Cheng to the old man's corpse, resulting in the downfall of the Seven Stars Death Gate? The third senior brother suffered so many losses to severely injure the old man, almost losing his life in the process, yet he couldn't complete the mission. Your success will surely infuriate him. The next day, dawn broke over an unnamed hill. Xia Yi carved the final stroke with his dagger, then rose and poured a libation on the ground. The wooden tablet bore the inscription Hero. The young girl seated nearby rose and bowed to the wooden tablet, then stretched with a yawn. Finally finished. Let's head back. Xia Yi, she tossed the dagger back to the girl. I'm not going back. Please send my regards to them. The girl paused, astonished. Not going back. Do you realize the consequences of that decision? Xia Yi turned around and also stretched. I'm aware, but after 2 years of playing with you all, I've grown weary of it. The girl shouted in anger. The heavenly gang and earthly fiends will hunt you down. Even the boss will take action. Xia Yi laughed in response. Ha! Then I hope you all can make this a bit more interesting. With that, she hummed a tune and walked away. 10 days later. Have you made up your mind? A burly man sat at a table, glaring fiercely. I have, a youth replied from across the table, beaming with joy. Then today it's a fight to the death, the burly man said, his eyes wide with rage, a sneer creeping onto his lips. Then it shall be a fight to the death. The youth met his gaze, a smile still adorning his face. Waiter, bring another barrel of wine. The burly man suddenly called out. After a while, 6 barrels of wine had been emptied, and both men were now bleary-eyed from intoxication. 20 years ago, there was someone like you, and he met a tragic end. When Xiao Nan returned, she wept bitterly, more so than when the previous one died. The burly man sighed, taking another gulp from a barrel. Ah, it's truly troublesome. If I die, Xiao Nan will be sad. If the old man dies, Xiao Nan will be even sadder. Can you help me figure something out, Brother Xiong? Xia Yi said helplessly. Ha! That's something no one has ever said. Xia, my young friend, I do enjoy your foolishness, Xiong Dan chuckled, tossing aside the empty wine barrel and letting out a satisfied belch. Speaking of which, although the Seven Stars Death Gate has few members, their skills are commendable. Did you not copy the 3 secret manuals for yourself? Xia Yi twirled a finger around the wine barrel. They are merely harmful and unorthodox practices. What use is there in training them? If you really want to see, why not borrow them from Xiao Nan before she hands them in? Now, we can only steal them from the forbidden grounds. Xiong Dan hurriedly shook his head. Forget it. If we get caught, they'll only be able to drink when you remember me every Qingming festival. Once a year, and even then, it's uncertain whether he'll get to drink. That would surely be torturous. Xiong Dan lifted another barrel of wine, downing it in one go and letting out a satisfying belch. He then tossed the barrel aside, drawing out a long, curved knife, channeling his energy through his entire body. In an instant, he was enveloped in a crimson aura, the wine transforming into mist that dispersed into the air. What a pity. With your merit in this singular endeavor, you could easily rank alongside me in the heavenly gang. But it seems we'll have to face each other with blades instead. What? Wasn't it a fight to the death today? Are you still going to fight? Xia Yi began to sober up. The old man has issued a kill order. Although most of the heavenly gang doesn't wish to oppose you, the old man is not oblivious to their sentiments and will put on a show for the lower ranks, Xiong Dan said, slashing his knife diagonally, the force of it sending a gust through the tavern, shattering everything in its path. After one strike, the tavern was left in ruins. Meanwhile, Xia Yi had somehow found herself in the streets. Xiongdan seemed to recall something, glancing at Xia Yi. Soon, the old man will definitely take action himself. Since you are destined to die, why not teach me that acupoint sealing technique? Xia Yi opened a jar of wine she had just picked up. Collecting clouds and plucking stars? Very well. Consider it a parting gift. Xia Yi tilted her head back and drank, while Xiongdan swung his knife down. With a single stroke, the wine jar shattered. Xia Yi utilized her agile movements to circle around Xiongdan, as elusive as smoke and water, slipping away, always just out of reach. Despite Xiongdan's fierce knife techniques, they fell short, striking only at empty space. As Xia Yi danced around, she pointed her fingers, dipping them in wine and directing droplets towards various acupoints on Xiongdan's body. In Tang, Taiyang, Feng Fu, Ke In Hua Gai, Juke, Chi Hai. With each touch, Xia Yi named the acupoints she targeted. As the shards of the wine jar fell to the ground, the surrounding streets lay in disarray. Xiongdan was left soaked in wine, while Xia Yi had vanished without a trace, her voice lingering in the air, collecting clouds and plucking stars. The foremost priority is agility, followed by eyesight, and finally internal energy. The spiritual platform is the ultimate, the meridians are the instruments, and 100 acupoints are symbols, interdependent and interconnected, forming the 8 trigrams, with changes manifesting in myriad forms, clouds dissipating and stars concealing. Brother Xiong, we may not meet again. 3 months later, time passed swiftly, yet human hearts remained unchanged. Power shifted, leaving many to become mere bones. The internal strife of the 7 Stars Death Gate led to its demise. The demons vanquished, and the martial arts world erupted once more into chaos. Yet, whether righteous or wicked, all had ventured to the western regions, driven by a fleeting and unsubstantiated legend. It was said that the ancient nation of Lulan, though small, thrived due to its strategic location on vital trade routes. However, prosperity often invites ruin. Neighboring nations coveted Lulan's advantages and joined forces to attack. At this critical juncture, the ruler of Lulan stumbled upon the method to forge divine weapons. To save the nation, he mobilized the entirety of Lulan to create them. Unbeknownst to him, when the divine weapons were completed, the heavens darkened and spirits disallowed it. In a single night, Lulan and neighboring nations were reduced to desolation, transformed into a barren wasteland. Now, rumors spoke of the reemergence of Lulan's ancient ruins and the return of the divine weapons. Martial artists across the land were drawn to these legendary weapons, flocking to the western regions. The long silent desert buzzed once more with the resurgence of various factions. Yumen Pass. The sun had set in the west. Yumen Pass stood as a crucial frontier town along the Silk Road, bustling with activity, especially in recent days. As the gates prepared to close, throngs of people continued to pour in, converging upon the endless yellow sands. From those in splendid garments to those in simple attire, from sword-bearers to fan-wavers, and from speakers of Wu dialect to those of D language, all were present. Upon exiting Yumen Pass, 3 main roads branched out. The northern route, though the primary trade route, was the farthest from Lulan. Thus, most travelers on this path had little interest in the divine weapons. The middle route led directly to Lulan, but had become a dead end due to the calamity of the divine weapons, rarely trodden by anyone. Only after the celestial event had it begun to see some activity. The southern route, interspersed with sandy grass and numerous oases, was the preferred choice for merchants. For 10 days, Xia Yi had mingled in the military camps, observing the comings and goings of people from atop the city walls, keeping a watchful eye on the martial arts movements. Recently, many masters from renowned righteous sects and wicked cults had made their appearance. Shaolin Temple, Wudong Sect, Ba Dao Sect, Ming Sword Pavilion, even the leader of the Righteous Path Alliance, Zhongnua, had shown up. Yet, Xia Yi awaited someone else. At the third watch, closed the city gates. Torches were lit atop the walls as soldiers changed shifts. However, it was noticed that, at some point, the soldiers at one corner of the city had been replaced with straw dummies and armor. On the southern highway, Xia Yi cast aside her general's attire, donned a fake beard, and slipped into the prepared attire of a Hu merchant, trailing behind a caravan of Hu merchants. When questioned by nearby Hu individuals, she pretended to be a Hu person abandoned by another caravan, cleverly using a stolen merchant's name tag to deceive them. Within a few exchanges, she became familiar with the Hu merchants, joining them as they sang the lively tunes of the borderlands. Yumen Pass, Fuju Tower, the Tianziho Elegant Pavilion. My lord, may I ask when we shall set out beyond the pass? Why venture out? By imperial decree, to seize the divine weapons of Lulon. Seize the divine weapons? In this vast desert, fraught with peril and filled with masters, how can we hope to achieve that? Just this sword of ours? Once we cross the pass, it's merely a couple of pieces of scrap metal. But just wait here. Let us remain idle and allow others to tire themselves before they bring that item to our doorstep. The sky was as dark as ink, and the stars twinkled like a sea. After walking for 2 hours into the night, the caravan of over 100 merchants set up camp to rest. Surrounded by the vast sandy expanse, the evening breeze accentuated the desolation. A few campfires scattered across the desert added a hint of vitality. This is the most esteemed guide along the Silk Road, the Sogdian merchant. They traverse between the central plains and the western regions year-round, trading in jewels, slaves, silk, and porcelain, rendering them intimately familiar with the Silk Road. Among the treasure hunters, there are many affluent individuals, and those who venture deep into the desert will surely employ their services. Sogdian merchants are primarily motivated by profit. As long as the price is right, they will not shy away from peril. Accompanying them on the journey is far more secure than relying on the dubious maps sold in the towns. On a summer night, as I sat with the Sogdians, indulging in wine and meat, I casually inquired about the identity of my employer. A nearby individual gestured towards a stout man at the center of the camp. Dressed in nomadic attire, with thick brows and curling beard, he seemed to be one of the nomads. I stood up, expressing my intent to thank the host, and approached him with drink and meat in hand. Yet, as I neared within a few paces, a robust figure obstructed my path, imposing like a mountain, obscuring the stars above. This formidable man bore a stern countenance, his eyes glinting with menace, and his sword was already drawn. "Who are you?" he demanded. With a smile, I raised the wine and meat in my hands. "I come to pay my respects to the host." A hearty voice emanated from behind the strong man. "A guest is a guest, there is no need for formality." Upon hearing this, the strong man stepped aside. I chuckled and tossed a piece of dried meat to him, saying, "That's right. Relax a bit, my friend." As I approached the stout man, I had barely settled when the hearty voice rang out beside me again. "What brings you here, esteemed guest?" Taken aback, I laughed. "Ah, my host has keen eyes and speaks plainly. I shall not beat around the bush." With that, I tore off my disguise and tossed it into the campfire. After taking a sip of wine, I continued, "As I venture into the desert, I seek your guidance. However, I am not one to take advantage without offering something in return thus. I come seeking employment." The stout man, intrigued, asked, "What sort of employment?" "To serve as a guard," I replied. At that moment, the robust man drew his sword and pointed it at my neck. Well, we hadn't come looking for you, yet you've barged in here uninvited." Chapter 3. The Sogdian merchant on a sultry summer night. Xiaoyi delicately pinched the sword's blade between his thumb and forefinger, pulling it away from his throat, and hurriedly exclaimed, "My brother, you have misunderstood. Please allow me to finish my words. Earlier that day, I had followed you, and your murderous aura had pierced my cheeks with pain. I am truly terrified of this sword." Yet, the burly man suddenly realized that the sword he held could neither advance nor retreat, as if embedded in solid stone. The rotund merchant chuckled and remarked, "In the vast desert, where masters abound, having an additional ally is always advantageous. Your compensation will not be lacking, so rest assured." Xiaoyi released his grip, and the burly man sheathed his sword. Xiaoyi observed, "The guards you have employed are indeed formidable, their formation well structured." However, he gestured behind him, and with a swift motion, he withdrew his hand to reveal a slender black needle poised between his fingers, upon which lay a lifeless scorpion. "Your vigilance against hidden threats seems lacking. Fortuitously, this is my specialty. Allow me to accompany you on your journey, and you shall not suffer loss." The merchant clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "Splendid. Young brother, your skills are remarkable. In business, one must not shortchange another. May I inquire the price of your expertise?" Xiaoyi laughed heartily. "A journey's worth of wine and provisions will suffice." "I am Xiaoyi. May I ask for your name?" The merchant raised his voice to those around him, declaring, "From this moment forth, our young brother shall be our companion. There is no need for constant vigilance. You may each attend to your duties." The burly man bowed and gestured for the others to patrol the surroundings. A subordinate approached the burly man and whispered, "Boss, are we really letting him go just like that?" The burly man, wary of Xiaoyi's displayed internal strength, noted the disparity in their powers as the latter feigned fear. It seemed he did not wish to lose face before the master or jeopardize his livelihood. Thus, it appeared that Xiaoyi had no desire to become their enemy. As long as he did not impede their endeavors, they would allow him to be. Once the others had departed, the merchant bowed to Xia Yi, introducing himself as an Luo, a Sogdian from the left prefecture, come here to conduct some business. Xia Yi, puzzled, inquired, business? An Luo smiled, saying, to the people of this desert, a bowl of water is worth a fortune, and a morsel of meat could lead one into the flames of hell. Xia Yi laughed. Then, master, and must keep a close watch on your goods, lest I consume everything. An Luo replied, young brother Xia, I still do not know from which sect you hail, as attempting to seize treasures alone may prove difficult. Xia Yi replied, I am but a carefree wanderer, uninterested in divine weapons. Yet, in such a tumultuous world, where celestial and earthly changes occur, how could one not seize the opportunity? And Luo raised his wine cup, laughing. Young brother, you are truly a remarkable person. The two continued their jovial conversation until deep into the night. Xia Yi retreated to a small tent in a corner of the encampment, pondering silently. He had not anticipated being discovered so swiftly, having underestimated this group of guards. It was indeed troublesome. After this encounter, I doubt they will disturb my slumber tonight. At this time, 1,300 miles away, according to the map, the ancient kingdom of Lulan was but a stone's throw away. A tall figure gazed into the distance and spoke to his companion. This man possessed a commanding presence. His features rugged like a mountain, exuding a sharp, heroic aura akin to a sword at his side. He was none other than Zhong Nuo, the leader of the Righteous Path Alliance and the head of the Zhong family. They too could barely contain their anticipation. They are unable to hold back any longer, replied the one beside him. The individual, adorned in a verdant robe and a jade crown, possessed a countenance of striking elegance, exuding an air of refined, gentlemanly grace akin to the soft luster of a white fan in hand. He was none other than Bai Yu, the head of the Righteous Alliance by family. Zhong Nuo turned to survey the myriad of tents behind him. The Righteous Alliance, comprising 37 factions, included the Shaolin, Wudong, Amei, Beggar-S sect, and the Five Mountains, with numerous masters from the major sects of the Western Shu Tang men congregating for this grand gathering. As the two engaged in conversation, a few shadowy figures appeared in the distance, gradually receding from view. The following day, at the break of dawn, the group had already embarked on their journey. After traversing several dozen miles, an ancient city began to materialize on the horizon. The midday sun scorched the yellow sands, emitting waves of heat. The ancient city, shrouded in the shimmering heat, appeared distorted and ethereal, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. Upon advancing another 10 miles, the party discovered several weathered forms in the distance. As they drew closer, they were shocked to find several corpses, clad in garments of black on the outside and white on the inside, evidently tailored for the rigors of the desert's relentless day and night. Bai Yu whispered to Zhong Nuo, identifying them as the individuals who had set out the previous evening. The distance from Yumen to Lulan stretched a daunting 1,400 miles. The group, a tapestry of diverse individuals, each harbored their own intentions. Along the way, open conflicts and covert skirmishes intensified, culminating in the loss of life. If my eyes do not deceive me, these are the disciples of the Tang men, remarked Jing Halai, an elder of the Beggar-S sect, casting a cold glance at Tang Shang, the foremost disciple of Tang men. Tang Shang remained unperturbed, asserting that members of Tang men were known for their meticulousness in their undertakings, and such disgrace was unbecoming of them. Observing their disheveled state, he quipped that it appeared more akin to the misfortunes of the Beggar-S sect. Jing Halai extended his staff, positioning himself defiantly, and exclaimed, we agreed to jointly procure the divine weapon and vanquish evil. Are you, Tang men, now seeking to claim it for yourselves? The crowd gathered, a cacophony of voices rising like a bustling marketplace. Esteemed guests, Zhong Nuo proclaimed, his voice resonating like a thunderclap. The crowd fell silent, though Lulan was now within reach. The journey back still spanned hundreds of miles. Should conflict erupt at this juncture, it could spell doom for any who dared return to the Central Plains. Moreover, judging by the wounds, it appeared the perpetrators were disciples of the Blade sect. Therefore, it is my hope that we unite in purpose and prevent any opportunity for treachery. He concluded with a respectful bow. The crowd murmured in agreement, nodding affirmatively. Suddenly, a piercing cry emanated from the royal city of Lulan. A red glow shot into the sky, transforming the atmosphere. It is the divine weapon. The legends are true. The crowd erupted once more in fervor. Yet, as abruptly as it appeared, the red glow dissipated like mist, replaced by a more potent golden radiance. Following a thunderous explosion, the earth trembled, compelling everyone to muster their strength to maintain their footing. As the tremors subsided, a powerful gust of air surged forth, swirling the yellow sands. Moments later, the wave of air passed, leaving the crowd half buried in sand. Voices calling for friends echoed around them as individuals frantically dug through the sediment in search of the missing. Meanwhile, that golden light had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Someone has already seized the opportunity. A voice emerged from the crowd, which Zhong Nuo dreaded to hear. Bai Yu, standing nearby, chuckled. Alas, all this effort has been in vain. Disappointment was evident in Zhong Nuo's eyes. The crowd erupted into chaos, hastily advancing towards Lulan, with numerous individuals left injured, concealed, or buried beneath the sands. Zhong Nuo and Bai Yu exchanged a knowing glance. And soon Zhong Nuo joined him. As the tumult gradually subsided, only Bai Yu and a handful of others remained to tend to the wounded. While pulling a person from the sand, Bai Yu murmured, "Ah, even divine weapons are not easily obtained." At that moment, Enluo's business had also commenced, selling water for 10 coins and meat for a single penny. Enluo chuckled, proclaiming his prices. A servant tossed 10 taels to Enluo before rushing to the camel's side to feast heartily with his master. Isn't it said that water is worth its weight in gold and meat requires navigating through fire? Xia Yi queried, arms crossed. Observing the voracious consumption of the master and servant duo, Enluo, waving his fan adorned with the landscapes of the 9 provinces, replied slowly, "Little brother, you are unaware of the ways of commerce. This trade flows like water, requiring a constant source, the ability to adapt, and the gathering of streams into a sea. This place lies less than 100 miles from the Jade Gate, and their return to the Central Plains is not difficult. When they return, they will carry more than just food and drink. They will also bring with them our reputation for accessible trade routes and quality goods at fair prices. Is that not worth its weight in gold?" Xia Yi laughed heartily. No wonder people often say that the merchants of Sogdiana are masters of trade. Their reputation is indeed well-deserved. After traveling several dozen miles, the sun began to set, and faint stars appeared. In the distance, a flicker of light emerged, resembling a candle or a firefly. Upon approaching, they discovered a monk burning corpses, surrounded by jars of varying sizes. Inscribed with names such as Shui Wu of the Ba Dao Men, Yu Guang of the Ming Jian Men, Ming Xing of Shaolin, and Nie Zheng of Wudong, totaling over a dozen jars. Xia Yi, curious, approached and bowed, inquiring, "May I ask, master?" The monk, with palms pressed together, nodded in silent recitation of a sutra. Xia Yi hesitated, waiting patiently. After a quarter of an hour, as the flames diminished, the monk collected the ashes into a jar, inscribing on its surface the words Zheng Dao Meng, for family and soldiers. Once everything was settled, the monk returned the gesture of respect, saying, "Xia, benefactor, I honor you." Xia Yi, momentarily dazed, asked, "Master, have we met before?" He scrutinized the monk, who appeared to be of similar age to himself, dressed in tattered robes and unfamiliar in visage, unable to recall their previous encounter. The monk smiled gently. 5 years ago, benefactor, you were drunkenly slumbering at the mountain gate. In your half-conscious state, you inscribed a couplet on the gate, stating, "The Buddha says it cannot be spoken," transmitting scriptures countless times. People say it cannot be contested. Confined within the scripture hall, the critique states, truth and falsehood are hard to discern. You were awakened by the abbot's palm and spent a month guarding the mountain gate. How could you forget? Xia Yi chuckled awkwardly. Ah, youthful recklessness, best not to dwell on it. The monk continued, at that time, I entered Shaolin with my master to seek the teachings of Buddhism. In my coming and going, I have had 2 encounters with you, benefactor. Xia Yi pondered, but still held no recollection. Pray tell, what brings you here today, master? The monk seemed to perceive Xia Yi's discomfort and kindly responded. You may call me Hui Ming. I am here to escort them home. Xia Yi, puzzled, inquired, home? Hui Ming replied, to be buried in the desert. To have one's soul return to a foreign land is too desolate. I come to bring them back to their roots. Xia Yi cast his gaze over the nearby jars once more, wondering, even for the wicked? Hui Ming gathered the jars one by one into his backpack, moving through this world with an air of indifference. He arrived with nothing and departed with even less, leaving behind the judgments and merits he had encountered. On a summer night, he pondered, a sense of mischief stirring within him. Since dust returns to dust, why should one be concerned that the spirits of the departed cannot find their way back to the world of the living? They surely have their own destinations. Do they not? Hui Ming contemplated for a moment, then mused, indeed, before raising his head with a smile. What you say, Master Xia, holds truth. My pursuit of the path has been lacking. I have been contradictory. His gaze was clear and untainted, free from worldly impurities. Yet, after speaking, Hui Ming still hoisted his backpack onto his shoulders, but ultimately felt a pang of reluctance. He then bowed respectfully to Xia Yi before departing, still lost in thought, murmuring. The dead returned to dust, the living to the earth. Xia Yi watched as Hui Ming walked step by step into the dark night, his heart filled with mixed emotions. For a fleeting moment, it seemed as though he saw that young man in red slowly fading away. Just then, An Luo approached, displaying a hint of compassion. This young disciple would undoubtedly grow to become a great monk in the future. Xia Yi turned back, harboring a glimmer of hope. Chapter 4. Zhong Nuo, in white jade at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun blazed overhead. The vast desert stretched endlessly. And if it weren't for the increasing number of remains littering the path, Xia Yi might have believed they were merely going in circles. At that moment, he took out several of his flying needles and placed them in a bamboo tube containing a colorless liquid, the venom of the intermediary viper he was roasting. After a short while, Xia Yi tucked away the flying needles, discarded the bamboo tube, and approached An Luo with the roasted snake. "Would you like a bite?" he offered, extending the snake toward him. An Luo quickly shook his head and waved his hands. "Thank you, young brother. If it weren't for your flying needles just now, I would have perished. I still have lingering fears of that poisonous creature." Xia Yi bit into the snake, replying, "It was merely a prior agreement, part of my duty." An Luo, curious, inquired, "Your skills are extraordinary, capable of striking vital points up close and using needles from afar, dispatching foes with a mere flick of your fingers. Why then resort to such venom? Is it not akin to gilding a lily?" Xia Yi responded, "In this vast and perilous world, where masters abound and martial arts are diverse and unpredictable, even the most skilled may find themselves at a loss. At such times, this poison will prove useful." As they conversed, the sound of an argument from a corner of the camp drew their attention. Upon investigation, they found a disheveled man, his face gaunt and eyes sunken, entangled with the guards. "How can this be? How can this be? I have wandered this desert for what feels like an eternity. How could I be but 100 miles from the Jade Gate?" The man raved, preventing anyone from approaching. It appeared he had lost his way in the desert, having wandered in circles. "What a pity," Xia Yi sighed. Noticing An Luo's silence, Xia Yi turned back to find him crouched, examining the ground before looking up at the sky. "Master An, what is the matter?" Xia Yi inquired as he approached. An Luo stood up. "Oh, it's nothing," he replied, moving towards the distressed man. He received a bag of water from a servant, opened it, and offered it to the man. "You are from the Ba Dao men, are you not? You must be thirsty. Have some water. We can discuss other matters later." The man's eyes fixated on the water bag, seemingly oblivious to An Luo's words, as he snatched it away and prepared to drink. An Luo extended his hand to cover the opening of the bag, remarking that the gentleman had yet to inquire about the price. The burly man, incensed, retorted, "Price? Do you dare to ask the people of the about price? Would you have the audacity to inquire?" With that, he reached for the large blade at his back. The chief guard swiftly moved beside the burly man, pressing his hand down with a firm grip and delivering a swift kick to the back of his knee. The burly man fell to his knees, his hand immobilized, leaving him devoid of any means to resist. Leaning down with a smile, An Luo addressed the burly man, stating, "1 bag of water, 1 bag of silver." The burly man's eyes widened in disbelief, a mixture of shock and fury evident on his face. "You dare to rob me?" Before he could finish, An Luo snatched the water bag from his grasp and turned it upside down, letting the clear water pour forth, merging into the yellow sands. Very well, just give me the water," the burly man implored in a panic. An Luo handed him the remaining half bag of water, declaring, "Now, half a bag of water, 1 bag of silver." The burly man, silenced, seized the water bag and tossed a pouch of money to An Luo, raising his head to drink greedily. An Luo tossed the money bag to his servant, disregarding the scene, and turned to depart. The burly man, having drained the last drop, sought to engage again, but the chief guard delivered a kick that sent him sprawling several paces away. Dejected, the burly man rose and left in frustration. An Luo instructed the crowd to dismantle the camp, and they scattered to pack their belongings. Xia Yi, perplexed, followed An Luo, questioning why the price had escalated so dramatically. An Luo replied, "Because he cannot return." When Xia Yi inquired further, An Luo gestured towards the ground and then the sky, indicating the parched earth and the faint red hue of the heavens. There was a sandstorm approaching. Judging by the current wind direction, it would sweep across this area from west to east within half an hour. True to his prediction, half an hour later, the winds intensified, and the western horizon grew increasingly chaotic. Unable to find shelter, Xia Yi and the others hastily set up camp. They huddled together in a small corner of the tent, Xia Yi, An Luo, and the chief guard. Moments later, a furious wind howled outside, a cacophony akin to vengeful spirits encircling the tent, seeking retribution. The canvas flapped violently, and the stakes trembled incessantly, as if the tent were about to be uprooted. Sand and dust surged through the gaps, forcing Xia Yi and Luo and the chief guard to wrap their heads in light fabric, each anchoring a corner of the tent. Suddenly, a violent tremor struck as an object crashed against the unheld stake, splitting it in two. Instantly, that corner of the tent was lifted, taking the ground stakes with it. The relentless wind poured in, threatening to lift the tent entirely. Xia Yi dashed forward, channeling his energy into his feet, spinning rapidly to deliver a powerful kick to the upper half of the stake, driving it back into the ground. The chief guard hurled his large blade, the hilt striking the stake and embedding it deeply into the earth. The crisis was averted in an instant. Xia Yi returned the sword to the chief guard and immediately turned to maintain his hold on his corner of the stake. Thus, the three of them endured the wrath of nature, struggling until exhaustion overtook them. In the ancient kingdom of Lulan, the royal city, though weathered and battered by time, still faintly echoed the grandeur of its past. After the tumultuous winds, the city emerged from a century of buried sands, revealing glimpses of its former splendor. The winding paths and broad avenues, the intricate alleys and lanes, foreign inscriptions on stone tablets, remnants of ancient designs. The streets vividly conjure memories of bustling activity, as echoes of laughter and joy waft through the wind. Yet, the crowd remains oblivious to the beauty around them, fervently searching for traces of the divine weapon. Suddenly, they flood into the streets and alleys, vanishing without a trace. Moments later, cries of slaughter and anguish resound all around, just as Zhong Nuo had anticipated. The righteous and the wicked have collided, igniting a fierce battle. Zhong Nuo rushes towards the palace, standing at its entrance. He then channels his energy to project his voice throughout the royal city. The divine weapon is here. The city swarms like cockroaches at night, a throng of people surging forth from the shadows, gathering before him. Where is the divine weapon? Where is it? Everyone appears disheveled and covered in dirt. Yet their eyes gleam red like famished wolves, filled with fervor. The righteous and the wicked are in disarray, unable to distinguish one another. Zhong Nuo unsheathes his sword, positioning it before him. The divine weapon lies within the palace behind me. Those who seek it must first reckon with me. The crowd falls silent. Having roamed the martial world for over 20 years, Zhong Nuo has established his reputation through both martial prowess and virtue, becoming the leader of the Righteous Alliance in his youth. In the current martial realm, few possess the strength to rival him. A nimble figure darts from the edge of the crowd, scaling the distant city wall. Without moving, Zhong Nuo extends his hand, effortlessly drawing the individual from dozens of yards away into his grasp, then forcefully slams them into the ground. The crowd gasps in astonishment. After this strike, a large crater is formed in the earth, and the individual lies in a pool of blood and flesh. A dozen more rush in to attack, blades flashing. Zhong Nuo remains motionless, merely raising his gaze with a fierce glare. A tremendous surge of inner strength erupts from his body, instantly reducing those attackers to a bloody rain of tatters. Numerous weapons are shattered into fragments, scattering in all directions. Tang Shang shouts, "Zhong Nuo, do you intend to make an enemy of the entire martial world?" The crowd erupts in anger, their voices rising in a cacophony of outrage. Zhong Nuo coldly asserts, "It is not necessarily so." A familiar voice from the crowd interrupts him. "Look, it is a divine phenomenon." The crowd looks up to see, unexpectedly, several large foreign characters inscribed on the city wall. The crowd erupts in astonishment, followed by murmurs of confusion filling the air. Amidst the throng captivated by this divine phenomenon, a figure emerges from the crowd. "Bai Yu." "Ah, still so impulsive." Bai Yu smiles as he approaches Zhong Nuo. Zhong Nuo speaks softly, "This is your doing, is it not?" Bai Yu replies, "Why adopt such a confrontational stance, provoking enmity? A simple ruse to deceive them would suffice, avoiding this bloody melee." Zhong Nuo gazes coldly at the crowd, a disorganized mob, incapable of achieving greatness. Bai Yu pats Zhong Nuo's shoulder, saying, "True sages are few, while the mediocre abound. Instead of seeking perfection, it is wiser to go with the flow." Bai Yu bows respectfully to the crowd and addresses them. "Esteemed heroes of the martial world, I am but an unworthy scholar, versed in ancient texts. This is an inscription in the ancient Tocharian language of Lulan, meaning the celestial dog devours the moon. The divine weapon descends to the world. It appears that the moment for the divine weapon's emergence has not yet arrived. Please be patient and await the day of the lunar eclipse." A voice from the crowd calls out, "And when shall that be?" Bai Yu, with an air of mystery, closes his eyes and begins to calculate. "According to my estimations, 10 days hence, the celestial phenomenon of the lunar eclipse shall occur." A Esteemed companions, it is certain that the true visage of the divine weapon will be revealed. Although the crowd was somewhat skeptical, they gradually dispersed. Zhong Nuo inquired, "Is 10 days sufficient?" Bai Yu responded with a smile, "At the very least, we now have 10 days. Fear not, when the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally straighten out. The shallow creek flows eastward, forming its own path. A solution will present itself." With that, he walked away. As the hour of Z arrived, the luminous moon hung in the sky. Zhong Nuo remained stationed at the palace gates, when a single bird's call roused him from his thoughts. This was the secret signal from Bai Yu. At that moment, Bai Yu donned in dark attire, flitted over the city walls like a swift sparrow, and stealthily entered. The 7 stars had dimmed, and the forces of evil were waning. It was indeed the time for righteousness to rise again. Yet, the divine weapon, restless in its solitude, made a startling entrance, plunging the realm into chaos once more. Should this divine weapon be brought to the central plains, one could only imagine the ensuing bloodshed and turmoil. Thus, Zhong Nuo and Bai Yu clandestinely conspired to seek an opportunity to destroy the weapon, restoring peace to the world. Half an hour later, Zhong Nuo suddenly sensed a surge of killing intent behind him. Turning around, he beheld the moonlight illuminating the palace grounds, where a figure approached him with deliberate, authoritative steps. Though masked in a black veil and clad in an inky cloak, the demeanor exuded an air of dominance and supremacy. In his grasp, he dragged another person, leaving a gruesome trail of blood in his wake. Zhong Nuo quietly harnessed his internal energy, feeling it circulate through his body. The man hurled the individual he held towards Zhong Nuo. Blood arced through the air, falling like ink upon the ground, painting a chilling tableau beneath the moonlight. As Zhong Nuo caught the fallen figure, he was struck with horror to discover it was Bai Yu, his chest a gruesome mess, bones visible through the flesh. Though Bai Yu had not reached his peak, he was certainly a formidable expert. How could he have suffered such a devastating defeat? In that fleeting moment of shock, the assailant had already closed in. Zhong Nuo instinctively leaped backward. A long sword erupted from beneath the assailant, aimed directly at Bai Yu. Just as the blade was set to pierce through both Bai Yu and Zhong Nuo, Bai Yu summoned every ounce of strength to grasp the sword's tip. Though this act cost him the tips of his 10 fingers and pierced his abdomen, it halted the blade's advance. In the aftermath, Zhong Nuo landed, pressing on Bai Yu's acupoint in a desperate attempt to stem the bleeding and revive him, only to find that Bai Yu had already succumbed. Overwhelmed with sorrow and fury, Zhong Nuo's eyes turned bloodshot as he gritted his teeth and demanded, "Who are you?" The man replied, "I never imagined the foremost young master of the Jianghu to be so feeble. If you are this weak, my journey here has been for naught." With that, the assailant lunged forward once more. Zhong Nuo set Bai Yu down and rushed to confront him. The two clashed, the sound of their conflict reverberating like thunder amidst a tempest, their internal energies clashing with ferocity. Chapter 5. Righteousness and Evil 10 Days Hence. Xia Yi and his companions approached Lulan under the summer night sky. Xia Yi was engaged in playful antics with a gray wolf. Despite Luo's repeated warnings that the wolf was not playing but hunting, yet Xia Yi always retorted, "If it hadn't awakened me with its bite, I would have perished beneath the sands left by that tempest. The debt of salvation ought not to be forgotten, even if it desires to consume me. Watermelon, watermelon. Come, come." Summer Night teases the wolf with a piece of dried meat. Regarding this peculiar name, Summer Night explains that, akin to the scorching desert, what I yearn for the most is a sweet and refreshing watermelon. It arrived just when I needed it, much like a watermelon in the desert. And Luo jestingly remarked that the name suggests you wish to devour it as well. The silhouette of Lulan has begun to emerge before the crowd. Yet, it appears there is one more person before Lulan. Upon approaching, Summer Night's group discovers a dehydrated individual collapsed in the yellow sands. Upon turning them over, they are found to be covered in wounds, their garments stained a deep red with blood, their visage devoid of color. After consuming a bag of water, the person slightly regains consciousness. "Observing your appearance, it seems you have escaped from the city. What transpired there?" Luo inquired. The individual's eyes widened in terror, and with a hoarse whisper, they managed to utter 2 words that sent a chill through the crowd under the scorching sun: cannibalism. Upon arriving in the city, it was utterly deserted. Suddenly, the watermelon dashed in front of Summer Night, glaring fiercely ahead and roaring. A scream echoed through the alley. Subsequently, a person burst from the alley, collapsing to the ground, their backs seeping with fresh blood. The watermelon, exhilarated by the scent of blood, turned and lunged towards Summer Night. Summer Night bent down, placing a finger on the watermelon's brow, pressing it to the ground. "Be good, do not cause a ruckus." Then, 2 individuals rushed from the alley, shouting, "Stop the bleeding! Stop the bleeding!" They hastened to the injured person, applying pressure to the wounds and wrapping them in coarse cloth. Summer Night hurried over and inquired, "What happened here?" Only then did the two individuals notice Summer Night and angrily retorted, "This is ours. Get lost." Summer Night was taken aback, recalling the words of the person outside the city. One of them lifted the injured individual, while the other continued to scoop the blood from the ground with their hands. Wasteful, wasteful. They then carried the injured person back into the alley. Luo sighed, observing, "It seems they have run out of food and water, resulting in this hellish scene." The watermelon darted to Summer Night's side, pacing back and forth on the ground as if searching for something. It was then that Summer Night noticed the blood on the ground had vanished without a trace. At this moment, a multitude of individuals surged from the alleys in all directions. These people bore large blades, presumably members of the dominant blade sect. Without uttering a word, they charged forth to attack. Luo hurriedly shielded their head and retreated into the caravan, shouting, "Do not kill us. We will give you all our goods." Summer Night and the guards encircled the caravan, engaging in battle with the members of the dominant blade sect. The watermelon, perceiving someone attacking Summer Night, lunged forward and viciously tore into the assailant's abdomen. Summer Night rejoiced, "Ha ha, watermelon, you have come to rescue me." At this moment, the watermelon regarded the surrounding individuals as foes vying for food, plunging into the throng to attack. Summer Night, dodging swords and blades, hurled flying needles to deflect the strikes aimed at the watermelon. One person and one dog, evading and attacking, navigated through the crowd with fervor. Summer Night began to shout, "There's water! There's water!" Before long, even more individuals surged from the streets. The renowned Jian Pavilion, the Unification Sect, the Heavenly Net Sect, the 12 caves of Xianxi, and the 37 villages of Bailing each sent their disciples, drawn by the commotion, to contend for control over the water rights. Amidst the chaos, the burdens on Xia and his guards were considerably alleviated. Anluo hastily urged the merchant convoy to seize the opportunity to escape. Xia shouted, "Do not move," and rushed to Anluo's side, warning that if they attempted to flee, they would be beset by a mob. The merchant convoy, caught in a panic, began to echo Xia's cries of water. Water! Suddenly, a disciple of the Heavenly Net sect lunged at the shout, piercing the speaker with a sword and silencing him. Xia called out to the crowd, "Do not shout." Upon hearing his command, the throng fell silent, save for a persistent barking from Shigua. Xia dashed over to Shigua, pushing aside blades and admonishing, "You must remain quiet as well." He tossed Shigua to the head guard and then resumed his loud cries, "Water! Water!" Consequently, he became the target of hostility, assailed by the nefarious factions. Xia executed a remarkable display of agility, moving like smoke and mist, evading capture effortlessly. As he anticipated, in mere moments, a new group surged forth from the distance. The righteous factions, the Righteous Alliance, Wudong, Shaolin, Amei, Kongtong, Guyuan Tower, Sin-Yi Sect, and Wendaoj, had arrived. Just as the two factions were about to clash, a formidable object plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the thoroughfare with a deafening roar, enveloping the area in dust and debris. "Stop!" A deep, resonant voice thundered through the streets. As the dust settled, a figure emerged. Standing resolute in the middle of the road, it was Zhong Nuo. He beckoned to Xia and his companions. Naturally, the malevolent factions were indignant, some daring to advance. Zhong Nuo brandished his sword with a steely gaze, challenging, "Who dares to move?" The nefarious crowd exchanged glances, none daring to take a step forward. The merchant convoy and guards, nursing their wounds, cautiously made their way past Zhong Nuo, each expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, noble hero." Once the crowd had reached the side of the righteous faction, Zhong Nuo addressed Anluo, "You must be the head of this operation. This cargo is on me." He then tossed a pouch of coins to Anluo. Without even opening it, Anluo accepted it, saying, "Thank you for saving my life." Zhong Nuo turned to the malevolent factions, stating, "This cargo is to be divided equally among you. Should anyone disagree, come find me." He led them to a small building in the west of the city, where Xia observed around 180 individuals slumped in the main hall, all in disarray. The reinforcements returned to the small building, and the hall quickly became overcrowded. Anluo instructed the merchant convoy to rest outside on the street. Xia then provided several pounds of dried meat and a bag of fresh water to Shigua, ensuring it stayed close by. With its thirst quenched and belly full, Shigua settled down, no longer frolicking around Xia. "What transpired?" Xia inquired, leaning against a pillar. Zhong Nuo gasped for breath, appearing to have merely held on until now. 10 days ago, I engaged in a fierce battle with someone. When the others rushed to aid me, they were caught in the aftermath of that fight, and the water supply was destroyed. Since then, We have been reduced to drinking morning dew, while the nefarious factions have resorted to blood in its place. Now they gather near the city gates, hunting for those attempting to escape from Lulan. Anloa promptly summoned a dozen servants to distribute wine and water to everyone, inciting great joy among the crowd. Zhongnua took a water pouch, ready to drink. On a summer night, inquiries were made regarding the price set by the esteemed proprietor, Luo. With a dismissive wave and a smile, remarked that saving a life outweighs the construction of a 7-story pagoda. Such virtue cannot be compared to mere material possessions. Turning to Luo, Xia Yi held a blackened silver needle in one hand and a water pouch obtained from Zhongnua in the other. The crowd gasped in shock, hastily expelling their drinks as they braced themselves, weapons drawn. Indeed, Xia Yi, the one who vanquished the 7 Stars Death Gate, had arrived. Where have I raised your suspicions, young brother? And Luo maintained his affable demeanor throughout. As a merchant, would I divulge the secrets of commerce so readily? As a Sogdian, how could I be unaware of the western route, leaving me vulnerable to sandstorms? Moreover, throughout our journey, and has exhibited remarkable acumen. Upon encountering those outside the city, how could he not anticipate an ambush? Xia Yi regarded Luo with a sense of triumph. Although he remained uncertain of An's true nature, identity, or intentions, the water appeared to have been deliberately compromised, suggesting sinister motives. While he was tempted to further explore An's schemes, the matter at hand was one of life and death for many, compelling him to desist. And Luo chuckled heartily, stating that he had no desire to be adversarial, wishing to avoid mutual destruction. His initial plan was to navigate the situation with cunning, yet it had inadvertently unraveled. It seems we must part ways here. When we meet again, I hope you will not strike too harshly. With a flourish of his sleeve, Luo launched 10 flying knives before leaping from the small building. Xia Yi, employing his skill of cloud gathering and star plucking, evaded the blades with grace, returning them one by one, and swiftly pursued Luo. However, upon reaching the street, had vanished, and the caravan of merchants and over 100 guards lay slain. Xia Yi bent down to inspect them, noting that each bore a fatal wound to the throat, none surviving. Even the captain of the guards had been caught unawares, his eyes wide open, with a gaping wound exposing bone. What remarkable skill! I failed to perceive it. This assassination technique must belong to an organization, judging by the prowess displayed. It could only be from the celestial rank. Truly, a lingering specter. Xia Yi felt an oddity creeping in, glancing around. All the wounds were deep enough to reveal bone. The bodies drenched in blood, yet the ground was devoid of any crimson hue. Inquiring with the people in the small building, they claimed ignorance, as if the ancient city itself thrived on blood. Upon pouring the tainted water onto the ground, it took a moment to seep into the earth, leaving only a damp residue. It appeared that these creatures thrived solely on blood, eschewing water altogether. Xia Yi's curiosity was piqued. Fortunately, among the group was the renowned healer Hua Yu, who might attempt to neutralize the poison in the water. Suddenly recalling something, Xia Yi hurriedly asked Zhongnua if he knew the identity of the individual he had battled that night. Zhongnua replied, I do not know. However, the person was robust, exuding an extraordinary presence, and his skills matched my own. He wore a dark cloak and wielded a red-patterned black sword. Hearing this, Xia Yi broke into a cold sweat, awkwardly laughing. Ah, it turns out it was him. Zhongnua, puzzled, inquired, do you know this person? Xia Yi replied, he is the illegitimate son of the former leader of the September Tower, the foremost of the celestial rank, the Dark Star, Emoting. Subsequently, he contemplated, suspecting that the Jiyue Tower would dispatch someone, and he anticipated either the Elder or the Murmuring One to arrive. To his astonishment, it was he. This has truly escalated. Zhongnua sighed. Indeed, the 7 Stars Dead Gate has vanished from the martial world. Among the sinister factions, only the Jiyue Tower wields the greatest influence. However, as an assassination organization, the Jiyue Tower operates in secrecy, and those in the martial realm are generally unaware of its workings. How does the young brother possess such profound knowledge? What did that individual mean when he claimed the 7 Stars Dead Gate fell at your hands? With a shift in tone, Zhongnua inquired, might the leader of the Zhong clan share the details of that night? At that moment, a voice at the entrance interrupted. And what of the young hero by Xia from the Bai family? Summer Night turned to see a figure leaning against the door, clad in disheveled white garments. Hair and beard in disarray, yet still recognizable as the Wudong Taoist Lingyun. Please, follow me, Lingyun beckoned as he stepped outside. Summer Night, puzzled, glanced back at Zhongnua, who bore a look of profound sorrow, and thus followed Lingyun. The two ascended to the rooftop of a small building. Summer Night followed Lingyun's gesture and gazed towards the center of the royal city, where a cluster of tall buildings, encircled by walls several zhang high, stood magnificently despite the ravages of time. Yet, the southern section of the wall bore a significant breach, and beneath it lay an open space, once the palace gates, where they had engaged in combat. By the time we arrived, Bai had already perished. Ling Yun spoke solemnly, his tone laden with regret. Chapter 6. The Interconnected Trap. Bai actually. Summer Night was taken aback. The head of the Bai family, Bai, renowned as the foremost young master in the martial world for the past 3 centuries, was unmatched in agility and intellect. Few could rival his prowess. And Summer Night himself acknowledged his own inability to compare. Ling Yun continued slowly. Afterward, the leader of the Zhong clan engaged him in battle, indeed a sight to behold. Within a few zhong, the two were enveloped in internal energy, preventing anyone from approaching. After 300 exchanges, that Mo Ting directed his attack towards us. We focused on self-preservation, unaware his true target was the water pouch. He then retreated into the palace and did not reappear. Summer Night then inquired about the events leading up to their entry into the city, seeking clarity. Ling Yun observed Summer Night fiddling with the stones on the ground and remarked, "And Luo once mentioned that the 7 stars dead gate fell at your hands. Given the current situation, do you have a strategy to break the deadlock?" After a moment, Summer Night turned to Ling Yun and replied, "That depends on how you perceive the divine weapon, Taoist Ling Yun." Ling Yun responded, "The 7 stars dead gate has become a thing of the past. The influence of the demon extinguishing Taoist has already taken shape, and there is no need for this divine weapon to bolster it. If this divine weapon were to emerge, it would only invite further turmoil." Standing up, Summer Night said, "Then I must entrust you, Taoist Ling Yun, to help me enact a performance." Ling Yun, perplexed, asked, "A performance?" At dusk, the clouds resembled a shy maiden, the setting sun casting its golden rays upon the sea of sand. Outside the palace, the two arrived at a square beyond the city walls. It was Summer Night and Ling Yun. "The antidote is here," Summer Night proclaimed, raising the water pouch high and calling out to the sky. The square was met only by the evening breeze. Summer Night pointed at Ling Yun. "You may send someone to test it. Let us see if Taoist Ling Yun is still parched." Yet, no one responded. Ling Yun remarked, "It seems they will not believe us." On a sultry summer night, Xia Yi declared, "We can only respond to whatever comes our way." The two proceeded towards the palace. Suddenly, Xia Yi bent down to inspect something. Ling Yun inquired, "What is amiss?" Xia Yi replied, "There is something on the ground. The front area contains insect-attracting powder, while the rear harbors butterfly dance powder. As we passed through, our feet must have collected both. And now they have mingled to create the venomous concoction known as the Chai Pen In of Xiangxi's 12 caves. Around them, numerous poisonous creatures began to appear, snakes, scorpions, insects, and ants, densely packed. They found themselves ensnared in a veritable cauldron of venom. A fragrant aroma gradually wafted through the air, causing them to feel as though the world had turned upside down, with a riot of flowers before their eyes. "It's the reminiscence of the Tian Luo sect," Ling Yun exclaimed. "Breathe in," Xia Yi commanded, swiftly capturing a snake and partaking of its blood. Soon, they regained their composure. Ling Yun realized, indeed, they seek to disorient us, yet cannot affect these venomous creatures. They must have been pre-fed an antidote. "You are quite astute, Xia. Xia Yi responded. "But this is merely the beginning." The two harnessed their internal energy to shield themselves. At that moment, a crowd surged from the alleyways. Upon closer inspection, Xia Yi discerned that they were indeed members of the evil faction, their eyes gleaming red, howling in rage like wild beasts. Xia, something is amiss," Ling Yun cautioned. Xia Yi scrutinized further and confirmed that the crowd exhibited no fear of the venomous creatures, trampling forward recklessly. The venomous beings, indiscriminate in their aggression, stung and bit at the throng. Hundreds of frenzied individuals battled countless poisonous creatures in a terrifying and bizarre spectacle. "So it is," Xia Yi mused. "The water poison renders individuals devoid of reason, transforming them into bloodthirsty monsters. Perhaps it was the snake's blood that incited this frenzy. No wonder no one responded earlier. It seems that manager anticipated my use of the antidote and this strategy." While engaging the enemies, Ling Yun asked, "What should we do now, Xia? Run." Xia Yi replied. He then leaped into the air, stepping atop the heads and shoulders of the crowd as he ascended toward the palace walls. Ling Yun adeptly followed suit. Although the poison had robbed the evil faction of their rationality, thwarting Xia Yi's strategy, it rendered their attacks chaotic and beastly, significantly diminishing their threat. Upon reaching the palace walls, Xia Yi hurled an assailant towards the palace entrance. Upon landing, the sound of machinery erupted, and from the crumbling sides of the palace wall, countless concealed weapons shot forth, engulfing the unfortunate individual. Xia Yi tossed several more into the path of the traps. He then employed the same tactic, throwing individuals into the inner courtyard. The same cacophony of machinery echoed within, shredding those unfortunate souls to pieces. Countless concealed weapons fired from all directions, leaving no escape for those in the courtyard. Xia Yi and Ling Yun continued to launch individuals toward the courtyard, forging a path. They pressed on until they reached the exterior of the royal palace hall. Xia Yi delivered a powerful kick to the hall's door. Though it was constructed of thick, heavy wood, years of weathering had rendered it rotten, causing it to splinter into fragments upon impact, with wood shavings and dust swirling in the air. The crowd surged relentlessly, seemingly endless. Ling Yun stood resolutely at the door, valiantly holding his ground. Meanwhile, Xia Yi rummaged through the hall, using flying needles to repel enemies attempting to enter through the small windows. Have you not yet found it, Xia Xiao Xia? Ling Yun was already battered and exhausted. Zhong Nuo mentioned that Mo Ting had come from the Great Hall that night, and the divine weapon must be hidden here. Xia Yi was equally anxious. Suddenly, Zhong Nuo exclaimed, from the back window. Xia Yi hurriedly shouted to Ling Yun. Ling Yun retreated, and they both climbed out through the back window. Not here. Ling Yun leaned against the wall, gasping heavily. Xia Yi replied that Mo Ting had deliberately allowed Zhong Nuo to see him come from the Great Hall that night. Another trap, indeed troublesome. Ling Yun inquired about the location. Xia Yi leaped onto the eaves of the Great Hall, scanning the palace city intently. Amidst the foul stench, a faint floral aroma wafted in. Qi Luo Wanmeng, Xia Yi murmured. To the southeast. He leaped in that direction, with Ling Yun following closely. Ling Yun questioned why it was to the southeast. Xia Yi responded that there was a wisp of floral fragrance in the air, a scent that belonged to only one person. Who? Ling Yun asked. By you, Xia Yi replied. The two arrived beside an ancient, simple building, which had only a decayed door and no windows or sides. Just as Ling Yun intended to enter, Xia Yi halted him with a hand. Why? Ling Yun was perplexed. Xia Yi explained, why has this scent not been erased by Mo Ting? Since it is left by Bai Yu, it must be accurate. Yet, Mo Ting must have laid another trap. Ling Yun urged that they were about to be pursued and needed to decide quickly. After listening for a moment, Xia Yi remarked on the eerie silence. What are you listening for? It's too quiet, Ling Yun noted. Exactly. Where have they gone? Suddenly, Xia Yi struck Ling Yun with a palm, thanking him for his escort. But the divine weapon can only belong to one person. Ling Yun was sent flying, his expression one of shock, as he collapsed to the ground unconscious. Xia Yi pushed the door open, and a flying sword shot out. Xia Yi was propelled away by the sword, falling to the ground, motionless. Moments later, a dozen individuals emerged from all directions. It was the members of the Tang sect, led by Tang Shang. We must thank you, Tang Shang said triumphantly to the fallen Xia Yi. The group then entered the ancient building, and soon after, screams echoed from within. Xia Yi cautiously rose, and, ensuring no one was around, discarded the flying sword and approached Ling Yun to unlock his acupoints. Ling Yun, still a bit dazed, asked, Xia, what happened? Xia Yi smiled. This time, it seems we are indeed surrounded by experts. There are those who exceeded my expectations. Yet, by a twist of fate, they have unwittingly aided us. Now that the remnants of the evil faction have been cleared, and they have explored the path ahead, we need not panic. At that moment, a figure was seen strolling through the pile of corpses in the square outside the city. The figure licked the blood from a corpse and spat it out, continuing to saunter towards the palace city. Xia Yi took out an item and ignited it. A long howl reverberated through the night sky, bursting into brilliant fireworks. From a distant rooftop, someone responded and hurried towards the palace city. Subsequently, Xia Yi lit a torch and assisted Ling Yun into the ancient building. At the center of the ancient building lay an ancient coffin, which was now open, revealing a hidden passage. The passage within was dreadfully desolate. A multitude of individuals met their demise through hidden mechanisms, some poisoned, others beheaded or crushed, their fates varied. They all lay as desiccated corpses, devoid of any trace of blood. After traversing approximately a mile, a flicker of firelight emerged. A figure rushed towards them. It was Tang Shang. Upon seeing that both Xia Yi and Ling Yun still drew breath, Tang Shang was consumed with rage. Xia Yi, how could you deceive me? He seethed, gritting his teeth as he lunged towards Xia Yi. However, he collapsed just a step away. Xia Yi knelt to inspect him, discovering a grievous wound on his back. It appeared that Luo was just ahead. As the two approached the source of the light, clarity dawned upon them. The chamber was illuminated and spacious, stretching over several dozen zhang. Before them stood an ancient and ornate colossal door, towering several zhang high. The door was adorned with a relief of a mythical beast, soaring through the clouds, gazing down upon the earthly realm. Before the grand entrance stood two figures, Mo Ting and Enluo. Enluo drew a dagger across his palm, offering it to Mo Ting, inviting him to proceed first while he reminisced with his younger brother. Mo Ting plunged the dagger into the beast's brow. Enluo's blood seeped into the colossal door, causing the creature's eyes to slowly close. With a resounding rumble, the great door swung open. Through the gap, a massive sword could be seen suspended in midair, its spine engraved with peculiar inscriptions and adorned with exquisite patterns, radiating dazzling brilliance. That must be the divine weapon, Xia Yi inquired. Enluo replied, a gentleman does not covet another's glory. This item is not destined for you, my younger brother. Do not dwell on it further. Xia Yi remarked, it appears that your blood serves as the key to this ancient door, indicating a deep connection between you and this place. Enluo retrieved a fan and began to wave it, saying, it is a long story. Before he could finish, a figure burst forth from a hidden passage, swift as lightning, and in an instant, stood before Enluo. Mo Ting seized Enluo by the collar of his ornate attire, pulling him into the stone door. The long sword ascended, reminiscent of the moon and the dawn. It was then that Enluo recognized the intruder, Zhong Nuo. Zhong Nuo, Enluo exclaimed, as his right hand flew into the air alongside his Jiuzhou mountain river fan, crimson blood splattering like ink across the landscape. 2 hours earlier, within a small building, the group was resting, with Xia Yi and Ling Yun yet to return. Suddenly, a figure stormed through the main entrance, heading directly for Huashini. Zhong Nuo intercepted the intruder with his sword. Enluo, such reckless audacity shows a grave underestimation of us, Zhong Nuo declared. The others drew their weapons, growing vigilant. Yet, unexpectedly, another cloaked figure leaped in through the rear window, catching everyone off guard, and seized Huashini. Enluo fumed, infuriating, and began to retreat. Zhong Nuo leaped out of the rear window, pursuing closely behind. Outside, the voices of Xia Yi and Ling Yun rang out. Thief! Do not flee. What has happened? It must be that someone from the evil sect, afflicted by water poison, has come here to seize Huashini before Enluo could. Fear not, with those three present, it should be sufficient to rescue Huashini. The group thought as much, remaining still. A mile away, Zhong Nuo and Huashini looked at the black-clad figure, who bore the voices of Xia Yi and Ling Yun, utterly perplexed. What is the meaning of this? Huashini questioned, gazing at the unmasked Xia Yi and the unrobed Ling Yun. Ling Yun replied, I implore you, young hero Xia, to elucidate the doubts we harbor. Chapter 7. The demise of the Tian Shu star. Xia Yi inquired of the divine physician Hua, pray tell, when might there be a remedy for this water poison? Hua Yi responded, if one were to follow the conventional and cautious approach, one would need to ascertain the nature of the poison, concoct an antidote, test it, which could take a minimum of 3 to 5 days, and potentially longer. Xia Yi continued, what if someone has already ingested the antidote? Hua Yi replied, then the blood of that individual may hold the key to neutralizing the poison. Zhong Nuo asked, young brother, if you have any thoughts, please feel free to express them. Xia Yi stated, I have known Enluo for half a month and believe I understand him somewhat. He is cunning and deeply calculating. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not dare take risks. He would not leave an antidote for us to possibly counter the water poison, nor would he expose himself to the risk of poisoning. Ling Yun suddenly grasped the situation, so it is most likely that he has already consumed the antidote himself. Xia Yi affirmed, precisely. Zhong Nuo remarked, it seems young brother has devised a plan. Please share it. Xia Yi proceeded to analyze the circumstances. 10 days prior, the head of the Bai family deceived everyone into believing there would be a celestial event tonight, followed by the emergence of a divine weapon. Hua Yu exclaimed, is it false? Ling Yun interjected, do not interrupt. Xia Yi began to outline the strategy. Thus, both righteous and wicked forces will likely engage in a final battle tonight. At this moment, the wicked have likely consumed the poisoned water under the control of Enluo. They will undoubtedly set an ambush within the palace, waiting for us to walk into their trap. Therefore, it is imperative to prevent everyone from marching toward their doom. I entrust this task to you, divine physician Hua. Simply render them unconscious and relocate them elsewhere. After that, please await the return of Taoist Ling. If the three of us do not return by the initial hour of the rabbit, awaken the others and hasten our departure. Hua Yu replied, understood. Xia Yi turned to Ling Yun. I consider myself agile and deem it not difficult to extricate myself. Hence, I shall attempt to dismantle the trap, clearing the path for everyone. However, I request Taoist Ling to accompany me tonight. If negotiation is possible, all the better. If not, we shall not linger but rather push forward, seeking to obtain Enluo's blood. Once acquired, please deliver it swiftly to divine physician Hua to counter the water poison and awaken the others. Once they recover, I shall ask them to rally for battle. Ling Yin responded, it is my duty. Zhong Nuo inquired, what am my role? Xia Yi stated, Leader Zhong is of utmost importance. Among us, only you can stand against Mo Ting, thus you must remain unharmed until that moment. Furthermore, Luo's agility rivals my own, and it will not be an easy task for the two of us to procure his blood in Mo Ting's presence. At that time, please await my signal from a distance. Once the path is clear, I shall use fireworks as a sign to summon you. Upon encountering Luo, please launch a surprise attack to procure the blood. Zhong Nuo asked, what are the odds of success? Xia Yi replied, 70%. In truth, I estimate only 20%. However, it seems Mo Ting has been waiting for Luo. Now that Luo is here, if we do not act swiftly, the divine weapon could fall into their hands. We have no time to hesitate. Zhong Nuo queried, to face 100 with 2? Xia Yi responded, the numbers can be a hindrance. Fewer individuals allow for greater maneuverability. We shall evoke the trap, but not engage in prolonged conflict. Why, you asked? Yet we are all nearly dehydrated. How can we fight? On a summer night, Xia Yi remarked, what if the caravan dozen camels? Though their throats have been slit by Luo, and the majority of their blood absorbed by this monstrous city, what remains is sufficient for the three of you to partake. The trio exchanged contemplative glances, and after a moment, Zhong Nuo stated, we cannot conceive of a better solution. Very well, let us proceed accordingly. Thus, apart from Tang Shang discovering Hua Yu's deceit, which ultimately led to the downfall of the Tang clan, all was encompassed within Xia Yi's scheme. Xia Yi silently thanked his fortune. Ling Yun seized Luo's right hand and swiftly retreated into the secret passage. At that moment, the main gate had fully opened, revealing divine weapons gleaming with a celestial radiance, exuding an aura of majesty as if gods themselves had descended upon the earth. A cunning strategy, indeed. How despicable, Xia little brother, and Luo remarked, clutching his wound, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, eyes filled with a sinister chill. Xia Yi responded, I have never claimed to be a gentleman. And Luo scoffed, humph. Using my blood to counteract the poison of the water, in the end, it remains the consumption of human blood. What righteousness is there, but a mere distinction between the righteous and the wicked? They are nothing more than a motley crew ensnared by their own pompous rituals. Upon hearing this, Xia Yi felt a sense of reassurance. And Luo, regardless of the time, always bore an approachable demeanor, his true intentions shrouded in mystery. Now that the truth was unveiled, it appeared he had reached a dead end, with no further recourse. Xia Yi withdrew a flying needle and swiftly shot it towards the side. The needle embedded itself into the wall. A foreboding realization struck Xia Yi, given their previous journey. They must now be 20 fathoms deep underground. The stone was made of blue stone, hard yet brittle. This stone chamber could not withstand a battle between the two. Should it collapse, none would escape unscathed. A swift resolution was imperative. Moreover, the chamber was permeated with a foul, sanguine odor, far more potent than the blood-soaked mountains outside. With both hands raised, countless flying needles were unleashed towards Mo Ting. Mo Ting tossed Luo to a corner of the sword chamber, his cloak swirling around him, deflecting every needle. Zhong Nuo and Xia Yi launched an assault together. Zhong Nuo drew his sword, channeling his energy, the blade slicing through the air towards Mo Ting's face. Mo Ting transformed into a swirling black mist, causing Zhong Nuo to strike nothing but air. The mist coalesced, and Mo Ting confronted Xia Yi. Remarkably, Xia Yi had split into 3, executing his technique of plucking clouds and stars, targeting 3 vital points of Mo Ting simultaneously. Mo Ting extended his right hand, seizing Xia Yi, while the other 2 Xia Yis dissipated into smoke. To gather energy in manifest form? That is but a little trick I taught you, Mo Ting remarked. Xia Yi felt the grip around his neck tightening, making it increasingly difficult to breathe, yet he retorted, you have grasped the wrong person. Mo Ting turned, and the divine sword was now in Zhong Nuo's possession, its brilliance contained yet sharp as frost. He is merely a brawny fool devoid of finesse. Retrieving the sword from him would be a mere trifle. Yet you, full of cunning, instill a profound sense of caution in me. Mo Ting observed Zhong Nuo while addressing Xia Yi. Zhong Nuo replied, to receive praise from the young master is an honor beyond measure. In Mo Ting's eyes, the figures of Zhong Nuo and Xia Yi twisted and morphed, until the one in hand was revealed to be Zhong Nuo, while the sword wielder transformed into Xia Yi. Zhong Nuo delivered a powerful strike to Mo Ting's abdomen, forcing him back, before soaring to Xia Yi's side. Xia Yi lifted his 2 swords, asking, shall I choose one? Zhong Nuo reclaimed his sword, I still prefer my own. Mo Ting chuckled, the chaotic world of mortals? It seems you have frequented the forbidden grounds quite a bit. Surprisingly, I too have been deceived. Upon returning to the summer night, the young master was aware of my restless nature. In such an entertaining locale, how could I possibly miss out? At that moment, Zhong Nuo noticed that beneath the divine sword, there lay a blood pool over a yard deep. The blood was murky and viscous, exuding an unbearable stench, yet it remained still, akin to glass or stone. It seems this is the source of the foul odor. The divine sword thrives on this foul substance. Zhong Nuo gazed at the blood pool, while suddenly, Xia Yi collapsed, coughing up blood incessantly. Zhong Nuo hurriedly bent down, inquiring, "What troubles you, young brother Xia?" Xia Yi managed a bitter smile. "It must be the black mist from earlier. I was too hasty, careless." Without pause, he produced a vial, stating, "Now we both hold our cards. However, this space is too confined, and you saw the potency of Xia Yi's earlier strike. We cannot afford a confrontation here. I shall await you above." With that, Mo Ting turned and vanished into the dark passageway. Zhong Nuo supported Xia Yi and pursued closely behind. The dark passage soon reached its terminus, yet instead of encountering Mo Ting, they were met by a watermelon. Both Zhong Nuo and Xia Yi were perplexed. Where has Mo Ting gone? Zhong Nuo helped Xia Yi to rest beneath the city wall, while the watermelon circled them, wagging its tail eagerly. "Do you know how to counteract this poison?" Zhong Nuo asked. Xia Yi sighed. "If he can wield it, then it is certainly beyond my knowledge." As he spoke, he coughed up blood onto the divine sword. In an instant, the sword emitted a flash of white light, transforming the blood into a whiff of rancid air. Xia Yi was startled and, after a few experimental swings of the sword, placed it across his lap, deep in thought. Zhong Nuo, sensing something amiss with Xia Yi, inquired, "What is wrong with the sword?" Xia Yi replied, "This sword has lost its spirit. It seems like an ordinary weapon." For a moment, he pondered in vain as the poison took its toll, fatigue creeping in, rendering him unable to focus. The watermelon bit down on Xia Yi's forearm. Zhong Nuo quickly pulled the watermelon back, exclaiming, "It's poisonous." He then attempted to make the watermelon expel the toxic blood. Though the bite caused Xia Yi pain, it jolted him awake, dispelling his weariness. In that instant, he suddenly realized something. Everything had gone too smoothly tonight. And Luo, accustomed to self-preservation, would never sacrifice himself for another. When the divine weapon first appeared, it radiated divine essence, yet the blood pool beneath was utterly vile. Moreover, the sword had just dispelled the toxic blood. How could it be nourished by such filth? Since entering the city, countless lives had been drained by this place. Could it be unrelated to the blood pool? The blood pool is the key. We must return. We cannot allow those two to encounter that blood pool. Xia Yi urgently urged Zhong Nuo. Within the sword chamber, the stone door mechanism was triggered, slowly closing. And Luo, having stopped the bleeding by sealing the wound, crudely bandaged the severed palm, and as he gazed around the now empty chamber, he burst into laughter, wild and liberating. He then gradually approached the blood pool, murmuring in the ancient language of the fire Luo, recalling the ancient scroll The History of the Sogdian Kings, Volume 9, The Chronicles of King Yicheng Anshi. It spoke of the secret arts of the kingdom of Lulan, which claimed one could attain the Tao. The king of Lulan revered this, summoning artisans to employ the secret methods to draw the blood of the masses, inciting the wrath of the heavens. King Yicheng, in alliance with 5 others, waged war against them. Lulan was destroyed, and the king perished. Together, they forged a sword, sealed within Kunling, to eternally suppress the malevolent spirits. The blood pool, devoid of the divine sword's guardianship, now seethes and churns as if it were a living entity. At times, it coalesces into the shape of a hand, at others, a visage, instilling a sense of dread. Onluo kneels at the edge of the blood pool, slowly extending his hand, his gaze filled with greedy intoxication. The events of a century past have ultimately culminated in my favor. Ascend. Onluo retrieves an ancient scroll, now that the essence of blood is sufficient. He is ready for the next step. Suddenly, a figure erupts from the blood pool, seizing the scroll with one hand and grasping Onluo by the throat with the other, dragging him away from the pool and forcefully slamming him to the ground. Upon landing, a foot presses down on Onluo's left wrist, rendering him powerless to resist. Onluo gazes at the intruder in disbelief, exclaiming, "I clearly saw you transform." It is none other than the bare-chested and blood-soaked Moting. Moting coldly regards Onluo and states, "When the news of the divine weapon reached Jiyue Tower, I instructed you to discreetly investigate its details to ensure our safety. Yet, within half a month, it became common knowledge in the martial world, forcing me to hastily embark on my journey and leaving me at a disadvantage. Should I not suspect you?" The Tian Shu star, who arrived soon after. Thus, I have remained ever vigilant. From the moment I discerned the disharmony between the divine sword and the blood pool, I understood that the true weight did not lie with the sword. Henceforth, it suffices to act in accordance with your maneuvers. Moding presents the ancient scroll before Onlua, saying, "After you fortuitously acquired this scroll, you distorted its legends to deceive the masses, leading them to this ancient city, where they would clash to the death, offering their lives to this pool of water. To maintain a balance between righteousness and evil and intensify the battle, you even coerced me to confront Zhongnua. Who could stand against me? You merely needed to feign weakness and await the opportune moment. Once someone retrieves that sword, diverting everyone's attention, you would effortlessly monopolize this blood pool. Am I correct in my assumptions?" Onlua's face flushed crimson, his eyes nearly bursting with rage as he retorted, "I never anticipated your scheming." Moding tightened his grip, silencing Onlua, while his other hand perused the ancient scroll. "You shall remain silent. Let me ascertain whether your presence is still required." Fortunately, he had reviewed the Lulan records before his departure and had prepared during his journey. Thus he could decipher the ancient text penned in Tocharian. Upon completion, Moding concealed the scroll and regarded Onlua, declaring, "It seems you have outlived your usefulness. Therefore, you shall perish." Tian Shu star on Fu Hai. With a slight exertion, he crushed On Fu Hai's throat. A sharp crack echoed, and On Fu Hai breathed his last. Chapter 8. Seizing the opportunity in the distance, a cacophony of voices emerged, heralding the arrival of the righteous faction, awakened by Huayu. The crowd traversed the mountain of corpses in the square and passed through the courtyard, arriving at the grand hall. Zhongnua, wielding the divine sword, sat regally upon the throne, gazing down upon them. "Who dares approach? State your name." Zhongnua thrust the sword toward the assembly. A quarter of an hour earlier, the stone door had sealed shut, and a thunderous sound reverberated through the hidden passage. The blood of On Fu Hai, which had recently spilled onto the ground, was now nearly entirely absorbed. They could only await Huayu to conveniently bring forth On Fu Hai's severed hand. Zhongnua approached the stone door, intending to exert his power to break through. However, several more sounds echoed from within the door, this time emanating from the corners. Zhongnua immediately understood that someone within the sword chamber was tampering with the mechanisms of the stone door. Even with the severed hand in hand, it would now be impossible to unlock the stone door. Zhongnua wielded his divine sword and struck the stone door, yet only a few sparks erupted from the impact. The summer night grew increasingly oppressive, a haze of drowsiness enveloping them. Though the purpose of the blood pool remained a mystery, the act of sealing the stone door indicated their confidence in their ability to emerge stronger. It seemed that the blood pool was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Yet it also suggested they required more time. He wished to avoid any disturbances, needing to interrupt their progress before they achieved success. Though Zhongnua was momentarily at a loss, he urged Xia Yi, "Little brother, hold on just a moment longer. The divine physician, Hua, must be on the way." Xia Yi replied, "From here on, I must rely on you, Leader Zhong. Sister Bai Yu entrusted her aspirations to you for a reason. When you find yourself at a loss, remember her words." Zhongnua was taken aback. "How do you know this?" But when he turned to Xia Yi, he found him already in a deep slumber. Zhongnua carried Xia Yi back to the ancient house, his mind a tumult of confusion. Watermelons circled the unconscious Xia Yi, restless and agitated. At that moment, a waft of floral fragrance reached him. Was it Qi Luo's dream? Zhongnua's thoughts began to settle, as memories of the past unfolded before him. Among the few sages stood many commoners. Rather than seeking perfection, it was better to go with the flow. Gazing at the ground, an idea suddenly struck him. He calculated the positions of the secret passage and the sword chamber, discovering that the sword chamber lay directly beneath the grand hall. The descent from the secret passage was 20 zhang, and the sword chamber soared over 10 zhang high, with only a few zhang separating the grand hall from the sword chamber. If opening the stone door was impossible, perhaps he could tunnel directly from below. However, the sword chamber was forged from blue stone. If the intervening distance was all blue stone, it would be a formidable task for Zhongnua alone. 10 days prior, he had battled Mo Ting, demolishing the palace walls with their combined strength. Now, the second party was on their way. Although the others were far weaker than him, should they join forces, he might still be defeated. This was the essence of the second party. Now, he simply needed to rally everyone to exert their full strength, together demolishing the blue stone beneath them. But how to motivate them? Past experiences had taught Zhongnua that appeals to public spirit and righteousness were both time-consuming and ineffective. There would always be those who held back, waiting to seize an opportunity. Go with the flow, Zhongnua murmured to himself, as clarity began to dawn. To manage them was akin to controlling water. It was better to allow it to flow than to block it. Their desire was merely for the divine weapon, while their fear was of death. Thus, the best course of action was to embrace greed and fear of death. Very well. Let it be so. And what of little brother Xia? Leader Zhong seemed different from before. He appeared to not recognize them. His gestures and words seemed foreign, as if he were someone else. It was the divine sword. He wielded the divine sword. They needed to devise a way to seize it. The crowd lingered at the grand hall entrance, whispering among themselves, each lost in thought. Hua Yu noticed Xia Yi collapsed beside the grand hall, with Watermelon biting his small arm, drawing forth his blood. Hua Yu hurried to Xia Yi's side to take his pulse. This poison was unlike any she had encountered before. Fortunately, the wolf had extracted a significant amount of toxic blood, and he had not yet reached a critical state. As she spoke to herself, Hua Yu produced a fine needle to stem the poison's advance, not forgetting to administer a few pricks to Watermelon as well. Out of the corner of his eye, Zhong Nua saw Xia Yi receiving treatment and felt a measure of relief, silently thinking, "It seems there is still hope. Young Xia, endure but a moment longer." As several individuals witnessed the divine weapon before them, they leaped forth, brandishing long sabers and short swords aimed directly at Zhong Nua. With unwavering composure, Zhong Nua declared, "Those who covet the divine weapon shall perish." He then raised his sword overhead and struck down fiercely, redirecting the onslaught of his assailants to the ground. The earth was rent asunder by his blow, creating a small crater with fragments flying in all directions. Zhong Nua pivoted, kicking several attackers aside, and proclaimed to the remaining crowd, "Those who offend the Lulan shall die." It seemed as though the leader of the Zhong alliance had been possessed by the spirit of the Lulan king, having lost all semblance of reason. "We are no match for him. We must flee. Indeed, if we lose our lives, the divine weapon would be of no use to us." Fear gripped the crowd, and gradually, some began to escape. Zhong Nua extended his hand, drawing several individuals back through the air. They were hurled back into the great hall, landing in a most pitiable state. Zhong Nua strode toward the remaining crowd, declaring, "Those present here today shall die." The terror among the people intensified. The abbot of Shaolin, Huiyan, gazed intently and solemnly proclaimed, "The righteous path to exorcise evil shall commence today." He then launched an attack with the demon subduing palm. Following closely were Master Du Mia of Amei, Zhang Tingyue, the manager of Guiyuan Tower, and Elder Zhao Sun of Kongtong. Together, they unleashed the three styles of moonlit questions. The myriad rivers returning to the sea, the seven injuries chi. The four assailants converged from all directions, their energies intertwining in a magnificent display. Zhong Nua plunged the divine sword into the ground and met their combined force with his own, disrupting their energies and redirecting them beneath him. With a thunderous roar, the ground was once again struck, this time creating a much deeper pit. As their offensive waned, the four retreated 3 or 4 paces. Zhao Sun could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, Leader Zhong's dragon grass technique is formidable. What shall we do now? We shall engage in a war of attrition." Wearing down his internal strength, Du Mia wielded his sword, employing the 7 absolute cuts of severing illusions, transforming a single strike into 7 energies aimed at Zhong Nua's limbs and torso. Zhong Nua swiftly drew his sword, executing a graceful spin and flicking away the 7 streams of sword energy. Du Mia was similarly cast aside, tumbling several times before coming to a halt. Huiyan followed closely, shedding his cassock to unleash the power of the demon subduing garment. The garment unfurled abruptly, enveloping Zhong Nua. From behind the garment, Huiyan thrust out his finger, directing it towards Zhong Nua. In response, Zhong Nua expelled his left palm, shattering the garment into countless fragments. He then deftly dodged the finger's strike and, with a swift motion, transformed his palm into a reverse grip, seizing Huiyan by the neck and effortlessly tossing him aside. Zhang Tingyue then approached, wielding his knife in a downward strike. The 9th style of the Guiyuan knife, gathering sands to form the sea. Zhong Nua, his left hand's momentum unspent, took a half step back to evade the blade's energy. With his right hand, he reversed his sword, pressing the sword's tang against the knife's spine, forcing it down toward the ground. The Guiyuan knife cleaved into the earth, leaving a scar over a yard long. The divine sword too sank into the ground, leaving only the hilt visible. Zhong Nua lifted his left foot, striking Zhang Tingyue's jaw and sending him flying. At that moment, a sudden surge of murderous intent emanated from behind. With a swift push off his right foot, Zhong Nua flipped into the air. A sharp sword burst forth from the throne, aimed directly at him, severing flesh and bone from his left shoulder as he flipped backward. Zhong Nua recognized the assailant as Ding Sheng, the head of the Ding family of the Righteous Alliance. His gaze was fierce and merciless, his sword strike devoid of restraint. "Despicable scoundrel, die!" Zhong Nuo struggled to contain his fury. Ding Sheng was once his childhood companion. Yet, this blade had not only struck from behind, but was also aimed at his heart. Zhong Nuo descended towards the ground. Ding Sheng's sword was too heavy to withdraw, and at that moment, he found himself beneath Zhong Nuo. With a single step, Zhong Nuo crushed Ding Sheng's 3 vertebrae. Ding Sheng let out a cry of agony, spitting out blood before losing consciousness. Zhong Nuo's heart was heavy with sorrow, yet he had no time to grieve. As he rose, he casually struck down an opponent, wiping away the tears at the corner of his eye with his sleeve to avoid arousing suspicion. Zhou Weiji, the foremost disciple of the Zhengdao Alliance's Zhou family, shouted, "He has been injured. Let us unite our strength and attack him now." The 4 assailants launched a coordinated assault, their inner energies merging into one. Zhong Nuo kicked Ding Sheng aside, drawing strength from the ground as he unleashed the dragon-seizing technique to meet them head-on. The 2 sides clashed, their energies intertwining, resulting in a stalemate. The remaining crowd, sensing an opportunity, began to surround Zhong Nuo from all directions. Those who had intended to flee were now covetous of the divine sword, creating a tight encirclement around him. Those who were a moment too late found themselves unable to intervene, only capable of channeling their inner strength into those within the inner circle. Zhong Nuo executed the 5th form of the dragon-seizing technique, the mixed yuan barrier, creating a wall of energy that resisted the collective force of his opponents. At that moment, over 100 individuals were tightly packed around Zhong Nuo, their diverse energies shimmering like radiant clouds, illuminating the grand hall. Yet, Zhong Nuo began to feel the strain as the barrier grew smaller. Within the confines of the energy wall, he moved his palms, albeit slowly, leaving behind ephemeral afterimages. The collective inner energy of the crowd began to swirl in response to his movements. With a thunderous roar, Zhong Nuo unleashed the 16th form of the dragon-seizing technique, the absolute passage to heaven. He directed all the inner strength within him into the divine sword beneath his feet. The grand hall, standing for centuries, was shattered with the sound of an earth-shattering collapse. The divine sword pierced several feet into the ground, illuminating the entire sword chamber with a thunderous brilliance, and with immense force, obliterated the blood pool. Most of the blood in the pool evaporated, while the remaining splattered outward, staining the majority of the chamber's walls, extinguishing all the torches. On the ground, as the inner strength dissipated and the brilliance faded, only the mingled dust remained under the moonlight. The crowd was sent flying, plummeting like rain amidst the falling debris in the courtyard. A massive 10-foot wide pit was created in the hall's floor, with cracks spreading throughout, nearing destruction, and stones occasionally tumbling down. Those within the inner circle were shaken by the residual force, suffering internal injuries and spitting blood, losing consciousness. Among them, several, including Zhong Nuo, were hurled into the abyss. In a corner of the hall, Huayu, Xiaoyi, and Shiguo were also affected by the shockwave. Fortunately, they were farther away and sustained only minor injuries, buried beneath the sand and stones. Moments later, some began to awaken. Where is Zhong Nuo? Where is the divine sword? It seems to have been driven into the ground. Where is Zhong Nuo? Hurry, kill him! Hurry, kill him! There seems to be something down there. The clamor grew louder as the crowd converged towards the massive pit. Debris and yellow sand lay scattered across the blood-red chamber. Some individuals, either shattered or with broken bones, adorned the scene in bizarre postures. The pure moonlight illuminated this tragic and grotesque tableau, prompting questions about its nature. What is this? It must be the treasures of Lulan. Look, the divine weapon is there. Zhong Nuo is there too. As the crowd remained in a state of confusion and disbelief, dozens leapt into the chasm, either to seize the divine weapon, to eliminate Zhong Nuo, or to rescue the others. Zhong Nuo lay in the midst of a pool of blood, the divine sword beside him. Though his limbs still functioned, his chest was a grotesque mass of flesh and blood, bones shattered and mingled. 3 individuals approached him, poised to strike with their blades. Chapter 9. The Battle of Lulan. One of them executed a graceful leap into the cavernous chasm, landing in the blood pool and kicking the trio away before drawing the divine sword. The sword had lost its luster, dim and lifeless, its blade marred with numerous flaws, and its body riddled with cracks from which blood trickled slowly. The newcomer was none other than Ling Yun. Though he had been oblivious during Zhong Nuo's fierce battle with the others, he chose to place his faith in Zhong Nuo, remaining a silent observer. At that moment, he realized what he was capable of. Thus, he mustered his battered body and jumped into the blood pool, declaring, "Who dares to offend Lulan shall perish." Ling Yun raised the divine sword and shouted in fury, "The king of Lulan has descended upon you. Kill him," shouted a bystander. Several rushed towards Ling Yun, their sharp blades piercing him. despite his heart and lungs being grievously injured and blood pouring from his mouth and nose. He still held the sword aloft and cried out with all his might, "Heaven does not favor Lulan." He then poured the remnants of his inner strength into the sword, shattering it. The shards scattered like stars, dazzling in their brilliance, mingling with the moonlight. Blood splattered like ink, becoming a silent poem, entwined with the clouds. The divine sword. It shattered. It seemed that perhaps he should not have been killed. They were one and the same. The divine sword, the divine sword. Here lies a fragment. Here lies another. As long as it can be reforged, as long as I can take it back to be remade, the divine sword is mine. The group grappled in the blood pool. Onlookers understood the gravity of the situation. The king of Lulan was dead, the divine sword destroyed, all reduced to nothingness. Yet, no one noticed that Ling Yun had fallen to the ground, a smile upon his lips as he departed this world. Beside the chasm, one person slowly rose, swaying as he jumped down. It was Xia Yi. The recent upheaval had roused him from his slumber. Upon awakening and witnessing the surrounding devastation, he grasped the dire situation. Since this blood pool could attract blood, perhaps it could also control it. If fortunate, he might rid himself of this poison. With this thought, Xia Yi sliced his palm with the sword's edge, pressing it to the ground to absorb the blood beneath. The blood flowed from his wound back into his body, coursing through his veins, purging the poison from his system. Moments later, Xia Yi felt his mind clearing considerably. My gamble has paid off, he exclaimed joyously. Immediately, Xia Yi sprang to his feet and staggered towards Zhong Nuo and Ling Yun. The long night had ended, and the gentle sun began to rise. Its warm light bathed the battlefield, soothing all like a nurturing mother. Amidst the ruins, the survivors busied themselves with the aftermath, their cries of sorrow echoing. Though the dead were few, none were without wounds, with Zhong Nuo suffering the most grievously. Shall we not delay? Xia Yi searched the sword chamber, but found nothing. They mourned the deceased and tended to the living. The group returned to their hiding place to retrieve supplies, intending to leave this sorrowful land swiftly. As they departed, Xia Yi felt increasingly unsettled and unable to harness his energy. Could there still be residual poison? However, Hua Yu's assessment revealed that apart from his leg injury, he bore no other ailments. Due to Zhong Nuo's severe injuries, it was unwise for him to travel far. Hua Yu and Zhong Nuo decided to stay behind, while Xia Yi resolved to remain as well, waiting for Zhong Nuo to recover before returning together. The divine healer, having resolved to remain, found himself unable to depart alongside the more than 20 gravely injured individuals and the other 10 who wished to attend to them. As the disciples of Wudong returned with the remains of Ling Yun's bones, Xia stood atop the city wall, gazing into the distance at the receding figures. A fortnight prior, he had witnessed their emergence from the confines of the mountain. Now, he observed their return. Initially, they had surged forth with great vigor and determination. Yet now only a scant few remained, their spirits dampened and their hearts heavy. A sense of wistfulness stirred within Xiaya's heart. They came and went in a hurried fashion, bustling about merely for profit. Even if their desires were fulfilled, what ultimately remained but emptiness? The following day, at dawn, the group convened for a meal before tending to the wounded, only to discover that 3 among them had perished. The circumstances surrounding their deaths were peculiar. Among the deceased were 2 injured and 1 caregiver, all drained of blood. The wounded were naturally incapable of resistance, while the caregiver, Hong Jiao of the Hong family, a member of the Righteous Path Alliance, was among the most skilled of the 20, second only to Xia and Zhong Nuo. Yet, there were no signs of struggle upon his body, and he bore a serene countenance in death. The blood pool had been destroyed. How could this strange city still thirst for blood? The caregiver had been free to move about. How then had he been completely drained? A perplexed Xia found himself in deep contemplation. The 3 were cremated, and the group decided to share a common sleeping arrangement that night, taking turns to stand guard. As the clock struck midnight, rain pattered softly, obscuring the stars and moon. During the night, Xia arose only to discover that the assigned watchmen had met their demise. This time, it was Gu Chun, a disciple of the Wendaoj, Fan Peng from the Sanyi sect, and Xiao Zhong of the Guiyuan Tower, 3 formidable individuals. The doors and windows were tightly shut, with no one entering or leaving. Once again, the trio lay drained of blood, but Gu Chun was different. His sword was drawn. Panic ensued among the group, as it seemed only a specter could accomplish such a feat. A voice, trembling with fear, pointed at Xia, exclaiming, "Your arm." Xia glanced at his arm and discovered a wound from a sword. The group retreated, drawing their swords in defense. As Xia pondered the injury, he questioned whether he could truly have inflicted it upon them during his slumber. If he could not channel his internal energy, how could he have killed them? "It appears that you are the culprit," Young hero Xia, what are your intentions? Is it truly you? Young hero Xia, the evidence is before our eyes. How will you defend yourself? The voices of the crowd rose in a cacophony of accusations. Xia's thoughts were interrupted as he observed their reactions, and in resignation, he spoke. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Yes, it was indeed his doing. With a sinister grin, Xia lunged at a Wudong disciple. Startled, the man stepped back, closed his eyes, and thrust his sword forward in a haphazard manner. The crowd gasped in shock, and Xia too was taken aback. To his astonishment, his hands moved of their own accord. Channeling his internal power, one palm shattered the fine sword, while the other aimed to strike at the man as crown. Xia quickly grounded himself, halting his hands. Regaining his composure, he gazed at his hands and then burst into laughter as he pushed open the door and stepped outside. The crowd followed him into the ring. Turning back to glare at them, he vowed that whoever approached would meet their doom, and then he vanished into the downpour. The night rain intensified, falling like beans and splashing into countless droplets. The clouds thickened, dark as ink, illuminated by flashes of lightning. On a summer night, atop the city walls of the royal capital, I gazed at the tempest wreaking havoc upon the sandy sea, astonished to find you still alive. This blood pool indeed possesses miraculous effects. Streams of crimson flowed from the wounds on my forearm and palm, coalescing beside me into a blood figure, who shared my admiration of the stormy landscape. This spectral figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Mo Ting. Mo Ting remarked, I too did not anticipate this. And Fu Hai has concealed too much from me. If only I had a moment longer, I might have achieved my goal. Yet, I never imagined that Zhong Nuo would act so recklessly, causing my efforts to crumble, leaving me in a state neither human nor ghost. I inquired. So Enluo was originally named in Fu Hai? What would have happened had you succeeded? Mo Ting replied, perhaps I would have ascended to immortality. A sigh escaped my lips, for the world of martial arts is indeed wondrous. I pressed on. You must have drained the blood from the sword chamber while I was asleep. I wonder how much you have regained. Mo Ting dismissed, enough to kill you. I laughed heartily indeed. If my power were sufficient, why would I resort to such underhanded tactics? The more I strive to protect them, the more I endanger them. It is truly a remarkable paradox. Mo Ting asked how I had uncovered the truth. I responded, I began to suspect when I could no longer channel my inner energy. Had it not been for the disciple of the One Tao Pavilion, who excels in self-cultivation and possesses a modicum of patience for reminiscing, I might have remained oblivious until my demise. The sword wound left by him had me questioning my own state. Indeed, once I expelled my inner strength, I detected traces of your power within me. Mo Ting remarked, ordinary people do not doubt themselves, nor would they consider that another dwells within them. You are truly extraordinary. This game has concluded sooner than I anticipated. Yet, it has revealed the true faces of those you strive to protect. Do you feel a chill in your heart? I tilted my face to the storm, feeling the winds and rain. My heart is neither righteous nor wicked. With no expectations for them, how could I be disappointed? It is all but a game. However, if I were to perish now, I would lament not having indulged fully. Mo Ting observed the tempest. You brought me to this height. Do you wish to perish together in the thunder? I replied, you have misjudged me, young master. I merely sought a place for solitude to converse with you. Mo Ting, puzzled, asked, converse? I continued, for the past 2 years, I have taken refuge in the Jiuyu Tower to evade my enemies, sheltered by the old tower master's grace. However, the matter of the 7 Stars Death Gate should suffice to repay this debt. I fear that your resentment may linger, hence I wish for our conflict to cease. Mo Ting laughed heartily. You still hold yourself in such high regard. Are you truly so confident? I shrugged. I have devised a method worth attempting. Mo Ting chuckled. That ancient sword is destroyed, Zhong Nuo is gravely injured, and no one is left to assist you, while I have taken possession of your body. I am quite curious about your plan. I gazed at Mo Ting with a faint smile. At this moment, you and I are interconnected. What will you do if I lose my power? Mo Ting gasped, are you implying? I swiftly moved my fingers, striking 7 vital points. Blood trickling from my lips to mingle with the rain. Mo Ting examined his hands. These are not the points for dispersing power. I chuckled. Indeed, they are not. Although we are linked, our strengths will diminish together. Yet, if this blood pool technique can lead to ascension, it must be a form of divine art, transcending mere inner strength. You are now cultivating magical power, are you not? This is called the path of rebirth, a form of self-destruction. Mo Ting hastily severed his connection with Xia Yi, demonstrating remarkable ruthlessness. Although he was left with only his soul and blood, he was still new to this realm and unaccustomed to its ways, making it uncertain whether Xia Yi's act of self-destruction would affect him. What Xia Yi did not reveal was that the path of the afterlife was indeed a method of self-termination. However, if the soul returned within a moment, it could be revived, albeit without the ability to wield power for a month. Xia Yi collapsed to the ground, devoid of breath. A soft azure light began to rise from his body, his spirit. Floating in the air, Xia Yi beheld himself and sighed, realizing how wondrous it felt to be a soul. This must be the boundless realm of Zhuangzi's freedom. He then waved goodbye to Mo Ting and soared into the city. Mo Ting followed closely behind, determined to witness Xia Yi's strategy. Since acquiring the divine sword, Xia Yi had sensed that the engravings on its blade were incongruous with Lulan, instead inscribed with the languages of the 6 neighboring kingdoms. Although the foreign artifacts guarding the blood pool in the Lulan palace cast doubt on the truth of the past, the downfall of Lulan at the hands of the 6 kingdoms was indeed a historical fact. Tens of thousands of soldiers had fought in battle, laying their bones in foreign lands. Now that Mo Ting had mastered the blood pool technique, his only recourse lay in the alien inscriptions upon the divine sword. Fortunately, he recognized these inscriptions, all conveying the same message. The commanders receive their orders. Heaven commands the extermination of demons. The soldiers echoed, annihilate all evil beings. Xia Yi's spirit traversed through streets and alleys, palaces and halls, repeatedly chanting these 2 phrases in the tongues of various races. Since there existed a method of ascension, there must also be deities, demons, and spirits, along with the 3 souls and 7 spirits. Reflecting on the taunts once exchanged with the little monk Hui Ming, it became clear that the soul has its rightful place. Perhaps there were still the souls of fallen soldiers from that era lingering here. Yet, under Mo Ting's control, they could only risk shedding their physical forms, awakening the dead through their spiritual essence. This was Xia Yi's plan, to recreate the Battle of Lulan from years past. Chapter 10. The last king of Lulan, Mo Ting, sensed trouble and accelerated his pursuit of Xia Yi. The righteous assembly, unaware of the unfolding events, emerged to investigate. They beheld a blue and red streak of ghostly fire weaving through the rain, soaring and twisting, leaving long trails behind and resonating with peculiar sounds. A gust of cold wind swept through, momentarily lifting the rain curtain, revealing flickering green lights reminiscent of fireflies in the streets and corners. Amidst the torrential rain, the heavy sounds of labored breathing echoed, a bone-chilling cold enveloping the crowd. Had this bloodthirsty city come to life? Had they known, they should have departed with the others. This ancient city was indeed an ominous nightmare. Yes, a nightmare, one that could be escaped by merely waking up. The crowd was filled with trepidation, lost, and bewildered. Humph! I am eager to witness what sort of monstrosity this is. Can it withstand the blade in my hand? Hisu, the second disciple of the Taoist pavilion, inquired with a smile, brandishing his sword. He then plunged into the rain, calling out, "Who dares to play tricks? Show yourself and fight me." Upon reaching the alley's end, Hisu froze, his spirit shattered. A spectral figure clad in armor, with a ghostly green hue, galloped past him, eyes aflame and voice akin to a tiger's roar. With thick, curling hair and a crimson brocade jacket, he appeared to be a Sogdian. The spectre did not spare Hisu a glance, advancing through the streets and taking center stage on the Grand Avenue, drawing his sword high, exclaiming, "Sogdian army, unite!" In other parts of the city, 5 more spectral generals mounted their steeds, raising their swords in unison. "Kucho army, unite! Ruan army, unite! Xiang army, unite! Jingjue army, unite! Yuanqi army, unite!" The green light coalesced, and the sounds of neighing steeds echoed throughout. Soldiers of varied attire and distinct appearances emerged from the streets and the remnants of shattered walls. Some rode on horseback with bows drawn, others wielded swords and spears, traversing walls and roofs, converging upon the main thoroughfare to assemble as an army. Despite their battered armor and incomplete mounts, the martial dignity of the soldiers remained intact. Over 5,000 from Sogdiana, more than 10,000 from Kucha, over 300 from the Ruan, over 5,000 from the Kim, over 200 from the Jingjue, and 4,500 from the Yarkand. Approximately 25,000 warriors from 6 nations crossed centuries to don their armor once more, executing the final military command of their former lives. The wind and rain fell like a chime, and the military banners fluttered mightily. The 6 generals, swords drawn, issued their commands, and the soldiers responded, "For heaven, vanquish the demons." The troops echoed the command, "Annihilate all evil." The 6 armies roared in unison, "Kill, kill, kill." 2 figures weaved and chased until they neared the location of the corporeal form of the summer night. The time was ripe. The summer night contemplated silently. Just as they were mere inches apart, a flying arrow shot from the side, forcing the summer knight to retreat. The summer knight halted momentarily, eyes narrowed. Suddenly, a rain of arrows descended from all directions. Being an incorporeal shadow, it was undeterred by the downpour, advancing relentlessly. The summer knight raised a hand, unleashing a torrent of blood energy that spiraled around, deflecting the arrows and the deluge alike. Seizing the opportunity, the summer knight soared back to the city wall, ultimately returning to its corporeal form, reclaiming its divine essence. Without delay, the summer knight leapt down, concealing itself within an alley, hastening towards the resting place of the others on the main road. As the blood vortex dissipated, the figure melded into the flowing rain and vanished. In the center of the plaza, the figure coalesced into a blood form. It had misled the summer knight. It had indeed utilized the blood summoning technique to gradually absorb the blood from the sword chamber. Although it had only regained 30% of its peak power within the sword chamber, it was still vastly superior to its former mortal state, sufficient to easily slay the 20 or so present. The act of assassination was merely a ploy to sow discord among the ranks and toy with the summer knight. Consequently, its power far exceeded the summer knight's expectations. Kneeling partially on the ground, it channeled its magic into its palm and struck down, roll out. The magic spread like ripples in water, and waves of dark energy emanated throughout the plaza. Hundreds of dark souls crawled slowly from the ground, spirits of the malevolent. A tumult of soldiers surged towards the scent of blood emitted by the figure, their roars and the whinnies of their steeds creating a magnificent spectacle. The malevolent spirits turned to assault the figure, seeking vengeance for their own harm. The figure released a mist of blood enveloping the crowd, invoking the secret arts of the September Tower to bewilder the minds of the souls, causing them to perceive the soldiers as their own. This technique typically required close proximity to infuse internal energy into another's body to be effective. However, at this moment, the figure had mastered the art of blood energy, able to manipulate it within a radius of 5 paces. By infusing its magic into the blood energy and directing it into the souls, it could achieve the same effect. The figure once again merged with the flowing rain. The souls immediately turned to engage the soldiers in combat, plunging the scene into chaos. The figure was not unaware of the summer knight's movements. The reason for allowing its departure was that it had deemed the blood of the meager 20 or so inconsequential. Though it could not comprehend all the spoken words, it understood the fire-tongued utterances of the summer knight. From the moment it surmised the summer knight's intentions, it began devising a counter-strategy. His strategy was encapsulated in the phrase from On Fu Hai: to forge a sword, sealed within Kunling, to eternally suppress the malevolent. It was not merely to forever quell sorcery, but rather to eternally suppress evil beings, indicating that the divine sword sealed not only the soulless and mindless blood pool. Mo Ting arrived at the sword chamber, gathering a small amount of blood upon the remnants of the blood pool, and with his magical prowess, he activated it. The intricate designs on the chamber floor indeed shimmered with golden light, revealing a formation. Mo Ting leaped into the air, coalescing blood energy into a colossal blood blade, channeling all his strength to slash downwards repeatedly. Each arc of the blade imbued with magical energy pierced through the rain, utterly dismantling the ground's patterns. With each crisp shattering sound, the golden light faded, and the formation was broken. Mo Ting returned to the ground and invoked a summoning spell. Kneeling partially, he let the magic flow from his palm. A dark aura seeped from the remnants of the blood pool, coalescing into what appeared to be a human form. Who dares to confront this king? A deep, wrathful voice reverberated through the palace, deafening in its intensity. Summer Knight, escorting the righteous faction away, felt a chill. Could that individual still be present? There stood a figure with brown skin, shallow hair, angular features, adorned in a luxurious robe and a golden crown. Mo Ting floated before him, meeting his gaze, and began conversing in the tongue of fire, pondering whether, after a century, his ambitions remained unchanged. King of Lulan. The king observed closely, surprised that the one inheriting his legacy was not of his own kin. Who are you? Mo Ting replied, a kindred spirit. The king of Lulan laughed heartily. Though your cultivation is lacking, I perceive great potential in you. Perhaps you shall serve me well. Mo Ting responded, before that, it might be prudent to settle some old grievances. The king sensed the overwhelming malevolence outside the city, soaring into the sky to survey the square. Oh, it is you again. This century-long grudge shall find resolution today. He drew his sword, pointing towards the 6 armies in the square. People of Lulan, heed my command. Attack. A multitude of Lulan soldiers, shimmering with a golden hue, surged forth from the royal city, numbering over 10,000. Armed and mounted, they charged towards the palace with fervent cries. Hearing the clash of metal and iron outside, Ting recognized the moment had come, swiftly flying to the king's side. The king remarked, "Given the current situation, we may not prevail. You must assist in the battle. Once victorious, I shall elevate you alongside me." Ting smiled. "Thank you for your kind offer, King of Lulan. However, even so, victory seems elusive. I possess an item in the sword chamber that may aid you in winning this battle." The king, unperturbed, followed Ting back to the sword chamber. Upon landing, the king raised his head and inquired, "What is this item you speak of?" Before he could finish, blood began to cascade like a river from the great chasm of the sword chamber, quickly rising to his waist. With such a volume of blood, if fully absorbed, the tens of thousands of enemies outside would be no match. Just as the king was filled with excitement, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, and everything around him dissipated in an instant. Looking down, he discovered a hand had pierced through his left chest, holding his heart, which was still beating. The king of Lulan was taken aback, turning to Ting. "You?" Ting paid him no heed, simply tightening his grip and crushing the heart. The king of Lulan hastily reached out, yearning to reclaim his heart, yet he could only watch in despair as it transformed into a dark mist, dissipating into the rain. Stripped of his heart, the king found his powers significantly diminished. Overcome by fatigue, his consciousness began to fade, teetering on the brink of oblivion. Ting, without hesitation, withdrew his right hand, seizing the king's shoulders with both hands, and began to consume him mouthful by mouthful from his shoulders. Just as the king was about to let out a cry of pain, Ting had already torn into his throat and swallowed it whole. The torrential rain poured down, mingling blood and tears. Thunder roared, reverberating through the heavens, illuminating the long night, its sound echoing endlessly. The king of Lulan, with wide, enraged eyes, opened his mouth in a silent wail, unable to utter a sound, as he was consumed piece by piece in utter agony, disappearing without a trace. Gazing at the distant, unattainable skies above the dark clouds, a dream that had lasted over a century came to an end. Meanwhile, the blood-soaked soldiers of Lulan outside the city remained blissfully unaware. From the moment the 6 armies appeared, Ting sensed a profound dissonance with them. Perhaps it was because their unfulfilled desires in life were to obliterate his blood pool technique. This century-long obsession made it exceedingly difficult for him to consume them, and it might even backfire, causing harm to himself. On the other hand, outside the palace, there were vengeful spirits from 100 years past, and he was merely a novice in this realm, thus unable to contend with them. However, though they were united as the 6 Nations army, battle-hardened and formidable, they were ultimately mere mortals, capable of slaying the king of Lulan, who practiced immortal arts. Thus, the king was neither weak nor foolish. The soldiers of Lulan remained silent, indicating that the king still held some esteem. If he could summon the souls of the Lulan soldiers through their king and consume them entirely, annihilating them would be a trivial matter. Indeed, it might even lead to his perfection and ascension. Once he had devoured them completely, Ting meditated and discovered that his powers had indeed increased significantly. Eagerly, he soared out of the sword chamber, beginning to seek out solitary Lulan soldier souls to hunt and consume. Xia Yi increasingly sensed an unsettling palpitation in his heart, a chilling dread spreading from within. He vaguely felt it was due to Ting's growing strength. The residual blood of the blood pool within him resonated with Ting's sanguinescence. A connection faint yet palpable. Xia Yi had no choice but to bid farewell to the others and rush back to the battlefield. Otherwise, if this continued, the outcome of the battle would be impossible to predict. Returning to the square, it had transformed into a hellish scene. The carnage exceeded the previous mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The 6 armies, the Lulan forces, and the sinister factions converged, suffering heavy casualties. In the midst of flashing blades and clashing steel, souls were extinguished time and again. Xia Yi had no time to linger in sorrow. He navigated around the battlefield, scaling the western wall of the palace and charging toward the sword chamber. Chapter 11. Xia Yi and Ting. Xia Yi surveyed the sword chamber, addressing the empty space. "Come forth." He was busy feasting outside the city. A ghostly figure emerged slowly from the shadows. "Little brother Xia," it said, "I did not expect we would meet again." "It was in Fuhai." Xia Yi replied, "Time is of the essence. You must know that I alone can assist you in avenging yourself." And Fuhai responded, "To the victor belong the spoils. I have lost, and I accept it." Xia Yi turned away, saying, "It seems I have misinterpreted the situation. I shall not disturb your pleasant dreams any longer. Farewell." On Fuhaida. Yet, I cannot bear that all my painstaking efforts have become a garment for another. On a summer night, Xia Yi turned and chuckled, exclaiming, "Haha, I knew it all along." Those who are engrossed in scheming against others would hardly tolerate being outmaneuvered themselves. The two exchanged a knowing smile, sealing their collaboration. Moments later, a bloodied figure surged onto the battlefield, executing an exquisite martial art, weaving through the chaos like smoke and mist. Eventually, he found the Luolan general, who was valiantly wielding his sword against the enemy amidst the ruins of the city gate. With a swift motion of his right hand, the blood transformed into a blood sword, and like lightning, he charged forward. The general, sensing the impending threat, raised his sword in response. The bloodied figure slid beneath the horse, and at the moment of their passing, he severed the horse's front hooves with the blood sword. The steed, unbalanced, fell forward violently, throwing the general to the ground. The bloodied figure paused, turning back, and while the general was still on the ground, he swiftly beheaded him with a single strike. Moments later, a triumphant shout echoed through the square. The Luolan king is dead. Luolan has perished. The Luolan army surrenders. All the souls turned toward the sound. A figure stood atop the crumbling city wall, his form and visage seemingly composed of blood. One hand raised the general's sword, while the other held aloft a severed head resembling that of the Luolan king. Silence enveloped the battlefield. The remaining thousands of Luolan soldiers, whether despondent, bewildered, enraged, or weeping, stood frozen. The soldiers of the 6 armies, having already regained their senses, observed the enemy's loss of will to fight and ceased their assault, awaiting further developments. The bloodied figure crushed the head in his grasp, reducing it to a wisp of black smoke. The Luolan soldiers, taken aback, could only accept the reality before them, gradually dissipating like smoke, a sign of their release from their earthly ties, destined for rebirth in the underworld. Witnessing the ongoing dissolution of Luolan soldiers in the square, the bloodied figure leapt down from the city wall. The soldiers of the 6 armies and the Dark Souls surged toward him once more. With a smile, he turned and fled into the palace. Upon rounding a corner, he drew the pool of blood from his wounded palm back into his body. It was the summer night. Xia Yi secretly rejoiced at the success of his strategy. Earlier, he had pondered the nature of both humans and souls, recognizing their intelligence and unwillingness to be manipulated. Why had these thousands of Luolan soldiers lingered in this place for over a century? If it was to protect their homeland, Luolan had fallen a century ago. If for their wives and children, they too had perished a century ago. If out of loyalty to their king, it seemed excessive for even a disembodied king to demand such devotion. After establishing a partnership with Anfu Haida, Xia Yi finally uncovered the underlying reason. It turned out that during the outbreak of war, the Luolan king had made a pact with his soldiers. Once he ascended to divinity, all would be rewarded. Thus, the soldiers had no fear of death, the deceased could be resurrected, and the living could ascend with their king. If this were the case, all that was needed was to make the soldiers witness the demise of their king's soul, potentially severing their obsession and halting the chaos of battle. Therefore, Xia Yi transformed into the bloodied figure, eliminated the Luolan army's leader, and had Anfu Haida shape the severed head to resemble the Luolan king, orchestrating this grand charade. Thus, half of the plan was accomplished. In a corner of the palace, the bloodied figure sat cross-legged in meditation. At this moment, he had consumed hundreds of soldier souls, his powers reaching unprecedented heights. However, what was unforeseen was the mournful wails of hundreds of souls within him, threatening to drive him to the brink of despair. If not refined in time, he risked succumbing to madness. Mo Ting had not noticed that the square, which had been momentarily silent, was now gradually filled with a cacophony. As the clamor approached, he recognized that the 6 armies and the forces of evil were surging towards him from all directions. Xia Yi, Mo Ting exclaimed instinctively. Though the reasons eluded him, it was clear that only Xia Yi could have incited such a tumult. With no time to recuperate, Mo Ting had no choice but to forcibly sever his cultivation and rise to confront the adversaries. This abrupt action brought forth a searing pain in his chest. At that moment, he was ensnared in coagulated blood, devoid of corporeal form, and this injury seemed to have affected his very soul. Upon circulating his power, he discovered that 3 of his soul veins had been severed, causing his blood pool technique to operate erratically, often stalling. The tide of enemies surged closer. Mo Ting forced his energy, condensing blood into a sword, and engaged in fierce combat with the soldier souls. With his soul veins damaged, the cries of hundreds of spirits echoed in his spiritual sea. Mo Ting struggled to concentrate, his blood body in tumult. Nevertheless, he had ultimately devoured the essence of the Luolan king and hundreds of soldier souls, granting him unprecedented power. At times, the blood pool transformed into a colossal blade, dispersing dozens of souls with a single sweep. At other times, it morphed into blood branches piercing through numerous foes, or into blood spikes that impaled several adversaries. Like a fierce gale, he slaughtered the multitude of souls. In the square, Xia Yi observed the turmoil of battle within the city, his heart laden with anxiety. Such a strategy was nothing short of a reckless invitation to death. And Fu Hai stood before the Sute general's soul, speaking in the Tokarian tongue. The Sute righteous king and Shi Xian's grandson, and Fu Hai, stands here. Kneel swiftly. Upon hearing this, Xia Yi transformed the blood pool into a red umbrella, shielding himself from the torrential rain, revealing the severed Jiuzhou mountains and rivers to the general's soul. Internally, he mused that this fan was indeed a relic of the Sute royal family. He wondered what its worth might be. Upon seeing it, the general dismounted and knelt in reverence. Xia Yi stowed the fan and produced the now dull and lifeless divine sword. And Fu Hai pointed at the sword. Addressing the general's soul, quickly summoned back the army and reforged this sword. According to Fu Hai, this divine sword was forged by the six kingdoms, possessing the powers of spirit gathering, blood evasion, and evil suppression. Having endured over a century, its divine might had waned, failing to suppress the blood pool, thus igniting this upheaval. Now bereft of its power, the blood evasion effect had also dissipated. Yet, the ability to gather spirits remained. As long as souls were used as material, the divine sword could be reforged. The more souls involved, the stronger the divine power. The general's soul heeded the command. Rising with the sword and proclaiming to the heavens, Sute army, heed my call. Forge the sword. Subsequently, he saluted in Fu Hai, and the souls scattered, coalescing into a green light that converged upon the divine sword. The sword began to faintly take form. The army horses let out a mournful cry, dissipating into the sword, following their master. The remaining 3,000 Sute soldiers, upon receiving the order, retreated and rushed back, collectively shouting, "By heaven's will, vanquish the demons. Exterminate all evildoers. By heaven's will, vanquish the demons. Exterminate all evildoers." Each Sute soldier's soul merged into the divine sword, which gradually regained its luster. Xia Yi could not help but inquire, what will become of these soldier souls? And Fu Hai replied, since ancient times, there has existed the art of sacrificing oneself for the sword. Where do you think their flesh and blood have gone? On a somber summer night, it became apparent that this sword was forged to consume souls, leaving the world devoid of their essence. Yet, the soldiers continued to march forward, an act that elicited deep admiration. After a brief interval, over 3,000 Sogdian soldiers had merged entirely into the divine sword. At that moment, the sword radiated brilliance, even more dazzling than when first unveiled in the sword chamber. The blade's spine was etched with Sogdian inscriptions, proclaiming the mandate to vanquish evil and eradicate malevolence. Adorned with exquisite patterns, the sword's edge gleamed fiercely, seemingly emanating a palpable aura. Summer Night felt the remnants of blood within him being expelled by the divine sword. Fu Hai gazed at the sword and nodded, stating, ancient texts record its name as Evil Vanquisher. To witness it again is to behold a true divine weapon. Summer Night retorted, you ought to mourn those 3,000 Sogdian soldiers. As a scion of the Sogdian royal family, witnessing the obliteration of countless subjects, you show not a shred of sorrow. Fu Hai chuckled. Throughout history, few emperors have honored fallen soldiers during campaigns. Is it not an honor for soldiers to sacrifice themselves for their nation? Summer Night, weary of Fu Hai's sophistry, brandished the sword and charged into the palace. Mo Ting, on the brink of madness, had consumed countless souls amidst the onslaught and had swollen to several times his original size, resembling a blood-red monstrous beast. The souls of the wicked had long since fled in terror. Summer Night leaped into the heart of the battlefield, unleashing his full power. He struck Mo Ting from his left shoulder to his right abdomen, cleaving him in two. The force of this maneuver sent shockwaves, scattering the surrounding souls. Mo Ting let out a wail, his upper half exploding into countless blood spikes that shot toward Summer Night. Swiftly, Summer Night transformed his sword into a shield, dissolving the blood spikes into a crimson mist. Meanwhile, Mo Ting's lower half morphed into a torrent of blood, surging towards Summer Night. The blood spread out 2 yards before Summer Night, coalescing into a massive blood sphere that enveloped him. Within, numerous sharp spikes began to protrude toward him. Summer Night wielded the divine sword, severing the blood spikes. Yet he too bore numerous wounds after a few exchanges. With a thrust of the sword, he burst through the blood sphere and turned, executing a flurry of strikes. A dozen arcs of sword energy easily shattered the blood sphere, sending it flying several dozen yards away. The sphere condensed into a humanoid form, revealing Mo Ting. Mo Ting knelt on the ground, silently regarding Summer Night. Summer Night smiled gently. Have you regained your composure? Mo Ting, with a cold gaze, replied, I never imagined you could force me into such a desperate situation. Summer Night said, I too wish to avoid this. But at this juncture, retreat is not an option. It would be a disservice to those countless souls. Mo Ting scoffed. Humph, we have yet to truly battle. Come, let me witness your prowess. Summer Night replied, then I shall reveal my shortcomings. With that, he lunged forward with his sword. As he approached within 3 yards of Mo Ting, Summer Night employed a technique that enveloped Mo Ting in a mist-like shroud. Mo Ting concentrated, unleashing a wave of blood mist that coalesced into blood droplets, falling like rain. A secret technique from the 9-month tower, the first form of the 4-season sequence, January rain. Suddenly, Summer Night felt the rain strike him like heavy fists, making it arduous to move, forcing him to hold his sword above his head in a desperate struggle. The blood that fell to the ground swiftly solidified into numerous slender blood pillars, piercing towards Summer Night. This was the second form of the 4-season sequence, February flower. In the midst of a summer night, Xia Yi hurriedly turned to evade, escaping the reach of the crimson torrent. Only then did he discern the slender column of blood, which extended a foot high and blossomed with frost-like flowers at its apex. Meanwhile, Mo Ting's blood energy began to stabilize, and his breath noticeably eased. The third technique of the 4-season sequence, March's surprise. Xia Yi chuckled bitterly, realizing that the young master had actually mastered the September Tower's secret art, a skill reserved for the tower's past masters. This year-long seclusion must have been for this purpose. The old master surely harbored considerable expectations for the young master. Without further ado, Mo Ting swiftly closed the distance to Xia Yi. The fourth technique, April's wind. Xia Yi was taken aback. Before he could react, darkness enveloped him, and his insides roiled. The fifth technique, May's poison. The divine sword blazed with greater brilliance, dispelling all traces of the poison that had afflicted Xia Yi. Mo Ting kicked Xia Yi into the air, following closely behind. His form split into 6, attacking from all directions with open palms. The sixth technique, June's flame. Although the other 5 forms struck Xia Yi, they were instantly dispersed by the divine sword. From behind, Mo Ting delivered a powerful palm strike to Xia Yi's back, sending him crashing toward the ground. Xia Yi felt an internal force surging within him, as if it sought to incinerate him entirely. Even as torrential rain poured upon him, the heat remained unabated, transforming the rainwater into thick mist. Were it not for the divine sword's protection, Xia Yi might have perished in flames. The seventh technique, July's blaze. Before Xia Yi could touch the ground, Mo Ting gathered energy in his palm and struck downward. The force of his palm created a massive pit 3 yards deep, erupting into flames within. The eighth technique, August's inferno. In haste, Xia Yi shot forth a flying needle to anchor himself outside the pit, and then pulled the line to draw himself away. At that moment, the souls of warriors began to surge from the surroundings. Mo Ting transformed blood into a flute, playing a soothing and melodious tune that calmed the heart. Xia Yi felt his consciousness waver, his body weary and heavy with fatigue. The warrior souls, upon hearing the tune, collapsed into slumber. The ninth technique, September's poem. Once grounded, Xia Yi rolled several times before coming to a halt. He promptly sealed several acupoints, forcibly regaining his focus. Mo Ting descended, slowly approaching Xia Yi as the surrounding blood energy coalesced into a mist around him. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his mind, and countless voices echoed in his brain, while his spirit felt excruciating agony throughout his limbs. Mo Ting executed the next technique, and those voices faded once more, alleviating the torment of his spirit and clarifying his consciousness. The 10th technique, October's concentration. Xia Yi sensed the temperature plummet, a biting chill enveloping him. With each breath, icy crystals escaped his lips, causing his cheeks to sting and his limbs to stiffen. The torrential rain and the flowing water beneath him rapidly froze, encasing him in ice. The 11th technique, November's chill. Xia Yi pressed several acupoints, channeling energy to warm himself. He then executed his lightness skill, wielding his sword with all his might against Mo Ting. Mo Ting likewise summoned all his power, transforming the pool of blood into a sharp sword to meet Xia Yi's assault. A thunderclap resounded, shaking the heavens and the earth. The two passed each other, their energies dissipating into the night rain. The final technique of the 4-season sequence, December's conclusion. Chapter 12, The Young Hero 1 month later. Ruabupa. In the aftermath of the battle a month prior, the realm of Mo ceased to exist, and the summer night lay on the brink of demise. The sword of evil extermination, having fulfilled its purpose, shattered into fragments, losing its brilliance and reverting to a mere hilt of useless iron. The souls of the warriors from the 5 Western nations dissipated into the afterlife, seizing the opportunity amidst the conflict between the righteous and the wicked. The members of the righteous sect stealthily departed from Lulan, taking the summer night and Zhong Nuo to the shores of the Lop Nur for recuperation. After a month of diligent care from Huayu, the two were now able to move about. As night fell, the hour of the dog approached, the moon shone brightly, and a gentle chill enveloped the air. At that moment, the two lay by the Lop Nur, savoring wine and admiring the moon. After a hearty meal of dried meat, the watermelon, now sated, fell into a deep slumber beside the summer night. Not far away, disciples of Wudong were kindling branches of the poplar tree, distilling the toxic and brackish waters of Lop Nur, rendered safe for consumption by the medical expertise of 2 individuals well-versed in the healing arts, both equipped with survival essentials for the desert. Observing this, Zhong Nuo let out a light scoff, finding it truly absurd. Despite the knowledge of both the righteous and the wicked that merely 100 miles beyond Lulan lay Lop Nur, no one ventured out of the city to fetch water. The summer night, however, was preoccupied with playing with the poplar blossoms, remaining silent. Zhong Nuo turned to him and inquired, "Little brother, you have seemed melancholic since awakening. Is it due to the words of the divine physician?" The summer night paused, his thoughts swirling, and replied, "No, it is not that. It is because of my murmurs. I have always been unwilling to owe anyone, yet they have shown me such affection, and I have taken the life of her father. Upon returning to the central plains, I shall have no face to show." Zhong Nuo remarked, "The daughter of Mo Ting, Mo Wang? How truly burdensome that is." His thoughts drifted to Baiyu, ensnared in nostalgia. The summer night, sensing the expression on Zhong Nuo's face, felt he had misspoken. "I plan to venture north to explore the Danxiao landforms. Might the leader of the alliance wish to accompany me?" Zhong Nuo shook his head, stating, "The matters of the righteous alliance are numerous. I cannot afford the leisure you enjoy, little brother. If fate allows, I shall ensure we explore Jiangnan together in the future." The summer night responded with a smile. "Very well. If destiny permits, I shall cherish our appointment." Observing Zhong Nuo gazing thoughtfully at the moon, the summer night reminisced about his encounter with Baiyu 3 years prior. "Little brother, you possess keen insight. No one in the alliance has ever discerned it. I have always held a certain confidence in this regard." "Ha ha," he continued. "He is indeed too straightforward, blind to the grains of sand. Though I share a similar ambition, alas, as a woman, I can only aspire to lead the Bai family, not the alliance. I must entrust my aspirations to him and assist from the sidelines. With the ebb and flow of dynasties and the shift of righteousness and wickedness, such is the way of heaven. I have no intention of defying the celestial order, nor of clarifying the jade cosmos. I merely hope this peace may endure a while longer. I believe he can achieve it." Women's emotions? Ha ha. Childhood friends. How could there be no affection? Yet, there are matters of greater weight that must be reserved for another time. A month later, at noon, beneath a cloudless sky, the sun blazed fiercely. In the imperial city, within the imperial study, the emperor paced slowly, scrutinizing a secret edict in his hand. A eunuch knelt before the table, trembling like a leaf in the wind. On a nearby shelf hung a sword of state. The edict read, 417 individuals departed from the Lulan Road outside the Human Pass, with 132 returning. Among them, the whereabouts of the left state deputy and Fuhai remain unknown. According to those who returned, the divine weapon has been destroyed. 19 individuals from the righteous sect encountered an ambush at Jiuyulu upon entering the pass. In the summer night, a newcomer single-handedly annihilated the 9-moon tower, taking down 28 celestial warriors, 65 earthly fiends, and the tower's master, Mo Ming. The leader of the righteous alliance, Zhong Nuo, lay grievously wounded. While the emperor hurled an edict onto the table, the eunuch, in a flurry, prostrated himself repeatedly, lamenting his failure to retrieve the divine sword and imploring the emperor for punishment. The emperor leaned slightly forward, gazing at him with a melancholic tone. "You once volunteered for this task, vowing to retrieve the divine weapon at the cost of your life. Yet now, that weapon lies in ruins, and Fuhai is missing, and the 9-moon tower has been utterly vanquished. How do you justify your incompetence as the head of the Eastern Depot?" The eunuch struck his head until it bled, trembling as he pleaded, "I am deserving of death, 1,000 deaths." The emperor bent down, tilting his head to scrutinize his face. "You have always been wise and have offered sound advice, but it seems you are inept at this menial task. You need not concern yourself with the Eastern Depot any longer. It would be best for you to remain in the imperial study as a companion for counsel." Tears streamed down the eunuch's face as he expressed his gratitude for the emperor's mercy. The emperor unsheathed a sword and moved behind the eunuch, stating, "If you are no longer required to run errands, then you shall not need these legs." He promptly severed both legs at the root. The eunuch let out a howl of pain, quickly covering his mouth with trembling hands, suppressing any further sound. His veins bulged, cold sweat poured from his brow, and his face turned pale, nearly fainting. The emperor continued, "Since only counsel is required, these hands are also unnecessary." The eunuch, filled with shock and agony, widened his eyes in horror. With 2 swift strikes, the emperor severed both hands, and the eunuch cried out before losing consciousness. The emperor sheathed his sword and turned to another eunuch beside him. Let him remain forever in the imperial study as a silent companion. On a cold night, at the hour of the pig, under a sky adorned with countless stars, the emperor stood outside the imperial study, gazing at the heavens with hands clasped behind his back, while a figure knelt behind him. Initially, the 9-moon tower was to counterbalance the 7 stars dead gate, with an Fuhai placed to monitor it. Now, that plan lies in ruins, and the divine weapon remains unattained, all due to this individual named Xia Yi. "Investigate him," the emperor commanded the figure behind him. The figure replied, "I shall obey." Meanwhile, in the headquarters of the 9-moon tower, the grand hall, adorned with intricate carvings and illuminated by brilliant lights, housed an elderly man with a head full of white hair, yet vibrant in spirit. Beside him stood a young girl. Below, 93 cloaked figures knelt in reverence. "From this day forth, Mo Wang shall be the new master of the tower," Mo Ming proclaimed to the 28 celestial warriors, and 65 earthly fiends assembled before him. In unison, the celestial and earthly warriors responded, "Yes." Mo Wang stepped forward, having distributed the tasks at hand, instructing each to act according to their respective plans. "You may withdraw." As the command was given, the figures vanished. Mo Ming turned to Mo Wang. "Now that you are the master, you must not indulge in personal sentiments." Mo Wang's expression turned cold, a fierce determination evident in her brow. "I have committed no wrong. It is natural for one to harbor feelings. Yet they are but trivial matters, easily cast aside. However, the vengeance for my father's death is a matter of utmost gravity." Mo Ming smiled with satisfaction. "Excellent. I shall entrust the 9-moon tower to you without concern." He then handed her a tome. Mo Wang knelt and bowed her head, accepting the book, which bore the 3 characters, "For seasons." Gazing at the manuscript, she silently vowed, 3 years. "Xia Yi, you must not perish. Wait for me to emerge after 3 years, and I shall personally end your life." The dawn is clear, the night rain has finally ceased, and it is the hour of the hare. A young monk is slowly pulling a dilapidated ox cart covered with tattered cloth through the bustling marketplace. The market is abuzz with activity, teeming with a myriad of individuals. Groups of wandering heroes engage in casual conversation beside the tavern. "Have you heard? In the Battle of the Human Pass, the young hero known as Xia Yi fought valiantly against the formidable Tian Gang and Di Sha of the September Tower, vanquishing them all. A total of 80 or 90 men, none were left standing. What a true hero. It is said he is also a benefactor of the righteous path in Lulan. Rumor has it he dismantled the 7-star dead gate as well. Truly a prodigy indeed." Upon hearing this, the young monk bursts into laughter. One of the drinking heroes, upon noticing, retorts angrily, "Little monk, what are you laughing at? Do you dare to compare yourself to that Xia Yi?" The young monk waves his hands in denial. "Not at all. I am merely delighted that such a hero has emerged in the martial world." As they reach a narrow alleyway, Xia Yi lifts the tattered cloth, closing his eyes and savoring a deep breath. "Hui Ming, could you not find a cleaner cloth? Did you procure this rag from the latrine?" Xia Yi expresses his discontent. Hui Ming chuckles teasingly. "It is not the cloth that stinks, nor your nose, but the heart that is foul." Xia Yi finds himself at a loss for words. A month ago, he had bid farewell to his companions, disregarding Hua Yu's warnings, and set off northward despite his grave injuries. However, he did not venture far before succumbing to exhaustion and losing consciousness. Fortunately, he was rescued just before being devoured by a watermelon by Hui Ming, who was on his way to Lulan to recover the dead. Hui Ming carried him back to the Human Pass and sought out a physician for his injuries. Yet, unbeknownst to him, rumors swiftly spread through the martial world that he had single-handedly defeated the forces of the September Tower at the Human Pass, leading to his overnight fame as an unprecedented young hero. Now, he has become the center of attention wherever he goes, rendering him hesitant to reveal his true name. Moreover, the watermelon has remained outside the Human Pass, unwilling to accompany him inside. He could only bid farewell to it with a few pounds of dried meat. Recently, his injuries have worsened, hindering his ability to walk. Hui Ming procured a rickety ox cart to transport him, covering him with a cloth to obscure his identity. Hui Ming initially intended to beg for some food, but Xia Yi refused to partake in such charity. He contemplated selling his treasured Jiuzhou mountain river fan, only to find it utterly ruined by the rain, much like his own garments. After searching his person, he discovered only his flying needle still held some value. So he asked Hui Ming to pawn it for a few coins of silver. Hui Ming inquired, "Is this your weapon, sir? Can it truly be pawned?" Xia Yi casually replied, "I shall steal it back in due time." As he munched on roasted chicken, he mused that their current plight resembled that of beggars. And perhaps spending a few days among them would be an enlightening experience, perhaps even learning the renowned dragon claw technique. Hui Ming devoured vegetables and rice voraciously, lamenting, "In just over 10 miles, we shall reach the city of Moluo. There lies the headquarters of the Hua family, the foremost among the 5 great medical families. Surely, once we arrive, your injuries will be no cause for concern." Xia Yi took a sip of wine and asked, "What are your plans moving forward?" Hui Ming replied, "Naturally, I shall return to Lulan. There are still many people who have not returned." On a summer night, Xia Yi set down the roast chicken and said, "In that case, while I am still clear-headed, I must first express my gratitude to the young monk for accompanying me on this journey." Hui Ming waved his hand dismissively, replying, "No need for thanks." He continued to focus on his meal. Before long, he had devoured everything on his plate. Observing Hui Ming's ravenous state, Xia Yi glanced at the remaining half of the roast chicken and offered it, asking, "Would you like some more?" Hui Ming tilted his head for a moment before accepting the chicken and began to eat. Xia Yi then offered him some wine, saying, "The chicken is too greasy. A sip of wine will cleanse your palate." Hui Ming took a hearty gulp of the wine, returned the cup to Xia Yi, and resumed eating the chicken. Xia Yi chuckled, "Has your master not taught you the 5 precepts of Buddhism?" Hui Ming replied while chewing, "The 5 precepts are meant to cultivate self-restraint and tranquility. Although I savor the aroma and taste, my mind remains undisturbed, solely focused on satisfying my hunger, so there is no need to be overly concerned with the rules." Xia Yi laughed heartily, "You truly suit my temperament, little monk." He then downed the remaining liquor in his hand. Chapter 13. The fall of the Hua family. On a summer night, Xia Yi and Hui Ming stood before a charred ruin. Xia Yi casually stopped a passerby, inquiring, "Could you kindly direct us to the Hua family?" The passerby shrugged off Xia Yi's hand, pointed towards the ruins, and exclaimed, "Isn't this it?" He then spat towards the ruins and walked away. The two were left utterly baffled. The Hua family, renowned as the foremost of the 5 great medical families, had a long-standing reputation. What could have transpired? Hui Ming scratched his head in confusion and then turned to Xia Yi, saying, "It seems we can only seek healing elsewhere." Fortunately, the Su family, one of the 5 great medical families, is located in the nearby Lingling city. At that moment, an elderly man puffing on smoke outside a tea house spoke up, "Are you looking for treatment? Why not try the Divine Blessing Hall?" Xia Yi turned to him and asked, "The Divine Blessing Hall?" Only then did he notice that every household and shop had a triangular flag bearing the word divine hanging at their entrance. The old man inhaled deeply, exhaling a plume of smoke, and pointed with his smoking pipe to the north of the city. "It's easy to find." The two wandered through the winding streets for quite some time, inquiring of many people. It seemed that everyone in the city was familiar with the Divine Blessing Hall. After meandering around for a while, they finally located the hall. The Divine Blessing Hall was unremarkable, appearing no different from an ordinary apothecary, yet it was bustling with patrons. They stood outside for 2 full hours before finally being admitted. However, the elderly chief physician, after checking Hui Ming's pulse, exclaimed in anger, "Nonsense! Who brought a corpse here for amusement?" Xia Yi tilted his head to look, realizing that the old physician was blind. A young apprentice beside him interjected, "Master, the guest is still alive." The old physician turned his head, asking, "Alive?" He then nodded, furrowing his brow as he examined Hui Ming further. "You cannot be treated here. Try the Divine Blessing altar outside the city." He waved dismissively. Xia Yi and Hui Ming, rather perplexed, were sent out of the hall. "What shall we do?" Hui Ming asked awkwardly. "Let us go take a look," Xia Yi replied with composure. The two then made their way outside the city, and after various inquiries, they finally found the Divine Blessing altar atop Meizhu Mountain, 10 miles out. The altar resembled a temple, exuding an ancient elegance, solemn and dignified. At that moment, it was thriving with incense, bustling with activity. Xia Yi exclaimed in frustration, "What a quack! Is this suggesting that I am powerless against my ailments and must rely on fate, even in my most grievous moments? The esteemed healer did not urge me to seek divine assistance." Hui Ming chuckled, "Haha, I dare say that should you encounter the venerable healer again, he might be too vexed to acknowledge you." Xia Yi, however, remained unfazed, scratching his head and adopting a mindset of acceptance. "Let us see what unfolds. If it were merely an ordinary apothecary or temple, it would be one thing. Yet this modest shop is renowned, its small flag fluttering before the entrance, leading us here from the apothecary. It is indeed peculiar, igniting my curiosity. The two entered the temple, stepping into the hall, only to be met with bewilderment. The decorations, the layout, the temple itself, and the robes were all unfamiliar, neither Buddhist nor Taoist. Furthermore, the deity's statue was strikingly odd. Little monk, do you recognize which deity this is? Xia Yi inquired. The statue appeared to be in a posture of reverence, palms pressed together, eyes closed, bowing its head, seemingly engaged in devout worship. Hui Ming, equally puzzled, confessed, I have never seen such a figure. An elderly man in simple garments and a long beard approached them. This is the great immortal of the 9 heavens, who guides souls. He promptly clasped his hands in greeting, bowing to the two, further details omitted. The two returned the gesture. Xia Yi remarked that he had heard of the celestial light who guides to the heavens, but had never encountered the great immortal of the 9 heavens. Hui Ming queried, if he possesses the power of guidance, could he be Amitabha Buddha? The response elucidated. This immortal does not dwell within the realms of Buddhism or Taoism. He is a wandering sage who attained enlightenment through self-cultivation. His divine manifestations have only recently led to this place of worship. Intrigued, Xia Yi asked, what miraculous event has transpired? The reply was, a severe plague has beset the city in recent months. Thanks to the divine intervention of the great immortal of the 9 heavens, the citizens have been spared from calamity. Should you be interested, you may visit this temple tomorrow, where a master will be seated to impart teachings and facilitate communion with the divine. Xia Yi remarked, teachings and divine communion? How intriguing. I shall entrust you, Mr. Wan, to secure us a good position for tomorrow. Mr. Wan smiled and bowed slightly. Before Hui Ming could utter another word, Xia Yi returned the gesture and pulled him outside, exclaiming, I am famished. On their way back to the city, Hui Ming inquired, we are without a single coin. How shall we fare once we enter the city? Xia Yi replied, this temple possesses an air of mystery. Hui Ming was perplexed. Though this immortal may not be of the Buddhist or Taoist traditions, the temple exudes solemnity and righteousness, and its devotees seek peace and prosperity. I see nothing amiss. Xia Yi countered, even if our arrival here were mere happenstance, the bustling activity within the temple suggests a lack of personnel. Why do 2 individuals dressed like beggars merely wander the temple, while one person is specifically sent to enlighten us? Hui Ming suggested. Perhaps they recognized you as Xia Yi, but chose not to voice it. Or perhaps they are simply acting out of goodwill. Xia Yi declared, I do not relish being at the mercy of others. Let us investigate the city first. Hui Ming urged, but your injury, Xia Yi interjected, placing his hand on Hui Ming's shoulder. Smiling, the scriptures say that life hangs by a breath. The quantity of life matters little. Yet, if we miss out on joy, it is truly lost. Hui Ming chuckled. If you continue to misinterpret the scriptures so freely, the abbot may well reprimand you again. Xia Yi, however, remained unconcerned, stating, the scriptures are but riddles. How could the abbot possibly prove his understanding? The two engaged in lively conversation as they made their way back to the city of twilight. The sun sank low. Faint stars scattered across the clouds, and the hour of the rooster approached. In the city of twilight, the Gaopeng Tavern was bustling with patrons, every seat occupied. A sea of heads. On stage, a storyteller, having sipped his tea and struck the table, lightly waved his paper fan as he recounted tales with finesse. Speaking of the illustrious Hua family, their origins were indeed remarkable. Over a century ago, when the world fell into chaos and turmoil reigned, rivers ran crimson with blood, and the stench of death lingered year-round. Fortunately, 5 physicians roamed the land, their unparalleled medical skills rescuing countless soldiers and common folk from the brink of death. Once peace was restored and the world unified, these 5 healers, guided by their benevolent hearts, established their own schools of medicine, thus giving rise to the 5 great medical families of today. The Hua family of Twilight City is no exception to this legacy of compassion. For over 100 years, they have dedicated themselves to saving lives, harnessing the essence of heaven and earth, braving perilous terrains to gather rare herbs and treasures, and concocting divine elixirs. Consequently, in this vast realm, apart from the sects of immortals, they alone possess such miraculous medicines. For a century, they have benevolently aided the populace, their blessings profound. Successive heads of the family have not fallen short of their esteemed ancestors, providing relief during natural disasters and famine, and managing pestilence with ease. Their heroic deeds shine like bright stars in the heavens. However, today's head, Hua Jiangli, is indeed a figure of lament, contempt, and disdain. The century-old benevolence, passed down through generations, has seemingly vanished in his hands. Upon hearing this, some in the hall applauded. Half a year prior, as the summer solstice approached, a plague erupted in the city. The severity of the outbreak was unprecedented. Within just 10 days, over 100 individuals were afflicted. The infected, oblivious to their condition, became stiff and lifeless, as if possessed by spirits, provoking terror. Fearing the spread of the disease, the authorities promptly sealed the city. Yet, for the people within, this meant a severance of their means of survival, leaving them to await impending doom. During this crisis, the Hua family not only failed to open their granaries to assist the victims, but they also bizarrely priced their medicines. Where, one might ask, was their compassion? While murmurs of dissent arose among the crowd, the louder voices of condemnation silenced further discourse. As the foremost medical family in the realm, it was their duty to test their remedies. Strangely, not a single one of the 316 individuals in their household fell ill. Was this not peculiar? Hearing this, some began to rise and leave, while the remaining crowd's outrage intensified. Subsequently, as the plague evolved, the remedies became ineffective. The Hua family, after 3 months, still failed to produce a new cure. Numerous signs pointed to an undeniable truth. Did the Hua family truly regard us as uncivilized children? Fortunately, a small shop in the northern part of the city, the Divine Blessing Hall, obtained a prescription that was widely distributed, providing salvation to the beleaguered citizens. The shopkeeper claimed the prescription was revealed by a celestial being. When the authorities lifted the city's seal, the Divine Blessing Hall collected donations from various families to construct a shrine on Meiju Mountain, where the townsfolk flocked to pay their respects, the incense burning day and night. Before long, the Hua family's nefarious deeds were brought to light. It was uncovered that they had secretly cultivated the plague, then developed a remedy for it, subsequently spreading the disease while charging exorbitant prices, amassing wealth through deceit. The previously inexplicable phenomena were finally elucidated. The Hua family's ruthless and incompetent actions ultimately incited the wrath of heaven and the ire of the people. The citizens besieged the Hua residence for 3 days and nights, demanding an explanation, while those within the household were too ashamed to show their faces. 3 days hence, at the stroke of midnight, a tempest raged, accompanied by a deafening clap of thunder that struck the courtyard. Instantly, flames engulfed the premises, and the torrential rains could not quell the inferno, which raged unabated for 5 days. The Hua family was reduced to mere cinders, with 316 souls lost, none surviving. Such tragedy evokes profound sorrow. This serves as a poignant reminder that compassion, nurtured over a century, can be rendered worthless in a fleeting moment. Natural disasters pale in comparison to the calamities wrought by human malice. The wheel of justice turns in due time. An elder struck the wooden lectern, and the onlookers erupted in applause, fervently calling for commentary on the tale. From the crowd, a voice rang out, questioning whether there was any evidence regarding the Hua family's alleged exploitation of the plague for profit. The onlookers turned to see it was Xia Yi, who, alongside Hui Ming, awaited a response from the storyteller. The storyteller hastily replied, "This matter is well known throughout the city. How could it be false? Moreover, the Hua family did not open their granaries for disaster relief, and the prices of medicinal herbs are indeed factual." Xia Yi scoffed, realizing it was mere rumor. The crowd, incensed, began to hurl vitriol at them. The two turned to leave, but as Hui Ming stepped outside, Xia Yi shut the door behind him, trapping him outside. Hui Ming, resigned, understood that Xia Yi would act on impulse once more. He had only just recovered enough to walk. The crowd, puzzled, inquired about his identity and intentions. Xia Yi turned, smiling, and said, "Me? I'm here to fight." Hui Ming, hearing the cries and wails from within, as well as the sounds of objects crashing, felt a surge of anger after witnessing the crowd's reaction. Thus, he remained at the door to prevent anyone from escaping. Passers-by, intrigued by the commotion inside, paused to discuss amongst themselves. After a brief silence, Hui Ming opened the door. Inside, the assembled crowd lay sprawled across the floor, unconscious. After locating Xia Yi among the fallen, Hui Ming confirmed he still had breath and hoisted him onto his back, exiting the tavern. He traversed several streets, trading some buns along the way, until he found a secluded alley. Just as he was about to awaken Xia Yi for a meal, he suddenly felt darkness envelop him and fainted. Chapter 14. A transaction between two under a silk-clouded night, with a gentle breeze at the initial hour of the dog. The night air caressed softly, refreshing the mind. Hui Ming gradually regained consciousness, realizing he was in a dilapidated old temple. Within, a makeshift fire of splintered wood crackled, supporting a damaged ceramic pot that wafted the comforting aroma of rice. In the shadowy corner, there appeared to be a wooden barrel, within which lay a person. Hui Ming rose and approached for a closer look. discovering that the figure inside the barrel was Xia Yi, still deep in slumber, with a pungent medicinal scent emanating from the vessel. An elderly man, hunched and slow, entered the temple through the door. Hui Ming picked up a long wooden stick, positioning himself protectively in front of the barrel. The old man glanced at Hui Ming and said, "Drink porridge. The weak should not consume alcohol or anything too rich." Cautiously, Hui Ming asked, "Who are you? Why did you render me unconscious and bring us here?" The old man turned, clasped his hands in apology, and said, "That young lady has always acted recklessly, injuring my young apprentice and being abrupt with you both. I offer my sincerest apologies on her behalf. As for why you were brought here just then," another person rushed in, exclaiming, "Master Hua, I have returned. Is the porridge ready?" This newcomer, clad in simple blue attire, moved with a lightness that seemed to echo the gentle patter of rain, his voice bright and crisp, akin to the morning songs of warblers, pleasing to the ear. The young maiden's every gesture radiated a vivacious charm. Following the gaze of the elder, she turned to Hui Ming and exclaimed, "You are awake. Let me see if he is feeling better." With a few swift strides, she approached. Playfully, she flicked Hui Ming's forehead, causing him to stir, and then called for the young master. The maiden grasped Xiaoya's hand resting on the edge of the bucket to check his pulse. Suddenly, Xiaoya flipped his hand over, seizing the maiden's slender arm to restrain her. In response, she extended her other hand behind her, deftly inserting a silver needle between Xiaoya's fingers to relieve tension. Xiaoya's hand went numb, and he released his grip. The maiden stepped back a few paces, rubbing her wrist with satisfaction. "Not bad at all. Get up and have some porridge." With that, she turned to enjoy her meal. Hui Ming, puzzled yet intrigued, joined the two, partaking in the porridge. The maiden leaned forward with a smile, teasing, "Why are you so obedient today, little master?" Hui Ming, mouthful of porridge, mumbled, "It seems the two of us are no match for you. We must yield to your whims." The maiden laughed heartily. "Ha ha, clever little master. Only a fool goes without porridge." Xiaoya, having removed the needle from his fingers, scrutinized it closely, pondering, "A fine needle? A practitioner of medicine. Hua Lao? A member of the Hua family." After hearing the maiden's words, he chuckled, "Ha ha, this is the first time I've been called a fool." He then leapt from the wooden tub, effortlessly wrapping a tattered banner around himself as he landed beside the others. The maiden, upon seeing this, burst into laughter. "Ha ha, little monk, great lama." Hui Ming and Xiaoya exchanged glances, realizing that in this moment, Xiaoya truly resembled a lama. They found themselves momentarily disarmed by the maiden's spirited demeanor. Hui Ming teased Xiaoya, "Though I have never tried it myself, I have seen a master shave his head. Can a monk be trusted?" Xiaoya replied with a wry smile, "If I were to enter the Buddhist path, all enlightenment would be lost in the dust." Thus, amidst their playful banter, they finished their porridge. Xiaoya began, "I never imagined there were still survivors from the Hua family. This simplifies matters. May I ask who you two are from the Hua family?" The maiden replied, "I am not of the Hua family. My name is Sumu, a member of the Su family from the prefecture. Hua Lao is the steward of the Hua family." Xiaoya, slightly taken aback, mused, "The Su family? How intriguing. What brings you two to seek me?" Sumu raised two fingers, indicating two matters. Firstly, to investigate the Divine Blessing Hall and the Divine Blessing Altar, and secondly, to locate a young lady from the Hua family. Xiaoya inquired, "What benefit do we gain from this?" Sumu responded, "I have heard your words at the Divine Blessing Altar. The Hua Divine Physician has favored you. You ought to repay that kindness." Xiaoya countered, "But I have heard that the Hua Divine Physician severed ties with the Hua family 6 years ago. He has been wandering the world ever since, never to return." Sumo urged, "Then let me help you heal. Your meridians are severely damaged, with half of them severed. You have burning energy roaming your lungs and coldness coursing through your limbs. You have only a month to live. No medicine can save you." Xiaoya nodded, recalling that the Hua Divine Physician had spoken similarly. "Can you truly save me?" Sumu raised his head with a confident smile. "How difficult can it be? How long will it take?" Xiaoya asked. 1 year, Sumu declared, holding up a finger with certainty. "Farewell," Xiaoya exclaimed angrily, rising to leave. Sumu hurriedly stood to intercept him. "But if you assist me, just 3 days. Only 3 days are needed." As the summer night unfolded, I cast a cold glance back and inquired how I might assist. Sumu remarked that although the Hua family had been reduced to ashes, I had discovered that the medicinal herbs were stealthily pilfered by the Divine Assistance Hall. If we could procure Lingding grass, our objectives could be realized. I settled back into my previous position. "Very well. I shall place my trust in you for the time being. Now let us discuss this second matter. What clues do you possess?" Sumu resumed his seat, expressing his utter lack of leads. "It feels as though I merely took a nap and awoke to a world transformed. The Hua family has vanished. The young lady is missing, and I have inexplicably assumed her appearance. Confounded, I urged him to elucidate from the beginning. Su Mu recounted. I was originally the younger sister of the Su family, with 2 elder brothers. At the tender age of 8, I was sent to the Hua family for fostering. It was during this time that I became acquainted with the young lady. We are of similar age, and from our youth. She has harbored a passion for weaponry and the chivalrous way of life. Despite Lord Hua's repeated reprimands, her spirit remained unyielded. At 16, she declared her intention to roam the world, arranging to meet me at the hour of the rat to depart together. Yet, upon awakening, 6 years had passed. The Hua family lay in ruin. The young lady was nowhere to be found, and only Lord Hua remained. Astonishingly, I now bear the semblance of the young lady. Over these 6 years, I have heard tales, yet I cannot discern the truth within them. Hui Ming, upon hearing this, could not help but express his astonishment at such a bizarre narrative. I cast a sidelong glance at Lord Hua, sensing a burden of unspoken worries etched upon his brow. Lord Hua, might you possess any insights into this matter? He rose and waved his hands dismissively, declaring, I am but an old fool, knowing nothing. Su Mu sighed. I have inquired of Lord Hua on numerous occasions, and he has consistently responded in the same manner, urging me to pay no heed and to return to the Su family without delay. I nodded in agreement, and then stood up, stating, given these circumstances, I shall honor this transaction. Although the Divine Assistance Hall seems to harbor goodwill during daylight, I find you agreeable, and thus I have resolved to assist your cause. Su Mu inquired, have you found any leads? I shrugged, admitting my own lack of direction. However, tomorrow the Master will descend to deliver teachings on communion with the spirit world. Perhaps we might venture to ascertain his authenticity. If fortune smiles upon us, we may acquire the Lingding grass by tomorrow. Su Mu beamed, excellent. Then we shall divide our efforts. I will investigate the Divine Assistance Hall's authenticity. Absolutely not. I interjected urgently. Your recklessness could alert them and ruin everything. Hui Ming is far more suitable for this task. Hui Ming pointed to himself, bewildered. What business do I have in this? I replied, the kindness of a meal is worth a fortune. You did not even ascertain whether it was gifted to you or sold. The rice has been consumed. There is no turning back now. Su Mu chuckled, very well. Then let it be so. Subsequently, the two of them found a corner to rest for the night. Hui Ming glanced around, grimaced, and scratched his head before also settling down to sleep. Meanwhile, Lord Hua sat outside, smoking his pipe, his brow furrowed in deep thought. He gazed upon the luminous moon, murmuring to himself. The following day dawned, the sun rising steadily, painting the clouds like a masterpiece. The Meiju Mountain was bustling with activity, a long queue forming from the base, resonating with vibrant energy. Freshly picked pears, just roasted nuts, newly harvested peaches, recently chopped cakes, toys, selling toys, Guanggong sword, the Monkey King's staff, Wusong spear, Baoyu's fan, fine wine, tea, refreshing, heart-clearing Meiju tea. The Divine Assistance Hall had also been splendidly arranged for the occasion. Outside the temple, hundreds of white banners of various sizes swayed gently along the mountain path, each adorned with unique divine patterns. At the center of the temple courtyard stands a high altar, covered with an enormous square carpet intricately woven with elaborate designs, featuring a prominent divine character at its heart. Dozens of white banners hang at the altar's edge, inscribed with peculiar incantations. In each corner of the altar, incense burners over a foot wide stand tall, with 3-3-foot-long incense sticks placed upright in the center, releasing wisps of fragrant smoke. Dozens of monks clad in white, with hands clasped in reverence, encircle the altar. Over 1,000 devotees gather in layers around the altar, holding fine incense and bowing deeply in worship, reminiscent of the temple's divine statue. The sundial remains silent, and the sea of clouds is formless. As the day dawns, a gust of wind sweeps through the courtyard, carrying fallen bamboo leaves towards the altar. Once the leaves settle, a figure clad in white, hands clasped in prayer, is seen seated atop the altar. Although dressed in simple robes, the garment is intricately embroidered with landscapes and mystical symbols. When sunlight pierces through the clouds and illuminates the fabric, the intricate patterns shimmer as if one were in the clouds. However, the figure's face is obscured by a striking red mask, adorned with a bamboo and a plum blossom. Upon witnessing this figure, the crowd erupts in fervent excitement, creating a cacophony. One individual steps onto the altar, standing beside the figure in white. It is Wen Lu. Silence. Wen Lu intones firmly. Though his voice is soft, it resonates like distant thunder. The crowd quiets down. The master is present. Attend closely. Wen Lu declares. The devotees immediately insert their incense before them and kneel in reverence. In the eastern kitchen, The summer night and Su Mu have transformed into a ragged elderly couple, stealthily indulging in roasted chicken. Fortunately, the Divine Protection sect does not prohibit meat. I wonder when this sermon will conclude, remarks the summer night, savoring a chicken leg. What plans do you have afterward? Su Mu inquires, munching on another chicken leg. At this moment, most of the temple's inhabitants are gathered in the front courtyard. Let us take a stroll in the back courtyard while we can. Perhaps we might uncover traces of medicinal herbs, suggests the summer night, rising to peek through the paper window. It's about time, let us go. Don't forget the chicken for Hui Ming and Elder Hua. Su Mu pauses, astonished. Little master? He eats meat too? I never would have guessed he is a little monk who disregards the rules. Subsequently, the two furtively pack over 10 pounds of food into a basket and sneak out of the house. Upon reaching the wall, the summer night gestures toward it. Throw it over. Su Mu looks bewildered. What do you mean? The summer night explains, once you throw it over, you climb over the wall and bring it back. Enraged, Su Mu retorts, yesterday you criticized me for being careless, and now you bring me here just to carry food? You truly underestimate me. The summer night replies helplessly, once you've transported it back, return here to assist me. How about that? Hearing this, Su Mu chuckles, now that's more like it. He then proceeds to toss the food over the wall. Watching Su Mu climb over the wall, the summer night shakes his head in exasperation and begins to search in the back courtyard. Chapter 15. The Master of Divine Protection. The summer night squints around and observes that although there are several meditation rooms in the back courtyard, most of them show little sign of frequent visitors, indicating they are not essential places of activity. Thus, he heads straight for the main house. Stooping slightly, the summer night approaches the main house and gently pushes the door open. At this moment, a monk hurriedly approached, exclaiming, Elder, you have taken a wrong turn. Outsiders are not permitted here. Xia Yi slowly turned around, perplexed. Isn't this the restroom? As the monk drew near to assist him, Xia Yi struck a pressure point, hoisting him into the main chamber. If one did not observe closely, it would appear as though Xia Yi was being supported by the monk. Upon entering the main room, Xia Yi squinted to take in the surroundings. The decor was minimalistic, featuring a statue of a deity, roughly the height of a person, sitting with eyes closed and palms together upon a pedestal. In front of the pedestal stood an altar adorned with fruits and incense, nothing more. Xia Yi remarked with a tone of feigned wisdom, this is not a restroom, is it? Well, then I shall take my leave. Thus, he trembled as he retreated alongside the monk. Xia Yi sensed a menacing aura emanating from the statue on the pedestal. It was not merely a statue, but rather a formidable expert. Given his current state, engaging in conflict would be unwise. Though he had not discovered the elusive Lingling grass, he had nonetheless gathered insights about the courtyard, identifying a suspicious area, which was not entirely fruitless. Xia Yi arrived at a meditation room, released the monk from his paralysis, and exited before the monk regained consciousness. Upon reaching the front courtyard, the sermon had concluded. The leader was at the altar, divining for the faithful. Devotees formed a long line, taking turns to seek guidance. Your name signifies a source of water, combined with the character for fire. You shall undoubtedly experience an abundance of wealth and prosperous descendants, proclaimed the leader. However, the ragged, disheveled figure interjected, but my name is Wu Kai. To this day, I am alone, with nothing but bare walls. Are you not mistaken, esteemed leader? Next, called the assistant sharply. The second monk led the man away. Esteemed leader, I wish to inquire about my romantic prospects. A young woman approached, blushing. The leader locked eyes with her for a moment, then straightened. My dear, your birth date is inauspicious. You are fated to be alone, destined to grow old in solitude. The young woman retorted angrily. My father possesses vast wealth, and suitors pursue me in droves. More than those who seek after the blossoms on Meiju Mountain today. I merely wish to know if someone will genuinely cherish me. How can I be condemned to loneliness? You charlatan. She then turned and left in a huff. Next, the assistant called again. Esteemed leader, I greet you with respect. A refined young man approached, bowing deeply. I seek to ascertain my career path. The leader again regarded him for a moment. Your spiritual aura shines brightly. You are destined for success. You shall achieve the rank of scholar next year, and the following year, you will be elected. A decade hence, you will rise to high office. The young man exploded with indignation. Incorrect. 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 I became a genshir last year. You deceitful swindler. He began to raise his voice in outrage. The assistant ordered the two monks to expel him with force. Xia Yi could not help but laugh heartily at the spectacle. The leader pointed at Xia Yi, saying, This elderly gentleman appears quite familiar. Please step forward. Xia Yi inwardly sensed trouble, yet the assistant was already drawing near. Observing the assistant's remarkable agility, Xia Yi realized escape was futile, and he could only tremble as he moved slowly towards the leader with the assistant support. With two masters, including the assistant and the individual in the main chamber, present, this leader was assuredly no ordinary figure. However, judging by the scene before him, it seemed the individual was merely an impostor. Xia Yi approached the leader, bowing and settling into a seated position, narrowing his eyes to scrutinize. The leader, in turn, fixed his gaze upon Xia Yi, both locked in an intense exchange of stares. On a summer night, I discovered that beneath the mask lay a pair of delicate eyes, gentle as water, deep as the sea, sparkling like stars, and clear as clouds. Moments later, I sensed as if those eyes were shedding tears. What a splendid and intriguing life, the figure murmured. My mind was struck as if by lightning, abruptly realizing I had fallen into a trap. Just as I intended to flee, Wen Lu placed a hand upon my shoulder, rendering me immobile. The master exchanged a glance with Wen Lu, who subtly nodded in understanding. He then assisted me to my feet and, seizing the opportunity, pressed several pressure points on my shoulder. I instantly succumbed to unconsciousness. What has caused the elder to faint? Quickly, take him to the guest room to rest, Wen Lu commanded, summoning 2 monks to carry me away. I gradually regained consciousness, my surroundings appearing hazy, as if shrouded in mist. After a moment, I realized I was in a guest room, my disguise removed and replaced by a simple, refreshing garment. The air infused with a fragrant aroma. Meiju wine. I rose to investigate, only to find the table laden with wine and food, my stomach rumbling in response. I hurried to the table to indulge. At that moment, the door creaked open, revealing Wen Lu, who stepped aside to allow another figure to enter. Clad in resplendent silks and emanating a faint fragrance, this individual wore the Master's red mask. What wisdom does the esteemed master wish to impart? I inquired, raising my cup and downing its contents in one gulp. The master took a seat opposite me and placed a small vial on the table. This is the Dream Reverie pill, crafted with Ling Ding grass as the medicinal catalyst. Sumu knows how to use it. I was taken aback, my mind swirling in confusion. After staring at the vial for a moment, I asked, "How might I repay you for this?" The master replied languidly, "Your name is Xia Yi, parentless. Having traversed the world for 20 years. Born by the Yellow River, you moved to the northern desert at 7, traveled through Liangwang at 10, delved into western Hunan at 13, and by 17. I swiftly raised my hand, interrupting, "Stop." I had no idea the master possessed such far-reaching insight. I concede. The master remarked, "You must have sensed it. It is not my extraordinary perception, but rather in that fleeting moment of eye contact during the day. I came to know your past 20 years. A cold sweat began to trickle down my forehead as I recalled the sensation during our gaze. The master's words rang true, and Su Mu's amnesia seemed intricately linked to you. Indeed, the master's eyes glimmered enigmatically. I pressed further. Perhaps you also know the whereabouts of Miss Hua? If I am not mistaken, you are the esteemed Hua Qingdai of the Hua family. The master smiled gently. Previously, I intended to befriend you, but it seems I have only garnered your disdain. It appears we are fated to part ways. Farewell. With that, the master rose to leave. At that moment, I was already at my limit, my vision foggy and heart racing. The initial enemy had become the one who understood me best. How could I possibly find a way to prevail? I had been overly complacent and foolishly arrogant. In my days, when Lu escorted me to the entrance of the divine guardian altar, just then, a figure emerged from the grass by the roadside, tossing a few stones. When Lu caught them effortlessly, Sumu leaped out and bounded to my side. As when Lu briefly paused to pick up pebbles, Xia Yi draped his right arm over his shoulder and swiftly carried him away. When Lu toyed with the stones in his hand, silently watching the two retreat into the distance. The night had fallen, obscured by dark clouds that veiled the moon, rendering the mountain path barely discernible. Why is it so late? Sumu inquired while running. Xia Yi felt his thoughts in disarray, unable to articulate them. He resolved to reunite with the two and quickly find a new refuge, for that dilapidated temple was no longer an option. In a moment of carelessness, Sumu stumbled, and both tumbled into the grass beside the path. Xia Yi faintly heard Sumu's voice calling for him grow fainter, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion and losing consciousness. After an indeterminate period, Xia Yi gradually awakened to find himself pricked by dozens of silver needles, lying in a derelict dwelling. Not far away, 3 individuals were congregated together. Hui Ming, noticing Xia Yi had regained consciousness, hurriedly brought him a bowl of warm porridge. Su Mu and Old Hua also rushed over upon hearing the commotion. After consuming the warm porridge, Xia Yi felt warmth radiating within him. Yet, as he regained clarity, he sensed something was amiss. His mind was remarkably lucid, and his limbs felt unburdened, with his meridians and organs in a state of comfort. After conversing with the trio, Xia Yi learned that 3 days had elapsed since that fateful night. Su Mu had diligently administered the dream-returning pill he had dropped, combined with acupuncture and medicinal broth, tending to him tirelessly for 3 days, which ultimately restored him to health. Let me take a look. All is well, Su Mu remarked, checking Xia Yi's pulse before retracting all the silver needles. Hui Ming, equally elated, exclaimed, the dream-returning pill truly is miraculous. How did you come by it? Yet, Xia Yi remained troubled, his brow furrowed. Su Mu tilted his head, observing Xia Yi. You are completely healed, yet you appear discontent. Why is that? After a moment of contemplation, Xia Yi recounted the events of that day. Hui Ming then shared his own observations from his visit to the Divine Protection Hall, where he noticed something suspicious, though he could not draw near. After pondering for a moment, Su Mu looked at Xia Yi and asked, I still don't know why they are seeking you. Hui Ming inquired, do you not know who he is? Su Mu replied, I do not. I infiltrated the Divine Protection Altar that day and saw Wen Lu personally attending to you. I sensed you were not insignificant figures. After trailing behind, I witnessed him assisting the Hua family at the tavern, which led me to believe you could be of help, hence my approach. Hui Ming, bemused, scratched his head and asked, could you not have been gentler? Why did you have to knock me out? Su Mu placed her hands on her hips, retorting, what if you were unwilling to cooperate? I could not risk exposing our resting place to you. Hui Ming, exasperated, recounted some of Xia Yi's past deeds. Su Mu, upon hearing this, gazed at Xia Yi and said, you are quite formidable, are you not? I had no idea. After a moment of contemplation, she declared, I have an idea. The three turned their attention towards her, curiosity evident on their faces. Xia Yi asked, what is your idea? Su Mu, with a triumphant smile, replied, since she is already well acquainted with you, we shall simply do the opposite of your plans in the future. The three fell silent, their heads bowed in contemplation. Su Mu added, if this strategy proves ineffective, then I shall devise our plans, and she will surely not anticipate it. The three individuals silently rose to their feet. Su Mu, filled with ire, commanded, sit down. Startled, they returned to their seats. Su Mu, dejected, crouched on the ground, pouting, what shall we do now? Xia Yi closed her eyes in contemplation for a moment, deducing from various signs that she had no intention of killing me, nor did she wish to harm them. Perhaps as long as we did not oppose her, we would remain safe. The situation was far too intricate, leaving me utterly perplexed. However, for now, we must set aside the Divine Blessing Hall and the Divine Blessing Altar and begin our inquiries with the Hua family. Old Master Hua was exceedingly familiar with the Hua clan. I would entrust him to guide me tomorrow. As for you, you must leave the city. Su Mu was taken aback, pointing at himself. You want me to leave the city? Why? Xia Yi replied, currently, we are short on personnel. We need reinforcements to have a chance of success. With the Hua family annihilated, the other 4 families will not remain idle. Although they may have heard the news, it is still too slow. You must widely disseminate the information about the Divine Blessing Hall's theft of the Hua family's treasures. They will inevitably become adversaries of the Divine Blessing Hall and hastily dispatch individuals to seize it. However, Old Master Hua is too advanced in age for this task. It must be you. Moreover, it is too perilous for you to go alone. Hui Ming will accompany you. Su Mu looked at Hui Ming and smiled. Do not worry, little monk. My sister will protect you. Hui Ming hesitated, then nodded. Chapter 16. The Ruins of the Hua Family in the Dead of Night. At the hour of the rat, with clouds of sorrow stretching endlessly, obscuring the moon and stars, Xia Yi stood on the porch, her heart in turmoil. She gazed quietly at the faint moonlight filtering through the clouds, her brow furrowing deeper. Su Mu, sword in hand, stepped into the courtyard. You cannot sleep either? Come, join me in some sword practice. Xia Yi resumed her usual calm demeanor. Did you not use needles? Why did you have Hui Ming assist you in entering the city to procure this sword? Su Mu replied, Miss, aspiring to be a chivalrous hero, has inspired me with her passion. She believes that the sword embodies the essence of a hero, so I have diligently practiced sword techniques daily, often pulled into sparring sessions. Over time, I have learned a few moves. Alas, before I could step into the world of martial arts, I was met with so many tribulations, which is why I now possess a sword at my side. Xia Yi, momentarily unable to sort through her thoughts, set them aside and ventured into the courtyard, raising her hand in salute. Then allow me to learn from you. Su Mu lowered his body, twisting at the waist, positioning his sword horizontally as he faced her. With his right hand gripping the sword and his left hand clutching the scabbard, he exerted force, dislodging the scabbard and throwing it towards Xia Yi. He then thrust the sword forward. Xia Yi caught the scabbard and advanced towards Su Mu, meeting his sword with the scabbard and sheathing the blade. Su Mu smacked Xia Yi's forearm with his left hand, pivoted, and unsheathed the sword again, executing a diagonal slash from below. Xia Yi met the strike with the scabbard. The sword and scabbard crossing in a perfect X. With a surge of power from his palm, Su Mu released the hilt, allowing the sword to circle the scabbard, its tip gliding towards Xia Yi's face. Xia Yi leaned back, the sword brushing through her long hair as it twirled outwards. Just before touching the ground, she reversed the scabbard to the earth, using it to spring back up, directly facing Su Mu. Su Mu seized both of Xia Yi's arms with his hands, preventing her escape. Struggling, Xia Yi's grip on the scabbard faltered, causing it to slip from her hands. The two faced each other, locked in a stalemate. Su Mu smiled, and Xia Yi suddenly sensed something amiss. Then, a soft sound of slicing air echoed from behind. The thrown sword was returning. Xia Yi also smiled, flipping her hands to ensnare Su Mu. Subsequently, Li sprang from the ground, twisting his waist to forcibly exchange positions with Su Mu. Su Mu, with her fingers poised like swords, thrust out fine needles, striking Xia Yi's wrist, which allowed her to break free amidst the pain. Immediately, she wrapped her right arm around Xia Yi's neck, drawing him close, while her left arm positioned itself between them, raising her left knee to press against Xia Yi's abdomen, preventing them from closing the distance. As a flying sword approached, aiming for their necks, Su Mu gazed at Xia Yi's helpless expression, a triumphant smile gracing her face. At this moment, Xia Yi's hands had gone numb, rendered immobile by Su Mu's one-armed embrace, and he watched helplessly as the sword drew nearer. Lacking internal power, and with only mediocre martial skills, Su Mu relied on her adeptness with medical needles for acupoint striking. Thus, Xia Yi approached their confrontation with a playful mindset, leading to his capture, never anticipating that she would unleash such a ruthless move of mutual destruction. Releasing her right hand allowed Xia Yi to escape, while her left arm extended to catch the flying sword. As Xia Yi landed and steadied himself, he couldn't help but exclaim how impressive her swordsmanship was. Su Mu retrieved the sword sheath, performing a flourish as she sheathed the sword, a technique she had created. A source of pride for her. Xia Yi sighed, acknowledging that Miss Hua was indeed a martial prodigy. Should fate allow, he would seek her guidance. Su Mu remarked, originally, this technique required internal energy to propel the sword. The movements are meant to be direct. However, lacking internal power, I had to rely on skill to maneuver the sword back, thus diminishing its force. Xia Yi replied, your ability to compensate with technique demonstrates considerable ingenuity. Su Mu stepped closer, inquiring, have you grasped it? Xia Yi paused. Yes, I believe I have. Su Mu then asked, if you were to employ this technique against your former self just moments ago, what would the outcome be? Xia Yi pondered, perhaps I would stand a fair chance. Su Mu chuckled as she settled onto the wooden railing of the corridor. Indeed, while she may have known every detail of your past 20 years, the current you has surpassed that self, something she likely did not foresee. Upon hearing this, Xia Yi laughed heartily. You speak the truth. I had indeed become complacent. At that moment, the clouds began to disperse, revealing half of the moon's visage. Su Mu remarked, sometimes, those who are overly clever become foolish. Especially someone as cunning as you. Once their secrets are unraveled, they become flustered. Xia Yi conceded, you are right, Miss Su. Truly, the wise may err, while the foolish may stumble upon success. After bowing in gratitude, he expressed his willingness to learn. Su Mu chuckled, her expression shifting. Who is the fool here? Have you not yet tasted enough of my sword? Behold. With that, she drew her sword and struck. As Xia Yi retreated, he declared, since you have taught me the forget-me-not technique today, allow me to teach you in return. With that, he executed a technique of his own, his form becoming ethereal, like smoke and mist. No matter how Su Mu attacked, she could not touch him. Curious, Su Mu asked, what kind of skill is this? Xia Yi replied, this is my own creation, named the ethereal cloud body. After a brief chase, they paused in the corridor to converse. Xia Yi leaned against a pillar, gazing at the stars. Your sword technique seems to have some shortcomings. You elevated your foot to keep me at bay, yet your stance was unsteady. Su Mu perched on the railing, gazing up at the moon. The sword technique originally required both arms to embrace, yet propriety dictated that men and women should maintain distance. Thus, I separated you with my knees and elbows. The summer night felt somewhat awkward. To embrace with both hands? It would lead to mutual destruction. Su Mu remarked, indeed. During that time, the young lady became infatuated with Liang Zhu, often moved to tears. Eventually, she crafted a unique sword technique of her own, the last move of which is named Forget-Me-Not. Xia Yi smiled softly. Forget-Me-Not? Quite intriguing. Su Mu sighed. I wonder where the young lady is at this moment, and when I might find her. Xia Yi recalled the gaze exchanged with the leader, pondering whether she could be Hua Qingdai. On the following day, Everyone departed according to Xia Ye's plan. Su Mu and Hui Ming set off early, heading straight for the nearby Su family in a remote province. Xia Yi had initially intended for them to steal a horse, but both claimed they could not ride, and thus the plan was abandoned. Disguised as a constable, Xia Yi and Old Hua watched the two depart until their figures were no longer visible. Old Hua inquired, "Where does young Master Hua intend to start the investigation?" Xia Yi turned to leave, suggesting they first enjoy a cup of tea after the overly greasy breakfast. Observing Xia Ye's retreating figure, Old Hua's gaze deepened. Yet he said nothing and followed. After a pot of tea had been consumed, the sun rose high. Xia Yi toyed with the teacup, watching as Old Hua fixated on the last cup of tea. Would Old Hua choose to remain silent? Old Hua paused, perplexed by Xia Ye's intent. Xia Yi set down the teacup, stating, "Since our paths have crossed, Old Hua has remained taciturn. What has Su Mu endured in these 6 years?" The whereabouts of the young lady from the Hua family, the plague, the demise of the Hua family. Surely, as the steward of the Hua residence, you cannot be entirely ignorant? I have only waited until now because I sensed no hostility from you. With Su Mu absent, is it not time for you to speak? Old Hua stammered. I am but an old man, my sight and hearing failing, and I truly know nothing of what young Master Xia speaks. Upon hearing this, Xia Ye's sword struck out, halting mere inches from Old Hua's eyes. Startled, Old Hua stumbled backward, spilling tea. Xia Yi grasped Old Hua's hands, steadying him. I apologize for my rashness, Xia Yi said, already aware that Old Hua had never practiced martial arts. Old Hua regained his composure, waving his hand dismissively. It is of no consequence, Xia Yi asserted. Even if engulfed by raging flames or torrential rains, nothing will erase the truth. Old Hua understands my capabilities. Are you not afraid of what I might unearth within the Hua family? Old Hua sighed. Let us leave this matter be. It is for the best. Xia Yi queried. For whom? Old Hua replied, for everyone. Xia Yi scrutinized Old Hua, contemplating his intentions. Did the 316 souls of the Hua family, from the family head Hua Jiangli to the servants, deserve their fates? Should Hua Qingdai also find her reckoning? You are well aware of the purposes of the Divine Protection Hall and the Divine Protection Altar, and they do not harm the innocent. Old Hua said, Young Master Xia, please proceed as you wish. I know nothing. Xia Yi shook his head in resignation and rose to leave, with Old Hua following suit. This action offered Xia Yi some solace, confirming that there were indeed matters to uncover among the ruins of the Hua family, ensuring that this journey would not be in vain. Upon arriving at the ruins of the Hua residence, the sight before me was truly lamentable. 600 acres of estate lay in charred desolation, with shattered walls and dead trees scattered as far as the eye could see. Yet, one could faintly imagine the opulence that once graced this place. As the summer night approached, I intended to ask Old Hua to lead the way, only to find him squatting on the steps of the grand entrance, smoking a pipe. Occasionally, he would adopt the guise of a constable, engaging in idle chatter with passers-by. I chose to accompany him in spirit, wandering alone amidst the ruins, yet the relentless downpour and flames of 5 days and nights had rendered the Hua estate unrecognizable. The objects I unearthed were so distorted that their original forms were indecipherable. I even found myself staring at a lump of charred remains for an extended period before realizing it was the entwined bodies of 2 individuals. As the sun dipped below the horizon, I had scoured the corners and crevices, traversed murky pools and deep wells, yet found nothing of significance. Glancing at Old Hua, who slouched on the steps, engrossed in his smoke, I surmised that there must be a clue hidden within this place. However, from his demeanor, it was clear that discovering it would not be an easy task. Resolute, I summoned my inner strength and struck the ground with a forceful palm. A resounding thud echoed, scattering the ashes and debris within a 3-meter radius, while the earth beneath me split open, revealing a fissure about an inch wide. Noticing Old Hua turn his head slightly in my direction, I deduced that the clue lay beneath. I immediately commenced a vigorous search, striking the ground in various spots. Curious onlookers paused, whispering among themselves. Who is this constable? Quite impressive. What an unusual method of investigation. What is the point of investigating when everyone is dead? I shouted in jest, official business. Stand back. The crowd slowly dispersed. Although Old Hua paid no heed to the commotion, his posture grew more stooped. His brow furrowed deeper as he exhaled a puff of white smoke, sighing, alas, what a futile endeavor. As night fell, I was drenched in sweat, having overturned much of the Hua ruins. With another strike, the sound was less dull and reverberated slightly beneath me. I had found something. A surge of joy coursed through me. After clearing the charred debris, I discovered an iron trapdoor beneath my feet. Just as I prepared to lift it, I heard someone calling out from nearby. A group of over a dozen constables had arrived, drawn by the continuous thudding echoing from the city. Observing the commotion caused by my actions, they hesitated to approach. However, their leader charged forth, commanding me to cease my actions. The remaining constables followed suit, trailing behind him. "Who are you? What are you doing? Stop at once." The captain, seeing people fleeing the ruins, drew his sword, shouting, "Thief, do not escape." The other constables closely pursued their leader into the narrow alleyway. At that moment, the 3 constables guarding Old Hua collapsed to the ground, and one of them helped him up. Upon seeing me, Old Hua's expression changed. I had donned this constable attire to avoid suspicion and prevent any trouble. Yet the commotion had indeed escalated beyond my expectations. I had not anticipated that this minor captain would dare approach after witnessing my display of power. It seems that this constable is either a person of remarkable martial prowess or one of unwavering integrity. To avert greater troubles, it is prudent to retreat for the time being. Hua Lao, perplexed, inquired, "Did you not run in that direction just now?" Summer Knight, shouldering Hua Lao, stealthily entered a narrow alley, employing a minor diversion. Fortunately, Summer Knight had fully regained his strength and could effortlessly employ the technique of gathering energy to alter his appearance, leading them away from danger. Upon returning to the dilapidated dwelling, the two shared a meal. Summer Knight ascended to the rooftop, gazing towards the direction of the Hua residence. There, flickering lights indicated the gathering of numerous individuals. The secret entrance must have been discovered, and with valuable items inside, the authorities would likely be occupied until dawn. Any further search for clues would necessitate a visit to the evidence room at the magistrate's office, and Summer Knight resolved to accompany them. The secret entrance might harbor concealed traps. Thus, the official's actions not only illuminated a path for him, but also organized the treasures hidden within. Such a dual advantage was indeed a strategy worth pursuing. Summer Knight slumbered soundly until the first light of dawn, and after a hearty breakfast, set off towards the magistrate's office. He surmised that although the office would be bustling by day, the fatigue from the previous night would render the officials weary and complacent, making this an opportune moment for infiltration. Approaching the magistrate's office, he fortuitously encountered a man clad in a crimson robe exiting to enter a carriage, most likely the governor. An idea sparked within him. Suddenly playful, Summer Knight decided to act. Moments later, as the guards at the office noticed the governor approaching, they exclaimed, "Sir, you have returned." The guards hurried forward to offer their respects. Summer Knight interjected, "Do not speak of my affairs. Quickly, lead me to the evidence room." The guards complied and promptly guided him. In the midst of their journey, Summer Knight casually inquired, "Where is the constable now?" The guard replied, "Did you not instruct him to return and rest?" With a slight sense of relief, Summer Knight realized he would not have to contend with the troublesome constable and remarked that he would send some sustenance to him later, advising him to take a few days to recuperate. Navigating through the back courtyard, the guard led him to a side chamber. As soon as Summer Knight entered, the guard exited and closed the door behind him. Almost immediately, a familiar voice called from outside, "You thief. I anticipated you would come right to me. Surrender at once." Summer Knight could only smile wryly, inwardly acknowledging that this constable was indeed a competent official. Discarding his disguise, Summer Knight pushed the door open. He found himself surrounded by several constables, swords drawn. A burly man stepped forward, demanding, "Who are you? State your name and your purpose for visiting the Hua family." Summer Knight deduced that this must be the constable from the previous day. Having witnessed his capabilities, the constable likely understood that these few men could not hinder him. "If you wish to avoid unnecessary injuries to your comrades, might we converse privately?" he suggested, gesturing for the burly man to enter the room. The man glanced around, contemplating, and finally replied, "I doubt you can escape." He then stepped inside. Once the door was closed, he asked, "Who are you really? What is your purpose?" "You may as well speak." Summer Knight inquired, "May I ask for your name first?" The man replied, "Wei Chung." Summer Knight responded, "I am Summer Knight." The man was taken aback, exclaiming, "You are the young hero of the Jianghu, Summer Knight, whose reputation has spread widely in recent days." He then assumed a serious demeanor, questioning, "What proof do you possess?" On a summer night, the mysterious art of manifestation was enacted, transforming one into three. Wei Chung was astounded. This technique of duplicity was indeed as the legends foretold. "You are truly the Summer Knight. It seems that this divine skill was meant to lead me elsewhere yesterday." Summer Knight dissipated the illusion, stating that he was entrusted to investigate the matter concerning the Hua family, and he hoped for Wei Captain's assistance. After bowing respectfully, Wei Chung returned the gesture, feeling honored. Summer Knight mused internally. Although fame often attracted troubles, it was not without its merits. He then inquired, "Recently, I have heard various rumors circulating in the streets, yet their veracity is somewhat elusive. What has the government uncovered regarding the truth? Wei Cheng replied, in fact, it aligns closely with the rumors. The Hua family has indeed engaged in activities to profit from the plague. Summer Night was taken aback. How could this be? Wei Cheng gestured, please follow me. He then exited through the door, instructing the others to disperse. Those who needed rest should rest, and those who had tasks should attend to them. The officers promptly scattered. Wei Cheng led Summer Night to a stone chamber, addressing the guard at the entrance. Open the door. The guard glanced at Summer Night behind Wei Cheng and remarked, Wei Cheng has signed in the guest book. If there is anything, let the master seek me. With a sigh, the guard rose to unlock the door. Inside, Wei Cheng guided Summer Night to a corner of the room, revealing the contents of the secret chamber. Summer Night examined the items, which were primarily various bottles, scales, medical needles, pestles, and knives, tools of the healer's trade. He picked up a vial, and, upon inhaling its contents, was immediately met with an acrid stench. How does this serve as evidence? He inquired. Wei Cheng explained, the ingredients used are largely those required for treating the plague. Summer Night was about to ask further, but Wei Cheng raised a hand to halt him. I know this is still insufficient. Let us continue our examination. They proceeded to another stone room, and as soon as the door was pushed open, an icy chill sent a shiver through Summer Night. A nauseating stench wafted from within. Upon entering, he discovered it was a gathering chamber for the deceased. Inside lay dozens of corpses covered in white cloth. Wei Cheng perused the records, then lifted the cloth from one of the bodies. The sight was enough to churn even the stomach of someone like Summer Night, who had witnessed countless deaths. The corpse lay rigid, resembling the descriptions provided by the storyteller, illustrating signs of plague. Although the body was charred black from smoke, the skin still bore a moldy green hue, with the face marred by spots of decay. The limbs and torso were torn apart, organs and bones a chaotic mess. Clearly in this condition upon discovery. What is this? Summer Night asked. Wei Cheng replied, this is a servant of the Hua family. According to the coroner's examination, this individual had died prior to the outbreak of the plague. In the secret chamber, there are 37 corpses, all perished in a similar manner due to the contagion. Summer Night reflected, they died before the plague even emerged. It appears that the Hua family indeed bred the plague for profit. A sense of disappointment washed over him, confirming the family's nefarious dealings. Wei Cheng covered the body once more, uncertain of what to say. Summer Night then inquired, what else lies beneath the hidden door? Wei Cheng replied, that is all that remains. After a moment's contemplation, Summer Night asked, what disturbances have occurred at the Shrine of Divine Protection and the Divine Altar? In the city of Wei, during the uncontrolled spread of a plague, a recently established establishment known as the Divine Favor Hall presented a remedy for the new ailment. Albeit their medical expertise was rather unremarkable. They claimed that their cure was bestowed upon them by the revered deity, and rumors circulated that this deity would unleash divine retribution upon the Hua family. Eventually, the Hua family was indeed struck by celestial fire, ignited by lightning, and burned for 5 days amidst torrential rain. From that moment on, the Divine Favor sect emerged, with the populace placing unwavering faith in its teachings. In the aftermath of the plague, the citizens, grateful for their salvation, pooled resources to erect a shrine for the sect. I had once sought knowledge about this Divine Favor sect, but to no avail. Since then, the sect has primarily engaged in preaching and offering blessings at their shrine, without any apparent harm to the community. Xia Yi remarked, it is indeed peculiar that they could produce this remedy and foresee the misfortune of the Hua family. The leader of the sect possesses great cunning. It is no surprise that Captain Wei has unearthed nothing. At present, I find myself rather powerless. I wonder if Captain Wei might lend me a hand? Captain Wei laughed heartily. What a request. What scheme do you propose, Xia? Xia Yi smiled. I shall return at sunset to share my thoughts. After bidding farewell to Captain Wei, Xia Yi exited the city and headed straight for Meiju Mountain. He intended to pay another visit to the sect leader. Although they had shown no hostility thus far, there was no guarantee they would not hinder Su Mu and Hui Ming in their search for reinforcements. For the sake of their safety, it was prudent to divert their attention towards himself. Upon arriving at the Divine Favor Shrine, he stealthily entered the rear courtyard. Xia Yi called out, a visitor has arrived. The door of the main hall was forcefully kicked open, and a towering figure, a man of great stature, leaped forth, landing heavily before Xia Yi, exclaiming, you dare return. This aura of menace was familiar to Xia Yi. It belonged to that individual who had once posed as a deity upon a high platform. A voice echoed from behind Xia Yi. Young Xia, your visits are always so discourteous. You might chill our hospitality. Without needing to turn, Xia Yi recognized the speaker as Wen Lu. He gazed at the imposing figure before him and inquired, in my previous hasty visit, I did not have the pleasure of knowing this gentleman's name. Wen Lu replied, "This is my younger brother, Wu Tao." Xia Yi clasped his fists in greeting. "My apologies for the oversight." He then turned to Wen Lu, asking, "Where is the sect leader?" Wen Lu responded, "The leader is currently in seclusion." Before entering, "She left a message for you." Intrigued, Xia Yi asked, "I am all ears." Wen Lu, bowing respectfully, said, "Thank you, young Xia, for your kind gesture." The leader is immensely grateful. Xia Yi was puzzled. The gesture? Was it the landscapes I have traversed, or the forbidden texts I have perused? With so much practice, can she truly master it all? Wen Lu replied, "I am not privy to that. Since the leader has given instructions, I shall ensure you are treated with utmost hospitality." No sooner had he spoken than both Wen Lu and Wu Tao advanced, launching a coordinated assault on Xia Yi. The ground beneath the Divine Favor Shrine trembled with the resounding impacts. Xia Yi swiftly employed his ethereal agility, engaging them in a fierce duel. Within the shrine's secret chamber, a circular stone platform was inscribed with a complex array of mystical symbols, emanating a faint crimson glow. The sect leader, clad in simple attire, sat cross-legged at the center of the formation, her eyes closed, while the Meiju mask was set aside. She gracefully moved her palms, then let them rest upon her knees, twisting her fingers to channel her inner energy through the myriad acupoints of her body. Chanting softly, a radiant red light emanated from her, accompanied by wisps of white smoke. After half an hour, the red glow diminished, and the magical array faded. The leader clasped her hands together to conclude her practice, achieving a surprising yet incomplete success. In the Meiju Mountains, the ground trembled incessantly, causing the followers to sway unsteadily, ultimately collapsing to their knees, convinced that a celestial being had manifested. The source of this tremor was none other than Wu Tao. Xia Yi and Wen Lu excelled in lightness skills, their combat akin to dragonflies skimming the surface of water. Fleeting and ephemeral, Wu Tao, in contrast, was forceful and unrestrained, akin to a ferocious beast. Each of his moves shattered the earth and shook the mountains. Though Xia Yi adeptly navigated the duo's onslaught, she found herself unable to penetrate their defenses. After exchanging 10 blows, she had struck both opponents 365 major acupoints. Yet to no avail. When facing Wen Lu, she had indeed found her mark, her energy having entered his body. However, against Wu Tao, it felt as if she had struck solid iron, rendering her efforts futile. Xia Yi couldn't help but sigh, recognizing the futility of her attempts. They were truly her nemesis. The two did not respond, continuing their relentless assault, yet devoid of any intent to kill. Cornering Xia Yi against the wall, it seemed they were about to subdue her, only for her to dissipate like smoke. Turning around, they found her standing atop the opposite wall. "Excellent skill," Wen Lu remarked mildly. Xia Yi returned the gesture, indicating that their encounter would conclude here, promising to visit again another day. With that, she leapt backwards but suddenly halted midair. Startled, Xia Yi realized this was the dragon-seizing technique of Zhong Nua. From the main room emerged the leader, who raised her hand, pointing a sword-like finger at Xia Yi. Then waved forward. Xia Yi was forcefully propelled into the courtyard, landing in a rather disheveled manner. Brushing off the dust, she marveled at the fact that within just 3 days, the leader had mastered Zhong Mengzhu's dragon-seizing technique. Such talent was unprecedented. The leader remarked, "The world of martial arts is filled with peculiarities, yet they are merely variations of the same essence." Xia Yi replied, "So it seems. I have been rather short-sighted." She mused to herself, realizing that if the leader had glimpsed the dragon-seizing technique in her memories, she would instantly grasp it, indicating a prodigious talent unparalleled in history. The leader continued, "Now that you are aware of the Hua family's actions and have witnessed the workings of the Divine Protection sect, I have bestowed upon you the Dream Returning Pill, which is a kindness. Su Mu has healed you, another act of kindness. You have always detested being indebted to others. How will you choose now?" Xia Yi smiled wryly, acknowledging the complexities of life, where distinctions are often blurred. "I have come today seeking an answer." The leader inquired. "What is it?" Xia Yi asked. "May I inquire if you are Hua Qingdai?" The leader replied, "The answer lies beneath this mask. If you possess the skill, see for yourself." Xia Yi bowed, saying, "Then I must impose." She then advanced, transforming into mist and splitting into 3. As the ethereal cloud surrounded her, she gathered her energy and materialized before the leader, 3 figures of Xia Yi poised just inches from the mask. In the courtyard, Wen Lu and Wu Tao had already perceived the danger and retreated to the walls. The leader's eyes radiated a crimson hue. 3 summer nights plunged toward the ground, dissipating in an instant. The leader slowly turned, revealing Xia Yi half kneeling behind him. Just moments ago, Xia Yi felt as though he bore a weight of 1,000 pounds. crashing heavily to the ground, rendered immobile. Yet the leader remained utterly still. Even the barrier of qi that Zhong Nuo wielded required focused effort to manifest. How did this leader accomplish such a feat? At this moment, Xia Yi heard a rapid tremor surrounding him. As if even the lifeless structures trembled in fear of the leader. He felt an increasing heaviness upon himself. Subsequently, the main building collapsed with a thunderous crash, burying Xia Yi beneath the rubble. After a brief silence, the dust settled, leaving the area within a radius of 3 zhang around the leader in ruins. With a flick of his hand, debris and broken wood were sent flying, yet Xia Yi was nowhere to be seen. Xia Yi's voice emerged from behind, suggesting that what the leader had invoked was no mere martial prowess, but rather sorcery. The leader turned to face him, and Xia Yi stood resolutely in the courtyard. A commendable technique. I do not regret placing my trust in you, the leader remarked. However, Xia Yi was far from at ease, gasping for breath, his garments tattered, with a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. With a faint smile, Xia Yi expressed his gratitude for the leader's attention, declaring it an honor. With a swift motion of his right hand, a sharp sound echoed as he pulled the taut thread, dislodging the needle embedded in his mask, causing it to fall away. Upon retrieving the mask, Xia Yi discovered that the leader was, in fact, a strikingly beautiful young woman. Her hair was as dark as the night, her skin as fair as snow, with delicate brows and bright eyes akin to thin clouds framing the moon. Her nose and lips reminiscent of a soft sunrise reflecting on the horizon. Xia Yi returned the mask to the leader, stating, I have fulfilled my part. Might Miss Hua share the details with me? The leader tucked away the mask, replying, You have yet to see clearly. We shall speak again when you do. Confused, Xia Yi inquired about the leader's meaning, but the leader simply gestured for him to leave. When Lu and Wu Tao approached Xia Yi, Xia Xiao Xia, please. When Lu beckoned, Xia Yi wished to say more, but was halted by Wen Lu, ultimately abandoning his thoughts as he turned to depart. Meanwhile, at the Su family estate in the border province, Su Mu and Hui Ming had arrived, and according to Xia Yi's plan, they informed the second son of the Su family, Su Wanlin, about the heavenly materials and treasures. Su Wanlin invited them to rest in the main hall while he went to report to the family head. Hui Ming whispered, Our objectives are accomplished. Let us swiftly notify the Fong family in Qianzhou. Su Mu, in high spirits, suggested, Let us dine first. My family's meals are quite delectable. It has been a long time since I last returned home. Everything remains unchanged. Once this matter concludes, I shall take you to explore the border province. It is indeed delightful. Hui Ming felt an increasing sense of unease. Upon meeting Su Mu, Su Wanlin initially displayed courteous demeanor. However, upon realizing her identity, his expression shifted from surprise to indifference. Hui Ming dared not delay further, grasping Su Mu's hand and leading her toward the exit. Yet, as they reached the doorway, several individuals armed with knives stood in the corridor. Su Mu, perplexed, exclaimed, What is the meaning of this? I am the third miss of the Su family. From behind, a voice inquired, Did the little master inform her? Turning around, they found it was Su Wanlin. As the shadows lengthened, Hui Ming quietly remarked that the theft of medicinal herbs from the Divine Favor Hall, if known to one more person, would only invite another enemy. You will not simply let us leave, he stated. Su Mu shouted in protest, You cannot possibly contend against the Divine Favor sect alone. Do not walk into your demise. Hui Ming replied softly, Now, it is your own safety that should concern you. Su Mu, gazing at Hui Ming, appeared perplexed. Su Wanlin clapped his hands and declared, Indeed, the young master is astute. With the demise of the Hua family, only 4 medical families remain. I cannot allow a young lady of the Hua family to continue to exist. Su Mu, with a tremor in her voice, pleaded, But I am his sister. Not Hua Qingdai. Su Wanlin retorted, Blame the one who replaced your original form. Kill. Several individuals emerged from behind the hall, joining those in the corridor to assault the two. Hui Ming sheltered his head, while Su Mu drew her sword to defend herself. Amidst the clash of blades, the pair fought their way into the courtyard. Just as the assailants aimed their strikes at them, Su Mu deftly maneuvered, her form subtly transforming into a wisp of smoke. Evading the onslaught, Hui Ming rejoiced, Isn't that the technique of Master Xia? You have learned it. With Hui Ming in tow, Su Mu vaulted over the courtyard wall, having only grasped a fragment of the technique after a night of instruction, just enough to suffice. They scaled several courtyard walls, escaping into the main street and slipping into a narrow alley. Breathing heavily, Su Mu remarked, Fortunately, I learned some techniques from him. This street has not changed much, and we should be able to escape. As she spoke, she applied pressure to her wounds and retrieved some medicinal pills from her robe to consume. Afterward, her breath noticeably steadied. Hui Ming observed the numerous cuts adorning Su Mu's form and sensed a profound sense of loss in her eyes, though she was unsure how to console her. Moments later, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed nearby. Realizing the Su family was in pursuit, they rose to depart. Huiming suggested cautiously, "Let us find a place to rest for the night." Yet, Su Mu pressed on, her gaze resolute. "We must hasten. Xia Yi awaits us. Qianzhou is not close. We must quicken our pace." Huiming could only bow her head and follow. As the sun dipped below the western horizon, painting the sky with crimson hues, Xia Yi arrived at the magistrate's office in search of Wei Cheng. After examining the portrait of the sect leader drawn by Xia Yi, Wei Cheng remarked, "Isn't this the companion of Hua Qingdai, the third miss of the Su family, Su Mu?" Xia Yi was taken aback. "Su Mu? The visage of the sect leader is indeed that of Su Mu? Have these two exchanged appearances? But wait, whether the leader is truly Hua Qingdai remains uncertain." After over a decade of wandering the martial world, Xia Yi had never encountered such a bizarre occurrence. The more she investigated, the more convoluted the situation became. Thus, she resolved to visit the Divine Favor Hall again. Since both the leader and the strategist resided in the Divine Favor Hall, it was currently devoid of personnel. This moment presented the ideal opportunity to revisit the Divine Favor Hall, yet it was also the only place to investigate. The Divine Favor Hall bustled with activity, as usual. Though the plague had passed and medical skills seemed ordinary, the populace held a favorable view of the hall due to its role in disaster relief. Thus it remained the first choice for those not suffering from severe ailments. Government officials are conducting an investigation. All non-essential persons, disperse. Wei Cheng bellowed, leading 5 or 6 constables as they forged a path through the crowd. Upon entering the establishment, the constables drove the patrons outside, though throngs still gathered at the entrance. Wei Cheng addressed the shopkeeper, "We have received reports of counterfeit medicines being sold here. May I request the proprietor to step forward for a discussion?" The man hurried inside, and shortly after, a slender figure clad in blue emerged at a brisk pace, inquiring about the presence of several officials. Meanwhile, the summer night had stealthily infiltrated the courtyard. Following the directions provided earlier, he found a thatched cottage. Inside, the cottage was cluttered with hay and various items. As he pondered where to begin amidst the summer night, he heard footsteps outside and concealed himself in a corner. The individual rushed into the cottage, rummaged through a bundle of weeds, lifted a wooden door, and jumped inside. In the main hall, Wei Cheng exhibited signs of agitation. Outside, the crowd had begun to murmur and even hurl insults, lamenting the arbitrary actions of the authorities in apprehending innocent people. Yet, his primary objective was to buy time and keep the members of the Xunyu Hall occupied. Originally, Wei Cheng felt conflicted upon hearing the summer night's plan. Should they proceed in such a manner, it would incite public resentment and violate the law, leading to untenable consequences. At that moment, he simply hoped for the swift return of the summer night to resolve this perplexing situation. Meanwhile, the summer night continued along the dirt path. Aware that Wei Cheng could not delay for long, and thus hastened his actions. After entering the dirt path, he followed the individual and swiftly subdued him, demanding he lead the way. Despite grasping the man tightly and exerting all his effort to move quickly, the path remained winding and seemingly endless. Summer Night inquired about the length of this secret passage and its destination. The man, in a flustered manner, responded that it was not far, just around a bend 3 miles ahead. Upon hearing this, Summer Night quickened his pace and, after 3 miles, emerged into a spacious area. Chapter 19. The affairs of the Hua family. After half an hour, Wei Cheng grew increasingly anxious, frequently glancing towards the entrance of the shop. Finally, amidst the crowd, he spotted the Summer Night disguised as a vendor peering inside. He immediately rushed out, shouting to apprehend that man. The captains followed suit, pushing through the throng to seize Summer Night. After traversing several streets and slipping into an alley, the two paused. Wei Cheng addressed the pursuing officers, instructing them to return and inform the Xunyu Hall and the populace that someone had been selling counterfeit medicine in the name of the hall, and that they had already apprehended the culprit. The officers, bewildered, acknowledged and departed. Wei Cheng approached Summer Night, inquiring about his findings. Summer Night recounted what he had witnessed in the secret passage. Upon reaching the end of the passage, he encountered a brightly lit and spacious chamber. In the center stood a towering stone statue resembling a human figure. Surrounding it were over 100 individuals chiseling and carving upon a wooden framework. Below, dozens were hauling away debris, while a dozen more were engraving something on the ground, and an equal number of individuals clad in white were supervising. Meanwhile, when Lu sat nearby, overseeing the operation, utilizing his ethereal agility, Summer Night melded into the shadows and ascended the stone wall. Once at a higher vantage point, He discerned that the individuals on the ground were carving the very formation seen in the Lulan sword chamber. Suddenly enlightened to the intentions of the leader, he promptly returned. Wei Cheng questioned why, if the formation posed a threat, they did not take the opportunity to cause chaos. Summer Night explained that based on the direction and distance sensed within the secret passage, that immense stone chamber likely resided within Meiju Mountain. Any rash action could provoke the leader and Wu Tao, leading to a catastrophic battle in which none of the nearly 100 individuals within the stone chamber would survive. Wei Cheng nodded in agreement, pondering the true purpose of the formation. On a summer night, the town spirit formation observed in Lulan had sealed the Lulan king for a century. This stone chamber's formation was several times larger than that of Lulan. Reflecting on the journey to Lulan, Imo Ting had succumbed to the relentless onslaught of 100 demons. Perhaps the leader had prepared for this very eventuality. It seemed the leader intended to recreate the blood pool of Lulan. Wei Cheng was astonished. A blood sacrifice of thousands, a single step to ascension? Summer Night nodded in agreement. Wei Cheng remained in a state of disbelief, shocked to learn that the rumors circulating in the martial world were indeed true. Summer Night, with a furrowed brow, crossed his arms and pondered a strategy to break the impasse. After a moment, Wei Cheng snapped back to reality, recalling, there's something I forgot to mention. At noon, I revisited the Hua family's secret chamber and made some discoveries. Thus, the two returned to the Hua family's hidden room. Armed with torches, they entered the dim underground chamber, where the pungent stench of decaying flesh still lingered. Proceeding down the straight path, Summer Night observed iron cages lining the walls. Although the bodies had been removed, remnants of bloodstains and claw marks were still visible, alongside indistinguishable filth on the ground. As Summer Night made notes while walking, he reached the chamber's end, where there were a total of 20 cages. At the far end stood an iron door, which, upon opening, revealed a remarkably tidy room. The space measured approximately 5 zhang square, with a long table at its center, embedded with several leather straps. The left wall held an empty wooden cabinet, while the right wall was lined with a full medicine cabinet. Summer Night speculated that this must have been the site of experiments. Surveying the now cleared evidence in the chamber, Summer Night inquired of Wei Cheng, "Where's the new discovery?" Wei Cheng led him around the long table to a corner of the opposite wall, where there was a hidden door. Due to its substantial weight, it had gone unnoticed previously. Uncertain of the mechanism, they could only force it open. With hands pressed against the wall and feet braced against the ground, they exerted all their strength to push the door. The hidden door gradually yielded, inch by inch, the grating sound echoing within the chamber. Seeing this, Summer Night stepped forward to assist, but found that even with all his might, he could not hasten the door's opening significantly. He couldn't help but marvel at Wei Cheng's extraordinary strength, grateful that he had not confronted him directly before. As the stone door slowly opened, a cloud of dust billowed forth. Holding up the torch to inspect, they found a smaller hidden chamber within. Inside stood an altar, upon which fruits and pastries had long since rotted, and the white candles on either side had melted into pools of wax. An altar tablet was also present. As Summer Night approached for a closer look, he was taken aback to discover that the spirit tablet bore the name of Hua Qingdai, the beloved daughter. The incense burner in front was filled with ash, a clear indication that visitors had come to pay their respects regularly. If Hua Qingdai was indeed deceased, then the master of the house could not be Hua Qingdai. After a moment of confusion, a chill crept up from the depths of his heart. Could it be? Turning to Wei Cheng, Summer Night asked, "What of Hua Jiangli?" Wei Cheng, arms crossed, replied, "Generally, he is benevolent and affable, although he enjoys making a grand display and values his reputation." Summer Night pressed further, inquiring about the young lady of the Hua family, Hua Qingdai, and whether there were any peculiarities about her since childhood. Wei Cheng responded, "In public, she is the epitome of a refined lady, poised and dignified. However, it is said that she harbored a passion for swords and blades, and she practiced quite well. Yet, when she turned 16, no one has seen her since. Every July thereafter, she would retreat to her chambers, refusing to meet anyone." As the Summer Night recalled the pure smile of Su Mu, a sudden weakness overtook her legs. Had it not been for Wei Cheng's quick reflexes, she might have collapsed to the ground. Wei Cheng hurriedly inquired what she was thinking. Summer Night hastily waved her hand, struggling to regain her footing, and declared her intention to seek out old Master Hua for clarification on the matter. With that, she exited. After swiftly traversing the alleyways, Summer Night returned to the dilapidated abode. She steadied her mind and regulated her breath. Old Master Hua was curled up in the corridor, exhaling a plume of white smoke. Seemingly already aware of the situation, Summer Night articulated, 6 years ago, Hua Qingdai eloped with Su Mu, venturing into the world. However, a tragic incident occurred, and Hua Qingdai perished. Am I correct in my account? Old Master Hua made no attempt to refute her words. Hua Jiangli valued the reputation of the Hua family above all else, and thus this matter could not be disclosed to outsiders. Summer night continued, and Old Master Hua slumped further, releasing a deep sigh. She coolly remarked, in the collection I perused at Jiuyu Tower, I encountered a form of medical technique capable of entirely transforming one individual into another. The patient must rest for a year post-surgery, followed by annual adjustments to prevent a return to their original appearance, necessitating a month of recuperation each time. Did Hua Jiangli employ this technique on Sumu? Old Master Hua remained silent, absorbed in his smoking. This technique required the subject to be deeply anesthetized, as it involved skin incisions, muscle realignment, and bone removal, an agony unimaginable, even in hell. Yet, even after the procedure, the patient would endure excruciating pain for a year, rendering them unable to walk. Summer night stated. Old Master Hua gazed up at the sea of clouds, lost in thought. She added, this merely alters the physical form to resemble another. If two individuals are to remain indistinguishable, one must learn the other's mannerisms and habits. Over time, such an endeavor could lead to madness. Finally, Old Master Hua responded, the Hua family has perished, leaving her no need to pretend to be a young lady any longer. The ability to forget these matters is indeed a stroke of fortune. I am but a steward, aware of these events yet powerless to change them. Now, I can only watch over and care for what remains, offering a semblance of atonement. Summer night felt a tumult of emotions, her earlier conjectures now confirmed. Who could have predicted that the lively girl had faced such misfortune? A surge of compassion welled within her. Summer night inquired if Old Master Hua knew the identity of the Divine Protector's leader. He replied, young hero Xia, you overestimate my knowledge. I have merely spent over 30 years in the Hua family, learning a few things. I took care of Sumu post-operation, hence my awareness of these matters. Hua Jiangli indeed feared the might of the Su family, which usurped his position as the foremost physician, and thus he hoarded wealth. Yet, how could that strange fire persist for 5 days beneath the torrential rain? Why did no one from the Hua family seek to survive? The origins of the Divine Protector, Su Mu's amnesia, and my own improbable survival. I am utterly ignorant of these truths. I now exist only out of guilt for Su Mu. Summer night rose and stepped into the courtyard, tilting her head back and closing her eyes to collect her thoughts. After a moment, she turned to Old Master Hua and said, you will ultimately regret your own complacency and inaction for the rest of your days. With those words, she leapt over the wall and departed. As night fell, at the stroke of the dog hour, the clouds roiled, obscuring the stars and moon. The summer night arrived at the main entrance of the Divine Blessing Altar. As soon as he stepped inside, when Lu appeared, inquiring about the purpose of the young hero's visit, Xiaya calmly responded that he had come to see the leader. When Lu walked past Xiaya, heading down the mountain, with Xiaya following closely behind, the two walked quietly along the path through the plum and bamboo mountains at a leisurely pace. The evening breeze rustled the bamboo, thick and humid, suggesting an impending mountain rain. What compels you to assist the leader? Xiaya asked. To repay a life-saving grace, one must return the favor with one's own life. When Lu replied, maintaining his steady pace, do you intend to offer the blood of thousands to aid the leader's ascension? Xiaya pressed further. Yes, came when Lu's simple reply. That amounts to the lives of many. Xiaya expressed mild anger. Only those who volunteer. When Lu's tone remained unruffled. Volunteers? Though your divine blessing sect has saved an entire city, it does not justify such sacrifice, Xiaya countered. In 10 days, our sect will hold a grand ceremony to pray to the gods. We hope you will attend, Xia Xiao, when Lu invited. Unbeknownst to them, they had reached the foot of the mountain. When Lu entered a bamboo grove, arriving at a cave obscured by weeds, motioning for Xiaya to proceed. Xiaya entered the cave alone and soon reached its end, which revealed a stone chamber housing a towering statue. A foul stench wafted through the air. The leader and Wu Tao stood before the statue, gazing upward, while over a dozen disciples in white stood neatly behind them. Surrounding them were the corpses of nearly 100 busy individuals from earlier that day. After taking his place, the leader remarked, you have arrived. Come and see if this statue is truly a masterpiece. Xiaya surveyed the scene of death, frowning slightly. Though the formation is inscribed, the statue still requires refinement. Would it not be premature to kill them now? The leader replied, this statue does not require intricate craftsmanship. He then approached Xiaya. You sought me out, so you must have gleaned some truths. Have you discerned clearly? Xiaya raised his hand and shot a flying needle, piercing the leader's robe, then pulled it back. A glance at the needle revealed no trace of blood. Indeed, Xiaya declared, You possess no physical form, only a fragment of your soul. No, merely half a fragment. The leader corrected. If my assumptions are correct, Su Mu has not lost his memory, but has instead divided his soul into two parts. His memories consequently split. The girl who appears as Hua Qingdai is Su Mu, as is the leader. The leader carries the memories from the past 16 years. Chapter 20. The transformation of the plum and bamboo mountains. The leader raised his hand, and when Lu and Wu Tao immediately surged forward, launching an assault on Xiaya. Their combined presence was formidable, exuding a murderous intent. Channeling their full power into their fists, they advanced in unison. Yet, even as their strikes approached Xiaya, he remained utterly still, his expression unruffled. The two halted their strikes just before making contact, their energy creating a gust that rustled Xiaya's clothing. The leader chuckled. It seems you have finally seen clearly. Xiaya spoke slowly. I have been perplexed by one lingering question. The demise of the Hua family was shrouded in mystery, most likely orchestrated by the Divine Blessing sect. But if you have already annihilated the Hua family, why leave behind Hua Lao and Su Mu, who bears the visage of Hua Qingdai? Thus, the leader must be the only one connected to Hua Qingdai. Upon encountering the altar within the secret chamber, I realized my previous assumptions were misguided. Reflecting on Su Mu's amnesia, a new hypothesis arose. It was only after this testing that I confirmed the master was indeed the other half of Su Mu. Thus, the master repeatedly tolerated my transgressions, not only refraining from reproach, but also providing the dream reversal elixir, which further elucidated her intentions. The master seeks to remain in this life to safeguard Su Mu. She remained silent, simply standing still, yet beneath her mask, a gentle smile graced her lips, and I could not help but silently commend her. The master has consistently refrained from causing Su Mu distress. If they were indeed one entity, her compassion would seem insufficient as justification. I conjectured that it stemmed from their shared origin, existing symbiotically. If one perished, so too would the other, necessitating her protection. The true peril, however, lay with the remaining four great medical families. The Hua family had remained inactive despite their troubles, likely harboring long-standing jealousy, and now would not spare the Su Mu, who bore a striking resemblance to Miss Hua. As for your own family, the Su clan, while ostensibly sending you to the Hua family as companions, it was evident you were merely hostages, cast aside by the Su family. They would not protect Su Mu. Summer night continued, and the master walked past her, stating that since the truth was understood, action must ensue. You shall protect her, and thus your debt for the elixir shall be repaid. Then, glancing back at Summer night, she added with a smile, or you may indeed choose to kill her. One life exchanged for the lives of many, a transaction not to be regretted. Summer night turned to the master, expressing, I remain puzzled about one matter. Only Hua Jiangli and Old Hua are privy to the substitution. Why did you annihilate the Hua residents, yet spare Old Hua? The master did not turn back, continuing her stride as she replied, one death would be too lenient for him. I wish for him to live, to atone for his debts with a lifetime of regret. Watching the master retreat, Summer night sighed inwardly. While understandable, the master harbored a deep-seated hatred that would not rest until vengeance was achieved. As Summer night gazed upon the unfinished statue, contemplating its purpose, her peripheral vision caught sight of Wu Tao standing at the entrance. Wu Tao assumed a horse stance, channeling his energy, enveloped in a gray aura. With a forceful strike of both palms, he impacted the walls of the secret passage, infusing his power into them. Countless fissures erupted across the walls, extending horizontally for over 10 zhang. Wu Tao waved goodbye to Summer night and turned to depart. Instantly, she discerned his intent and swiftly ran towards the secret passage leading to the sanctuary of divine blessing. The stone chamber began to tremble violently. The cracks on the walls rapidly spread until they converged on the opposite side, while debris cascaded from above. On Meiju Mountain, beasts fled in panic, and birds took to the sky in disarray. Enormous fissures appeared on the ground as the earth began to collapse. The sanctuary of divine blessing swayed precariously under the tremors, and several structures succumbed to the ground's descent. Even the citizens far away in Muluo City felt the tremors emanating from Meiju Mountain, emerging from their homes to inquire about the disturbance. However, due to the walls, only the soldiers atop the city walls could witness the anomalies occurring on Meiju Mountain. The soldiers hurried to report to the city officials, who dispatched several squads to reassure the populace through the night, declaring it was not an earthquake, thus calming their fears. The tremors continued for a full hour before finally subsiding. The following day, only a few dozen dilapidated houses had collapsed within the city, while Meiju Mountain had completely caved in. The populace was astounded to witness the towering Meiju Mountain, over 100 zhang high, collapse overnight. Even more astonishing was the emergence of a colossal stone resembling a deity, akin to the idol found in a shrine, bowing in supplication. Consequently, many believed it to be a manifestation of the celestial being Jiutianjiejin, and they planned to leave the city to kneel and pray. However, the city gates remained stubbornly shut. Last night, in the secret passage, Xia had envisioned this very scene. Upon exiting the passage, he sought out Wei Cheng, sharing the plan of the Divine Protection sect and requesting an introduction to the magistrate. Wei Cheng, upon hearing this, communicated urgently with the authorities. Although the magistrate was inclined to believe the duo due to Wei Cheng's reputation in Muluo City, he demanded tangible evidence to substantiate their claims. Until then, the city gates would remain temporarily closed to restrain the citizens. Thus, the two hastened back to Meiju Mountain to search for the bodies of the artisans, aiming to prove that the statue was not a divine miracle. Meanwhile, the throng below the city gates pressed against one another, yet the two had not yet returned. The magistrate had no choice but to order the gates opened, allowing the citizens to pour forth. The pair excavated through the night, yet by dawn, they had uncovered nothing. No corpse, no trace of blood, and even the mystical array had vanished. It was then that Xia realized he had been outwitted by the sect leader. Without evidence, they risked becoming mere purveyors of slander, thereby losing any support from the authorities. He could not help but murmur in despair, "You have done this so thoroughly." Leaving no trace, Wei Cheng inquired, "Now that the array has been erased, does that mean we are safe?" Xia shook his head. "When I last saw it, the array was intact. Even if its form has been erased, its spirit lingers." Wei Cheng slumped beside Xia, overwhelmed by confusion. As they gazed upon the surging crowd, despair enveloped them. In their eyes, the masses appeared as mere specters. The gathering citizens numbered well over 10,000, sufficient for the sect leader's needs. In a short while, the fervent followers crowded the ruins, kneeling and bowing in reverence. Yet, even by noon, there was no sign of activity from the Divine Protection sect. As Xia and Wei Cheng pondered the situation, a voice rang out, "Devotees of Divine Protection." The crowd fell silent, lifting their heads in curiosity. The two turned to see three figures emerge before the statue: the sect leader, Wen Lu, and Wu Tao. Wei Cheng was poised to apprehend them, but Xia raised a hand to stop him. "Do not act rashly. If they remain passive, your actions will incite the wrath of the crowd," Xia cautioned. "Then what do you suggest we do?" Wei Cheng asked, striving to maintain his composure. "Let us observe their next move. If they attempt anything, I will seize the opportunity to disrupt the leader's incantation," Xia replied. Wei Cheng acquiesced, retreating as Xia advised. Yet, at that moment, Xia had no solid plan nor confidence. All he could do was remain vigilant. "Listen closely, followers," Wen Lu proclaimed. His voice was not particularly loud or resonant, yet it carried clearly across Meiju Mountain. Bowing slightly, Wen Lu stepped back, allowing the sect leader to take center stage. "Today, the celestial being Jiutianjiejin has granted divine revelation. The time has come. The Divine Protection sect will hold a ceremony here in 10 days to welcome the celestial being. At that time, those who sincerely sought prayer here would ascend together with the Master and attain immortality," the Master proclaimed. The multitude on Meiju Mountain was instantly moved to tears. Bowing and worshipping fervently, Wei Cheng, watching the growing ire, turned to Xia Yi, only to find him slightly frowning, gazing intently at the Master, seemingly lost in thought. "What is on your mind?" Wei Cheng inquired. Xia Yi turned to leave, and Wei Cheng followed closely, asking, "What exactly are you contemplating?" Xia Yi replied, "Did you not hear the Master's words? Come back in 10 days. We have to eat something after a long night." With no other choice, Wei Cheng accompanied him back to the city. After the two had dined on noodles at a roadside shop, Wei Cheng asked, "Can we speak now?" Xia Yi slowly remarked, "The conditions for casting spells on Meiju Mountain today are fully prepared, yet the Master has not taken action. Can you guess why?" Wei Cheng pondered. "Perhaps he is concerned about your presence, fearing it might hinder them?" Xia Yi chuckled. "I wouldn't last a single round against the Master. Moreover, with Wen Lu and Wu Tao present, the real reason for their inaction is that the conditions are still insufficient." Wei Cheng hastily queried, "What more is needed?" Xia Yi replied, "Su Mu, and according to the shortest route, she will undoubtedly return within 10 days. Beyond that, I cannot conceive of any other possibilities." He mused inwardly. The Master's hatred runs deep. He annihilated the entire Hua family for the sake of Hua Zhongli alone. How could he possibly spare the Su family, who abandoned him years ago and are now hastening towards him? Wei Cheng suddenly understood. "I see. Indeed, I have never heard of a remnant soul becoming immortal. Should we not hasten to find her?" Xia Yi responded, "They are always a step ahead of us. Moreover, I have no knowledge of Su Mu's current whereabouts. Therefore, We must adopt a contrary approach this time. Rather than taking the initiative, we will closely monitor the master and strike when the time is right. Wei Cheng appeared troubled. Since she can subdue you with a single move, monitoring her from the shadows may not be easy. Xia Yi replied. That is why we must first return and devise a plan before proceeding. Wei Cheng, with disappointment, remarked, You have yet to devise a plan? Why the urgency to return then? Xia Yi replied, I am not a celestial being. I cannot foresee every solution. Since we have 10 days, let us first recuperate and gather our strength before strategizing. The urgency in Wei Cheng's eyes was evident. Xia Yi reassured him, Fortunately, I excel in clandestine affairs. I will come up with a plan. In the meantime, I must consider how to explain this to the governor. Wei Cheng, feeling helpless, stood up. This matter is trivial. I shall handle it. When you devise a plan, and if you require my assistance, I shall do my utmost to help. He clasped his fists in salute. Xia Yi reciprocated the gesture, acknowledging Wei Cheng's noble intentions. Wei Cheng then departed. After watching him leave, Xia Yi sat down, staring at the ever-changing oil droplets in his bowl, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, at the city gate, a troop of people rushed in. Leading the charge was a broad-shouldered man with a white beard, his demeanor stern, and his gaze piercing, none other than Su Jusi, the head of the Su family. Following closely behind were his two sons, Su Wanlin and several skilled members of the Su family clad in green. The Su family had indeed sent forth their elite forces this time. A group of over 10 individuals rode into the city, their resplendent garments and imposing presence evoking gasps and admiration from passers-by. Once they passed the gates, a beggar at the corner of the street rose, discarding his tattered straw hat, and hurried towards Meiju Mountain. Chapter 21. A father-daughter grudge. The night had deepened, the crescent moon gathering stars. In the early hours, the Su family had settled into the Muluo City Inn. Su Jusi had already drifted into slumber. Father, a familiar voice called from outside the hall. Su Jusi turned to see a young girl rushing in from the entrance. Muo, he exclaimed, recognizing her despite the changes wrought by 8 years. It was indeed his third daughter, Su Mu. What brings you back? Su Jusi asked coldly. Su Mu, who had intended to embrace her father, froze in place upon seeing his expression, lowering her head in silence. Speak, Su Jusi commanded sternly. Overcome with emotion, Su Mu began to weep, stammering. The young lady has died. Lord Hua wishes to substitute me for her. Her words trailed off as she struggled to contain her trembling, unable to articulate her distress. Su Jusi pieced together the situation from her fragmented speech and stepped forward to offer comfort, saying, It is well that you have returned. Go rest now. Su Mu seemed poised to say more, but was ushered out of the hall by a servant at Su Jusi's command. Later that evening, a knock echoed at the door. The servant announced a visitor from the Hua family. Su Jusi quickly instructed them to let him in. Is the head of the Su family well? Hua Jiangli strode into the hall. Though his words were polite, he disregarded Su Jusi's courteous greeting and took a seat at the left side of the table. A flicker of anger crossed Su Jusi's face, yet he maintained his composure and seated himself at the right side, responding, Thank you, Hua family head, for your concern. I am doing reasonably well. I apologize for my lack of preparation for your late visit. I hope you will not take offense. He turned sharply to his eldest son, Su Yifang, and ordered, Why haven't you prepared the food yet? Su Yifang bowed respectfully and was about to reply when Hua Jiangli waved his hand dismissively, saying, There is no need for such trouble. I am here for a small matter and shall leave promptly without further disturbing you. Feigning ignorance, Su Jusi inquired, What brings you to visit at such an hour? Hua Jiangli replied, My daughter has been troublesome and had a disagreement with your third daughter, which led her to leave without notice. I have come to take her back. Su Jusi chuckled, Children can be unruly. It is quite unnecessary for you to have made this journey. I will certainly discipline her and will return her in 3 days. Hua Jiangli picked up a cup of fragrant tea. There is no need. I shall wait here. Su Jusi's expression shifted slightly. Very well, then please make yourself comfortable. He bowed slightly and exited. A moment later, Su Jusi returned with Su Mu in tow. Upon seeing Hua Jiangli, Su Mu burst into tears, attempting to flee. Su Jusi raised his hand and struck her neck, causing her to faint. Grasping Su Mu by her collar, he smiled at Hua Jiangli and said, My apologies for the disturbance. Hua Jiangli approached Su Jusi, saying, Forgive the intrusion, as he took Su Mu from him and handed her over to a nearby servant before making his exit. Su Jusi clasped his hands in farewell, saying, Safe travels. Hua family head. Beside her, Su Yifang furrowed his brow, unable to bear the sight. Father, third sister. Su Jiusi struck Su Yifang across the face with a palm, admonishing him, Remember, you have no third sister, only a second brother. Before Su Yifang could respond, Su Jiuxiai cast a sidelong glance and was taken aback to see Su Mu beside her. "Mu'er, is that you?" Su Jiuxiai inquired, looking around the courtyard, only to find no sign of Hua Jiangli, no members of the Hua family, and not even a single servant. The surroundings were silent save for Su Mu's presence. Su Mu rubbed her face, which bore the imprint of the slap, and remarked, "That blow truly hurt." A faint, self-deprecating smile graced her lips, but her eyes were filled with a chilling intent. Su Jiuxiai felt a sudden pang of alarm as her heart sank. Glancing down, she was horrified to discover that her chest had been torn open, her organs spilling forth onto the ground. She collapsed to her knees, blood gushing from her mouth. "Mu'er, you." Slowly, Su Jiuxiai lifted her gaze to meet Su Mu's. In Su Mu's hand lay a still beating heart. "So this is what the heart and lungs of an abandoned daughter look like," she mused. With a firm grip, Su Mu crushed the heart. Su Jiuxiai screamed in terror and jolted awake from her nightmare. Regaining her composure, she wiped the cold sweat from her brow and called out, "Wan Lin. Wan Lin." After a moment, Su Wan Lin burst through the door, hurriedly lighting a candle and rushing to her bedside. "Father, the child is here." "The child is here," he exclaimed. A melodious voice chimed in, "I am here too." Both turned to see a girl standing beside Su Wan Lin, smiling playfully as she tilted her head. Su Wan Lin stepped back in alarm, drawing his sword. "Who are you?" Su Jiuxi's heart skipped a beat. The girl bore an uncanny resemblance to Su Mu from her dream. "Are you a ghost?" she demanded, steadying her nerves. Su Wan Lin scrutinized the girl, a sense of familiarity washing over him. "Third sister? Is that you?" Su Mu skipped joyfully to Su Wan Lin's side. "Second brother. How could you not recognize your own sister?" Confusion clouded Su Wan Lin's mind. Just the previous day, he had seen Su Mu, transformed into Hua Qingdai's likeness. "No, you are not my third sister. Stop this trickery," he shouted, swinging his sword at Su Mu. Yet the blade passed right through her, striking nothing but air. Both were taken aback by the bizarre occurrence. In the next moment, darkness engulfed Su Wan Lin's vision. "Second brother, how could you not recognize your sister? What use are your eyes if they fail you now?" Su Mu's voice echoed mockingly as she held two blood-soaked orbs in her hand. Su Wan Lin let out a heart-wrenching cry, dropping his sword and clutching his eyes in agony as he knelt to the ground. Su Jiuxiai, seized by fear, broke into a cold sweat. "Who are you truly?" Su Mu slowly retrieved Su Wan Lin's sword, stepping closer as she said, "Second brother, please be quiet. I can no longer hear father speaking." With that, she plunged the sword into Su Wan Lin's neck. He collapsed, coughing up blood, before falling silent. Seizing the moment, Su Jiuxiai grasped a long robe from the bedside and leaped aside, breaking through the paper window to the courtyard. She donned the robe and retrieved a flying needle from within, holding it firmly between her fingers. Su Mu leisurely exited the guest room, casting a cold gaze upon Su Jiuxiai. At this moment, she was no longer the 16-year-old girl she once was, but had fully transformed into her present visage. Su Jiuxiai intertwined his fingers and, with a swift motion, launched 6 flying needles towards Su Mu. However, the needles merely passed through her figure, entering the room beyond. At this time, more than a dozen skilled members of the Su family, residing in other chambers, hurriedly emerged upon hearing the commotion. Upon witnessing the scene in the courtyard, they quickly gathered around Su Jiuxiai, brandishing their swords and knives to protect him. Su Mu approached them slowly. The group surged forward, attempting to strike at Su Mu, yet every blow met with empty air. After a flurry of strikes, confusion enveloped them. Someone began to shout, "It's a ghost!" Su Mu's eyes flickered open and closed, gradually revealing a crimson hue. Within a radius of 3 meters around her, it felt as though an invisible hand had descended, causing all people, blades, and even the dust to plummet to the ground. The onlookers felt as if they were burdened with a weight of 1,000 pounds, unable to move even an inch. And the pressure only intensified. With a resounding crack, the dozen skilled fighters were crushed into a pool of blood, their weapons contorted and embedded into the earth. Su Jiuxiai trembled uncontrollably, caught in a nightmare that was undeniably real. Su Mu continued her deliberate approach towards him, her countenance as pale and cold as the moon. In desperation, Su Jiuxiai retrieved 2 jars of powder, one red and one green, from his garments, casting them towards Su Mu. However, the powders fell to the ground before reaching her, forming a trail of crimson and emerald in her wake. Retreating in haste, Su Jiuxiai frantically rummaged through his long robe. He resorted to short blades and poison, yet none proved effective. Moments later, his attire lay tattered, and all his attempts had been exhausted, yet he could not hinder Su Mu's advance. In a panic, he turned to leap from the inn, but his body froze mid-air. Unable to move an inch, Su Mu pointed her sword towards him, and he immediately plummeted to the ground. As he turned to face her, dread consumed him. "Mu'er, I am your father," he pleaded, scrambling backward. Su Mu was now within 3 meters of him, and his feet were being crushed from below, bones and blood intertwining, flesh tearing apart. "Indeed, I am your daughter," she replied coldly, "though it seems you have forgotten." With an impassive expression, Su Mu continued her advance, her demeanor unchanged. The courtyard echoed with the sounds of anguish. Su Jiuxi watched helplessly as the invisible force began to grind him down from his feet, with no recourse available. After a moment, the wails ceased. Su Jiuxi was utterly reduced to a pool of blood. Su Mu took a deep breath, releasing a sigh, and then soared away. The guests peering through the paper windows had long been petrified with fear, collapsing to the ground in relief at having escaped the carnage. At this juncture, Wei Cheng, having received word from the innkeeper, arrived at the inn. Upon seeing the pools of blood on the ground, the 5 or 6 constables accompanying him were overwhelmed, retching uncontrollably. Wei Cheng recognized the luxurious garments amidst the blood and shook his head, lamenting silently. Meanwhile, in the night sky, Su Mu, also known as the Master, had flown beyond the city limits, having avenged her grievances. Yet, unbeknownst to her, a figure clad in dark attire had been trailing her since her departure from the inn, deftly leaping across the rooftops of the various houses. This individual was none other than Xia Yi. Given the current circumstances, no one could stand against the formidable master of sorcery. Retrieving the divine sword from Lulan was no longer feasible, nor could it be reforged in time. And truly eliminating the other Sumu, who was currently traversing among the 4 great medical families, was not an option. Xia Yi could only devise a means to locate Sumo before the master did, whisking him away to safety. However, this was merely a stopgap measure. To discover a way to thwart the master's plans, they needed to ascertain whether their current hideout had been compromised. Thus, Xia Yi had closely followed the group from the Su family since their entry into the city, patiently awaiting the master's emergence. Feeling a sudden unease, the master glanced downward but perceived nothing amiss and continued on. Throughout this pursuit, Xia Yi employed the ethereal technique of Yunlan, rendering himself as elusive as mist. And with the cover of night, he successfully deceived the master. Yet, this technique was fundamentally designed for swift victories against adversaries. Its use drained more inner strength than ordinary methods, making it unsustainable. Just as Xia Yi had chased for 10 miles, nearing the depletion of his energy, he finally observed the master descending toward the ground. Peering ahead, he distinctly noticed a flickering light emanating from the foot of a distant mountain. Moments later, he discerned the source of the light, yet another cave, into which the master had descended. Chapter 22. The Secret Chamber and Celestial Manuscript. Xia Yi waited in vain at the base of a maple tree, a mile from the cave, throughout the night, until dawn broke and the master reappeared at the cave entrance, accompanied by Wu Tao. The two made their way toward Moluo City, causing Xia Yi to feel a surge of elation. With 2 of the 3 figures now absent from the cave, it was the perfect opportunity to infiltrate. Seizing the moment as they departed, Xia Yi, having altered his appearance to resemble Wen Lu, leaped down from the maple tree and made a beeline for the cave. Upon landing, he had assumed Wen Lu's guise. Although there was a risk of encountering someone familiar, the master was considerably more slender than Xia Yi, and Wu Tao was far more robust, making it exceedingly difficult to mimic them. Upon reaching the cave entrance, he found it brightly lit, with polished walls that clearly indicated it was not a hastily excavated space. The master truly thinks ahead, Xia Yi mused. After taking only a few steps, a figure suddenly appeared before him, emerging seemingly from nowhere. This person bore a vacant expression, their form wavering between reality and illusion. Xia Yi swiftly launched a flying needle, which pierced through the figure. The master can even command the souls of the deceased, Xia Yi thought, as the apparition stood there in a daze. It slowly drew a sword from its side, clearly a guardian of the entrance. Ignoring it, Xia Yi activated his technique and dashed forward, effortlessly passing through the specter and covering several paces in an instant. "Stop!" the soul bellowed, raising its long sword, a faint green glow emanating from its body. Dozens of green phantoms emerged from the stone path on either side, wielding blades and pursuing Xia Yi. He hastened onward, and moments later, he spotted a group of white-clad individuals rushing toward him. In a flash of inspiration, Xia Yi halted in his tracks. Recognizing the figure who had transformed into Wen Lu, the newcomers approached and inquired, "Mr. Wen, what brings you here?" On a summer night, Xia Yi turned towards the cave entrance, sensing an impending intrusion. A dozen individuals swiftly departed in response, and soon, The air was filled with anguished cries. Xia Yi continued to run deeper into the stone path, reflecting on how they referred to him as Mr. One. It appeared that Wen Lu was quite approachable with his subordinates. After running a short distance, the surrounding walls transformed into red-beamed wooden windows, resembling a passage through an ancient building. Gradually slowing his pace, Xia Yi strolled within. Before long, he arrived at a grand hall, which exuded a simple elegance. It was divided into 3 levels, adorned with red lanterns and green drapes. Each beam was intricately carved with poetry, and the walls were embellished with picturesque landscapes, accompanied by a waft of fresh sandalwood incense. Xia Yi couldn't help but marvel at how the leader had crafted such a magnificent and unique space within these mountains, indicating her profound regard for this place. Surely, it must harbor something of great importance. As the white-clad followers passed by, they greeted Wen Lu with clasped hands, saying, "Mr. One." Xia Yi straightened his posture, mimicking Wen Lu's demeanor and reciprocating the gestures. A familiar fragrance wafted into his senses. It was the subtle scent from the leader's robe. Seizing the moment when no one was around, he swiftly followed the aroma and entered a wooden door on the left side of the 3rd level. Beyond the door lay a long corridor. Xia Yi ambled through it until he reached another wooden door at the end, leading him into a room filled with wardrobes. Upon opening one, he discovered it was lined with women's garments. A flush crept onto his face as he hastily shut the wardrobe door. It dawned on him that this was the leader's changing area and that, despite her decisive nature in battle, she was still a youthful maiden in her 20s. Pacing in place, Xia Yi pondered how to continue his search when a sudden thought struck him. Perhaps it was worth a try. He attempted to drill small holes into the 3 wooden walls, peering through to observe the situation on the other side. To his left lay an art studio. To his right a study, and in the center, a boudoir. He paid no heed to those 3 rooms, but instead looked upward, climbing onto a beam. He infused his palm with force and struck the stone ceiling. A 3-foot circular section shattered into powder, cascading downwards. Xia Yi continued this method, digging upward with determination. After excavating approximately 30 feet, he finally broke through. Leaping up, he found himself in a stone chamber. A wave of joy washed over him. He had been correct. It was uncommon for anyone to leave without attire. Yet Xia Yi did not catch the faint fragrance of the leader's robe elsewhere. This confirmed that the leader had not ventured elsewhere the previous day. If she wished to conceal something, it would undoubtedly be in a place inaccessible to others. Unlike anyone else, she was a sole entity capable of passing through any material. Thus, the stone ceiling seemed the most likely passage to a hidden chamber. This trial had indeed validated his hypothesis. The stone chamber was enveloped in impenetrable darkness, devoid of any substance. As it was a hollow space within the mountain without any entrances, Xia Yi ignited a fire stick and surveyed his surroundings. Approaching the wall, he soon discerned some inscriptions etched upon it. Following the inscriptions, I stumbled upon the phrase "Heavenly Mechanism Strategy" etched upon the wall. On a summer night, I leaned against a fire source and committed to memory the myriad characters that adorned the wall. Upon thorough examination, it became evident that this heavenly mechanism strategy was indeed a divine manuscript, revealing profound truths. Among its chapters, the section titled Essence of Spirit delineated methods for dividing souls, seizing spirits, controlling souls, and absorbing essences. Furthermore, the leader's formidable technique, the 3-zhang heavy pressure, was found within the 16th chapter, 9 transformations of celestial arts. Specifically the technique of falling into despair. It dawned upon me that, within a mere few days, mastering even the earthly skill of dragon seizing energy was beyond my reach. Thus, how could I possibly recreate the blood pool I had only glimpsed in my memory? Yet, if one were to employ the soul-absorbing technique from the essence of spirit to draw upon the essences of countless mortals, a similar effect could be achieved. The formation of the magical array relies primarily on its shape. It is unnecessary to accompany it with incantations or mental formulas. Simply drawing the array and infusing it with magical power would suffice to activate it. From this celestial tome, I unearthed the solution I had pondered for so long. After committing the arcane text to memory, I retraced my steps through the tunnel I had excavated. Upon reaching the grand hall, a voice called out to me, "Young Master Xia." Reluctantly, I turned to face the speaker, who was none other than Wen Lu. He implored, "I hope young Master Xia will return what has been taken." Hundreds of white-clad disciples encircled me. With a wave of my hand, I shed my disguise and replied, "This truly places me in a difficult position. The items I have taken reside solely in my mind. How can I return them?" Wen Lu's expression shifted slightly. "You entered the secret chamber?" I admitted. It was indeed presumptuous of me. He took a deep breath, realizing that it appeared I could not leave this place unscathed. I remarked, if we must fight. It would be a pity to ruin such elegance. Wen Lu gestured for the crowd to withdraw and proceeded towards the secret passage, with me trailing closely behind. Upon reaching the guardian spirit's location, Wen Lu declared, "Divine protection of the heavens," and the spirit promptly retreated into the wall. The two of us emerged into the forest beyond the cave. Wen Lu spoke no further, but struck at me with his palm. I evaded, stating, "Your brother and you could not subdue me together. Alone, you are certainly no match." Wen Lu retaliated with a kick, asserting that some actions are unavoidable. I lamented, "I truly do not wish to kill you," and turned to flee. Wen Lu pursued, enveloped in a swirling energy, declaring that one of us would surely perish today. I activated my ethereal cloud mist technique, and, aided by my gathering energy to assume different forms, dashed in 3 directions. Wen Lu hurled 3 maple leaves, and only one of us managed to sidestep the onslaught. He relentlessly pursued the fleeing figure of Xia. Observing Wen Lu's fierce determination, reminiscent of a relentless spirit, I grew increasingly wary of the potential return of the leader and Wu Tao. It seemed imperative to resolve this confrontation swiftly. I turned and attacked Wen Lu. In the moment we brushed past each other, I plunged a flying needle into his heart. I declared, "Though shifting my acupuncture points may render my cloud gathering and star plucking techniques ineffective, the human heart cannot be displaced. Mr. Wen Lu, you have been defeated." Wen Lu struck his chest, forcing the needle out. I gasped, "By expelling the needle, you shall not survive beyond 3 breaths." He coughed up blood and reiterated, "As I have stated, one of us must die today." I furrowed my brow, questioning the necessity of such a fate. Wen Lu stated, "A life-saving grace must be repaid with one's life. Otherwise, I would have no face to stand beneath heaven and earth." After speaking, he pressed several acupoints, causing his internal energy to surge like boiling water, sweeping the grass and earth around him with a fierce wind. Xia Yi was startled. This was a manifestation of forcing out all his power. Should an ordinary person employ such a technique, their strength would surge momentarily, only to dissipate thereafter, leaving them powerless. Yet at this moment, Wen Lu, with only a fleeting moment of life remaining, was down to mere seconds. Xia Yi, too, prepared himself to fight with all his might. Wen Lu ceased further words, launching himself like a thunderbolt towards Xia Yi, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Xia Yi's form was like smoke and mist, evading Wen Lu's palm strike and appearing behind him. Both turned simultaneously, their fists and palms colliding, unleashing a torrent of energy that scattered the surrounding maple leaves and grass. Xia Yi lifted his leg, delivering a knee strike to Wen Lu's abdomen. Wen Lu braced himself against the blow, then seized Xia Yi's fists, restraining his arms before crashing his shoulder into Xia Yi's face. Xia Yi absorbed the impact solidly, his head snapping back as blood gushed from his nose. Regaining his composure, Xia Yi executed a somersault, breaking free from Wen Lu's grip, then clasped Wen Lu's head, striking him with his forehead. The collision sent both men staggering back. As Xia Yi caught his breath, he realized that Wen Lu's strength was now on par with his own. The outcome of this battle remained uncertain. They lunged at each other once more, their strikes echoing through the forest, startling the birds and sending the beasts fleeing. After dozens of exchanges, both were battered and unsteady on their feet. Xia Yi panted heavily, truly admiring Wen Lu's resolve. "If we were not adversaries, how delightful it would be to share a drink of fine wine together." Wen Lu replied, "I do not drink." Xia Yi laughed heartily. "It appears you and I are destined to be strangers." They ceased their banter and resumed their fierce engagement. Wen Lu kicked towards Xia Yi, who deflected the blow with a palm strike to his calf, rebounding before launching a punch towards Wen Lu's face. Wen Lu tilted his head back slightly, avoiding the strike, then seized Xia Yi's arm, pulling him forward. Seizing the opportunity as Xia Yi lost his balance, Wen Lu raised his knee and struck fiercely at Xia Yi's abdomen. The blow caused Xia Yi's stomach to churn violently, nearly making him retch. In pain, Xia Yi collapsed to the ground, clutching his midsection. Wen Lu raised his foot to stomp down on Xia Yi, but as he did, Xia Yi dissipated like smoke. Seizing the moment of Wen Lu's surprise, Xia Yi charged forward and struck his palm against Wen Lu's chest. The force of the blow shattered Wen Lu's heart. He staggered, swaying left and right, before falling straight back. Chapter 23. Before the storm. To prevent Wen Lu's body from being devoured by wild beasts, Xia Yi carried him back to the cave entrance. He evaded the furious disciples who pursued him for quite some time. Upon returning to the city, Xia Yi went back to the dilapidated house to recover from his injuries, where the 3 of them convened. Though Wei Qing knew that the cult leader had killed the Su family, there was no physical evidence at the scene. And those not driven mad all claimed it was the work of vengeful spirits, turning the case into a mystery. Walao. upon hearing the identity and deeds of the leader from the summer night, could not help but sigh deeply and exhale clouds of smoke. Fortunately, Summer Night had made some progress during this journey, thus avoiding a state of utter confusion in the days to come. After devising a strategy, he shared it with the others, and the three of them set off to execute their plans separately. In the blink of an eye, 6 days had passed. The sky was clear, and at the hour of the rabbit, the initial rays of the sun bid farewell to the moon. Outside the small tavern of Muluo City, a young server placed 3 bowls of noodle soup on the table of the guests before retreating. The owner, counting the accounts, appeared listless, his face a portrait of despair. Muluo City was nestled between mountains on 2 sides and water on one, with only a single thoroughfare leading to the outside world. This humble establishment lay right along that path. Typically, weary travelers would rest here, and business thrived. However, since the arrival of those 3 officials, the tavern had become desolate day by day. These 3 officials had lingered for 6 days since entering the city, consuming a simple bowl of clear soup when hunger struck, and taking turns to nap when fatigue set in. They would fixate on any incoming guests, scaring them away until they finally relented. Among them, the owner had encountered one on several occasions. This man, known as Wei Chung, was reputed to be upright and unafraid of the powerful, earning considerable praise from the townsfolk. The owner slammed the account book shut and tossed it beneath the counter, muttering that the so-called good constable was nothing but a rumor, utter nonsense. Wei Chung raised his head and drained the soup, stretching his limbs with a satisfied exclamation. Beside him, a constable, weary and bored, stirred the broth with his chopsticks, lamenting, "Boss, when can we have some wine? It's always this insipid broth." Wei Chung replied sternly, "We are working here. How can we indulge in drink?" Another constable chimed in, "We've been wasting 6 days here, merely eating and sleeping, without knowing what we are actually doing. Boss, give us a hint." Wei Chung chose to ignore him and gazed down the thoroughfare, sensing that something was about to unfold. It was not that Wei Chung wished to squander time with his comrades. Rather, he found himself unable to articulate the reasons behind their predicament. 6 days prior, Summer Night had analyzed the situation. It was evident that the leader's plan was missing a crucial element, Sumo. Therefore, it was inevitable that they would lay an ambush along Sumo's route. 2 of the 5 major medical families had already departed, leaving the remaining 3 families unable to tolerate Sumu's presence. The closer Fong and Liu families would arrive in Muluo City before Sumo. Thus they too would set a trap. The farthest Li family, concerned about the other families getting ahead, hastened their travel, intending to arrive before Sumu and establish their own ambush. Not long after Wei Chung and his companions arrived at the tavern, they indeed spotted members of the Fong and Liu families. These families, wishing to avoid provoking the authorities, retreated upon receiving instructions from their patriarch. Meanwhile, the hurried Li family members, upon seeing Wei Chung inside the tavern, refrained from sending anyone in. The presence of these 3 families was hardly noteworthy. However, during the investigation of the Su family's tragic incident, they had nearly been frightened into revealing everything. If they were to inform those 2 brothers that the murderer from the Su family had been lying in wait all along, they would likely frighten themselves into chaos within a day. At that moment, 2 figures appeared, trudging along the thoroughfare, dusty and weary. Wei Chung focused his gaze and recognized the disheveled Sumu and Hui Ming, just as he felt a surge of joy and was about to rise to greet them. A massive figure sprang from the nearby maple grove, crashing heavily before them. It was Wu Tao. Although Wei Cheng's mission was merely to deter the 3 assailants, witnessing Su Mu and Hui Ming in peril compelled him to act. With a swift draw of his sword, he charged forward, proclaiming, "Thieves, stand down. The head of the Muluo City Constabulary, Wei Chung, is here." The other 2 constables, initially taken aback by the imposing figure, soon followed suit upon seeing their leader engage. Wu Tao, undeterred by the shouts behind him, reached for Su Mu. In recent days, Su Mu had become increasingly adept at evading the relentless pursuit of the 3 families. Seizing Hui Ming by the collar and darting aside, Wu Tao pursued closely, entering the maple forest in hot pursuit. Su Mu, like a nimble sparrow, flitted through the trees with Hui Ming in tow. Wu Tao, akin to a great bear, uprooted trees in his path, an unstoppable force. As Wu Tao closed the distance, Wei Chung, filled with urgency, resorted to throwing his official blade to divert Wu Tao's attention. However, the knife struck Wu Tao as if against solid rock, bouncing off with a resounding thud. Though Su Mu had mastered his agility, carrying Hui Ming slowed him considerably. Just as Wu Tao's hand reached within mere moments of grasping Su Mu, a figure landed on Wu Tao's forearm. Upon recognizing the intruder, Wu Tao's fury ignited, and he lunged for the newcomer. The figure retaliated with a swift kick to Wu Tao's jaw, sending him sprawling. Su Mu, hearing the commotion, turned to see a person with their back to her. Your agility has improved greatly these past few days. I am truly pleased, she called out instinctively. Xia Yi turned with a reassuring smile. Do not fear, I have arrived. Although he had endured 8 years of scorn at the Hua residence, he felt the genuine peril of life in these recent days. Exhausted from their flight, Su Mu succumbed to unconsciousness at that moment. Wu Tao, rising and glaring at Xia Yi, seethed, you have been hiding these past days. Today, you finally reveal yourself. I shall avenge my sworn brother. With that, he launched himself forward like a cannonball, breaking trees in his path, scattering leaves and debris in his wake. Xia Yi seized one of the assailants, employing his ethereal agility to evade Wu Tao's grasp, leaving him empty-handed. As Wu Tao prepared to continue his pursuit, he caught a whiff of floral fragrance, finding himself in a sea of blossoms. Xia Yi, casting aside memories of the past, entrusted Su Mu and Hui Ming to Wei Cheng, leading them back, then darting away. He understood that they were not yet prepared to confront the authorities. Despite their formidable skills, provoking the government could lead to dire consequences, such as the closure of city gates, preventing citizens from participating in the gathering, a troublesome predicament indeed. The immediate concern was how to escape Wu Tao's relentless chase. Although they were adversaries, Xia Yi held great admiration for his brother Wen Lu and wished to avoid harming his sibling. Wu Tao, closing his eyes, relied on sound to locate Xia Yi and charged once more. Xia Yi employed his agility, leaping from the branches of the maple trees, gradually distancing himself from Wei Cheng and leading Wu Tao deeper into the woods. While Wei Cheng was concerned for Xia Yi, he recognized that Su Mu, now unconscious in his arms, was of utmost importance. Thus, he hastened toward Muluo City, with Hui Ming, breathless and fatigued, following closely behind. The two constables, still bewildered, exchanged glances before trailing after Wei Cheng. Upon arriving in the city, Wei Cheng did not dare to linger, leading the two towards the government office at a brisk pace. At that moment, there was no place safer than the government office, both inside and outside the city. After sipping a bowl of water, Su Mu gradually regained consciousness. Following a light porridge with Hui Ming, she felt considerably revitalized. For the past few days, Old Hua had been waiting at the government office for Su Mu's return, and upon seeing her safe, he felt a sense of relief. Without pausing, Wei Cheng turned to rush off, eager to lend assistance to Xia Yi. However, he had not ventured far from the government office when something caught his attention at a street corner, prompting him to halt his steps. Xia Yi? Wei Cheng exclaimed. At that moment, Xia Yi was enjoying noodles at a roadside stall, with a jar of wine beside him. Irritated, Wei Cheng sat down next to Xia Yi and said, now that you have escaped danger, why didn't you inform me first? You didn't even come in to see Miss Su Mu and the little monk Hui Ming. Yet you chose to dine alone here. With a smile while eating, Xia Yi replied, surely you know that with Wu Tao's prowess, he could not harm me. Moreover, once they entered the government office, they were safe, and I need not confirm that. Turning to the waiter, he said, bring a bowl of noodles for Captain Wei as well. No, that is unnecessary, Wei Cheng responded to the waiter, then turned back to Xia Yi. I've just eaten. This jar of wine can serve as a reward for your assistance. He then raised the jar and took a drink. After a sip, Wei Cheng asked, having not seen you for several days, now that you have appeared, have you already perfected your skills? Xia Yi set down his bowl and sighed contentedly. I am full. After days of quenching my thirst with forest springs and eating wild fruits, I finally get to enjoy a warm meal. I suppose I have made some progress. Wei Cheng inquired, with just 3 days until the Grand Assembly, what will you do next? Xia Yi replied, the leader will likely not reveal himself before the assembly, and searching for him would be futile. I shall pay visits to the 3 families shortly to prevent anyone from making foolish mistakes that could lead to their demise. For now, the focus remains on Su Mu. Inside the government office, Hui Ming was relishing his meal, while Su Mu, aware that Xia Yi had drawn Wu Tao away, felt compelled to assist despite having only eaten a few bites. Do not worry, Hui Ming reassured her. Master Xia is clever and resourceful. He will be fine. Although Su Mu agreed, her concern lingered. As she was about to step outside, she encountered Wei Cheng and Xia Yi entering. Xia Yi asked, what are you going out for? Su Mu's smile faded as she noticed the grease from the soup on Xia Yi's lips and the wine in his hand. Deducing that he had taken a detour for a meal, her expression shifted as she replied, to admire the moon. Xia Yi. Wei Cheng looked up and saw the clear sky overhead, the sun shining warmly. Su Mu turned back toward the office. Xia Yi, she called out, aren't you going to admire the moon? Su Mu picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at Xia Yi, saying, I've admired it, and now I'm going to sleep. Xia Yi and Wei Cheng exchanged amused glances as they entered the government office. As night fell, Xia Yi reclined on the rooftop, sipping wine while contemplating the crescent moon. A gentle evening breeze swept through, and he raised the jar of wine, asking, "Care for a drink?" Sumu lay on the opposite side of the rooftop, gazing at the faint stars. "Sounds good," she replied, reaching for the wine jar. However, after taking a sip, she abruptly sat up, coughing incessantly. "What is this? It tastes terrible. Do the heroes in stories drink such swill?" She then tossed the jar back to Xia Yi. On a summer night, he took the wine jar with a hearty laugh. For those unacquainted with the world could not fathom the essence of wine. He drank deeply, savoring each sip. Sumu gazed silently at the starry sky. The two sat on the rooftop, one admiring the moon, the other observing the stars. The leaves rustled softly, and the evening breeze flowed gently. Time slipped away unnoticed. They both sighed simultaneously. "What troubles your mind? And what weighs on yours?" They fell into silence once more, one quietly drinking, while the other pondered in solitude. Chapter 24. The resurgence of a formidable foe. Xia Yi retrieved an object from within her robes, raising her hand to present it. "This is a set of internal cultivation techniques. I bestow it upon you." Sumu looked up and accepted it, discovering it to be a prescription. Upon turning it over, he vaguely discerned 10 phrases inscribed on the back, totaling 100 words. "So this is the internal cultivation method? It appears quite profound. Thank you. I shall return to my room to study it." With a joyful leap, Sumu descended from the rooftop and returned indoors. However, what he had received was not a genuine cultivation method, but rather the soul control technique from the heavenly strategy, a precaution devised by Xia Yi to counter the master should she not be present by Sumu's side. Though she had transferred her powers to the master during the soul division, her last-minute efforts could still buy her some time. Currently, aside from the master and Wu Tao, only Xia Yi, Wei Cheng, and Hua Lao were privy to the truth of the master's true form and intentions. Yet, the three could not bear to disclose it to Sumu, compelling Xia Yi to deceive him into believing it was an internal cultivation technique. Gazing at the crescent moon, Xia Yi murmured to herself, "Only 3 days remain." At midnight, dark clouds obscured the moon. The governor, deep in slumber, was suddenly jolted awake by a chilling sensation. He arose to inspect, confirming that all doors and windows were tightly shut, with no wind to enter. As he turned to return to bed, he noticed a figure seated at the table. Rubbing his eyes, he squinted to discern. "Is that you, the master of the Divine Protection sect? What brings you here at such an hour?" Recognizing the visitor, the governor lit a lamp, donned his outer robe, and took a seat across from the master. "I seek a favor," the master spoke languidly. "Previously, you alleviated the plague within the city, for which I have been deeply grateful. However, due to the pressing affairs of the office, I have been unable to express my appreciation in person. If you have a request, I shall certainly do my utmost to assist," the governor replied earnestly. "I require one person," the master stated. "Whom do you seek? For what purpose?" the governor inquired. "The young lady Hua Qingdai. The Hua family has endured for over a century. Their disappearance would be a great loss. I wish to aid her in revitalizing the Hua family," the master declared. "Hua Qingdai? Although the Hua family has committed grave errors, they are nonetheless the foremost in the medical field. The loss of the Hua family would indeed be a significant detriment to the world. If they could be restored, it would be a boon. However, records indicate that none among the Hua family survived," the governor responded, troubled. "She is currently at the Mulo Yamen," the master informed. "If that is the case, it would indeed be fortuitous. I shall go and fetch her tomorrow," the governor exclaimed joyfully. "Thank you, esteemed sir." The master rose to express her gratitude and turned to leave. "I shall see you off, master." The governor bowed respectfully. The master gracefully passed through the door, vanishing from sight. The governor opened the door to find the surroundings eerily silent, devoid of any trace of a presence. The magistrate hurried back to his quarters, donned his boots, fastened his belt, and while dressing, called out, "Come here, come here." The old steward, rubbing his eyes as he jogged, replied, "Master, master." "What is the matter?" The magistrate replied in haste, "Gather a few men and accompany me to the yamen." Quickly, the bewildered steward muttered, "Oh," before turning to summon others. A moment later, the magistrate, accompanied by 5 or 6 guards, strode purposefully along the path. An uneasy feeling gnawed at him. Why the urgency in the dead of night? And why was Hua Qingdai at the yamen? Had she been imprisoned? Such a situation hardly warranted this level of alarm. The matter concerning the Hua family remained unclear, and the cult of divine protection exuded an air of mystery that demanded skepticism. Nevertheless, he needed to find Hua Qingdai and ascertain the truth. Yet, he had not ventured far when he spotted an individual standing ahead. Under the dim light of the night, He strained to make out the figure. The cult leader? The magistrate halted, questioning, "What brings you here?" "I was just about to attend to the task you entrusted to me." The cult leader approached slowly. The magistrate commanded his guards to apprehend him. At the order, the guards drew their swords and advanced. The cult leader raised a hand, and instantly, the guards froze, rendered immobile. With another wave, the 5 or 6 men were flung aside, crashing against the wall, lifeless. Gazing at the blood on the wall and the bodies below, the magistrate stood aghast. Frozen in place, his limbs icy. The cult leader advanced to within 10 paces, remarking, "I had no desire to resort to such measures. If you wish to prevent further innocent deaths, you would do well to refrain from rash actions." Although the magistrate was drenched in cold sweat, he managed a derisive laugh, declaring, "It seems my suspicions were correct. You indeed have ulterior motives regarding Miss Hua. Since you have sought me out, it indicates there are matters you wish to conceal. Thus, I shall ensure you do not achieve your objectives." The cult leader shook his head, stating, "Then I shall be presumptuous." A green light flickered in her eyes. The magistrate, entranced by the cult leader's eerie gaze, found himself enshrouded in darkness, whispers swirling about him. His consciousness began to drift away, and he felt as if he were plunging into an icy abyss. At that moment, the magistrate stood there, his eyes vacant. The cult leader commanded, "Apprehend Xia Yi." The magistrate numbly acknowledged, "Yes," and began to move forward. As he walked away, the cult leader sighed. She had not intended for things to unfold this way. Those ensnared by her soul-snatching spell would only robotically obey her commands, lacking the initiative and agility of ordinary individuals. Had the magistrate not been excessively clever, she would not have resorted to such a strategy. However, now that he was within her control, she need not worry about him ordering the townsfolk to refrain from leaving the city to worship the gods. With that concern alleviated, she could proceed to seize the yamen without trepidation. The cult leader then soared towards the twilight yamen. The magistrate arrived at the yamen's entrance and knocked on the great door. After a moment, a voice called from within, "Who is it? Who is knocking on the yamen's door at such an hour? What urgent grievance brings you here?" The man, yawning as he opened the door, was immediately startled upon seeing the magistrate. "Master, what brings you here at this late hour?" The magistrate responded, "Apprehend Xia Yi." The constable, utterly bewildered, could not grasp the meaning of the magistrate's words. "Arrest Xia Yi," the magistrate proclaimed in a fit of rage. Startled, the constable hastily responded and turned to flee. He circled around the main hall and rushed to the backyard, knocking urgently on Wei Cheng's door. Upon opening, Wei Cheng exclaimed, "What is it? What madness is this in the dead of night?" The constable hurriedly informed him, "The magistrate has arrived and demands the arrest of Xia Yi." Wei Cheng was taken aback and quickly dashed to the side room to knock on the door, but received no answer. Kicking the door open, he discovered that Xia Yi was not present. Just as he turned to leave, he spotted the cult leader standing in the courtyard. "Where are they?" the leader inquired. Realizing this was the leader's scheme, Wei Cheng replied, "As you observed, they have left without a word." The leader extended his hand, and Wei Cheng was drawn towards him. Swiftly captured, the leader did not ask further, but gradually tightened his grip. Wei Cheng's collar was clutched by the leader, and soon his face flushed crimson, then began to turn a shade of blue. A few flying needles zipped through the air, prompting the leader to release Wei Cheng and evade the projectiles. "I have arrived. What wisdom do you seek, esteemed leader?" Xia Yi declared, standing atop the roof and grinning with crossed arms. The leader soared upward, reaching for Xia Yi. Employing his agility, Xia Yi split into 3 figures, with 2 retreating while 1 advanced. The leader extended his hands, utilizing his power to seize the 2 flanking Xia Yis, causing them to dissipate instantly. The attacking Xia Yi seized the opportunity to deliver a kick towards the leader. The leader withdrew his hands to block the incoming strike. The collision sent him staggering back into the courtyard, while Xia Yi flipped back onto the rooftop. The leader, regaining his balance, remarked, "It is indeed unexpected that you would employ such tactics, known for your prowess in evasion." Xia Yi chuckled, "You are mistaken, esteemed leader. My true strength lies not in fleeing, but in launching unexpected assaults." With that, he charged forward once more. Meanwhile, Su Mu lay behind the house, immobilized by Xia Yi's pressure point technique. Though his heart raced with anxiety, he was unable to move a muscle. After catching Xia Yi's punch with one hand, the leader's eyes glowed crimson as he unleashed his technique, descent into oblivion. An invisible force enveloped the vicinity, weighing heavily upon Xia Yi, forcing him to kneel. The leader demanded, "Where is Su Mu?" Xia Yi looked up with a smile and replied, "Guess." The leader, taken aback, had no time to react before Xia Yi delivered a swift kick to his jaw. Xia Yi retreated a few steps, wearing a triumphant expression. The kick shattered the leader's mask. The leader halted his retreat, glaring coldly at Xiaoyi. In just 7 days, you were able to disrupt my descent into oblivion. Xiaoyi laughed. It was merely a clever tactic. By reversing the flow of the technique, it can be countered. Although I have only practiced for 7 days and can only withstand it for a moment, that is sufficient for a single strike. The leader coldly replied. I truly admire your skill. Judging by that last move, you were able to touch my soul form. It seems you have acquired some power. Let us see how many more of my strikes you can withstand. With that, he raised his hand, drawing Xiaoyi towards him. In an instant, Xiaoyi was propelled toward the leader. However, upon contact, he transformed into wisps of smoke, which were faintly red, dispersing around the leader. Recalling past events? Is this an illusion? With a wave of his hand, the master dispersed the memories of the past. As these recollections faded, 3 figures of summer night approached him. One attacking the head, one the abdomen, and one the legs. The master unleashed his entire magical power, shattering the 3 illusions. Were they mere phantoms? Just as he pondered this, he turned to find 5 more figures of summer night charging towards him. Well, your skills have indeed progressed remarkably. Yet, illusions are ultimately just that, illusions. The master concentrated his magic into a crimson whip, wielding it with precision, producing a series of sharp sounds as it sliced through the air. The 5 summer nights were once again reduced to wisps of smoke. At the onset of the battle, Summer Night had discreetly made her way to Wei Cheng's side, whispering, behind the house. Seizing the moment while Summer Night distracted the master, Wei Cheng hurried to the back of the house and found Su Mu, who had been immobilized. Realizing Summer Night's intention, he swiftly lifted Su Mu and escaped over the back wall. Listening to the sounds of combat from the courtyard, tears welled in Su Mu's eyes. Having been sent to the Hua residence as a hostage in her youth, only Miss Hua Qingdai had shown her kindness. In recent days, she had been relentlessly pursued, including by her own second brother. Witnessing someone risk their life to save her stirred deep emotions within her heart. The master, now somewhat exasperated, questioned the repetition of his own techniques. Do you not find it tedious? Meanwhile, in the courtyard, 10 figures of Summer Night had surrounded him from various directions. All the Summer Nights crossed their arms and laughed, saying, as long as it is effective, that is sufficient. The master transformed the whip into a blood-red sphere, raising it high and infusing it with even more magic. From this sphere, 10 long whips erupted, each entwined with a fierce energy, shooting forth like 10 blood serpents, striking at the 10 figures of Summer Night surrounding him.